Simon Maverick presents The Night Prince by Lauren Palphreyman. Read by Zara Hampton-Brown, Shane East, and Sean Masters.
Prologue. Blake. His footsteps echo as he walks down the endless prison corridor. Shadows coil around his arms and legs, almost as if they are alive. They slink around his ankles like cats. His nostrils flare as a sweet, familiar scent hits them. She's peering through the barred window of one of the cells ahead, her back to him. He tilts his head to one side. Is this his dream, or hers? Has he merely imagined her? Or is this a consequence of the bond between them? Her red hair cascades down her back, almost the color of blood in the gloom. It's as if she's been plucked from her bed and dropped here. She's wearing his shirt, the one he gave Callum for her to put on after James bit her. It's too big for her. It caresses the soft curve of her behind and strokes her thighs. Her calves and feet are bare. He swallows. She stiffens like prey, and he wonders if she senses him watching. Then he follows her gaze. A writhing mass of shadows surges toward her. The jailer of this prison is coming. Blake prowls toward her as she edges back. She bumps into his chest, and he hooks an arm around her waist, clamping a hand over her mouth before she can scream. He brings his lips to her ear. "You shouldn't be here, little rabbit." She stiffens in his arms. And how he loathes her. He loathes the way her scent washes over him, even here. She smells like the slither of moonlight that would drift through the grate of the cell beneath the palace. Freedom, taunting him. The broken promise of something he cannot have. He loathes how soft and warm she feels, how his cock stirs at her proximity. He loathes how the wolf he keeps on such a tight leash longs to sink his teeth into her. Footsteps approach. He drags her through an open cell door. It clicks shut behind them. Her attention shifts to the emblem carved in the obsidian beneath the barred window, a key with 2 crescent moons in the bow. He wonders if she knows what it means. Most wolves would. It's a remnant of when the acolytes rose a century ago, but this symbol is not common in the Southlands. They don't worship the darker gods there. Her elevated pulse drums in his ears. His arm tenses against her torso. Shh. The temperature drops, and Blake's breath mists in front of his face. Aurora inches back, as if desperate for warmth, even from him. He holds her tighter. The footsteps fade, and Blake exhales. He removes his hand from her mouth. She twists in his grasp to look up at him, and the soft swell of her breasts presses against his chest. A crease forms between her eyes.
What?
Her attention jerks back to the door. The figure stalks back. Thick, unnatural darkness bleeds through the barred windows.
Wake up, wake up, wake up.
She's muttering under her breath.
It's just a dream. Wake up.
It's not just a dream. He shuts his eyes. He wrenches her back. He doesn't hit the wall. Instead, it dissolves. The cell door bursts open in front of them, but they're already falling through endless darkness. He lands on his feet in the cell beneath the palace, and he knows they're inhabiting his dream now. A memory. He doesn't like it here, but it's not as dangerous as the place before. There's a cot against one wall, the mattress stained brown with old blood. A bucket of waste sits in the corner. There are books piled against one wall, a candle flickering beside them. The scent of lemons mixes with iron and the cloying odor of bodily fluids. Aurora stands in the center of the space. She's perfectly poised, her back straight, her chin slightly raised so she can look down her nose at her surroundings. Only her slightly elevated pulse and the fact that he can feel that whisper of her inside him through their bond, like a small thread of light, tells him she is not as unfazed as she seems. He loathes that about her too. She's always so well put together, but he's been able to sense the violence that simmers beneath his skin since he first set eyes on her. It makes him want to provoke her. When he was a child, some of the older boys from the village used to throw stones at the ducks in the river. He didn't understand why they did it. Even at 6 years old, it had seemed juvenile to him. Until he met her. He'd do anything to ruffle her feathers. He wants to see what happens when she unleashes herself. Perhaps he loathes her so much because he knows, deep down, he's the same. He wears many masks, too. He hasn't been given the luxury of losing control. He knows what dark secrets lurk within his soul, but he doesn't know what lies behind the mask she wears. He thinks it might be magnificent. She faces him, and he steps closer to her. He studies her face, her cheekbones, her blue eyes that peer up at him through thick eyelashes. Fuck, she's beautiful. Are you really here? He asks. She frowns.
Of course I'm here.
Her forehead only reaches his chin, yet she manages to speak to him as if he's smaller. A dazed look flickers over her features.
Are you?
Footsteps approach the cell door behind her, and he sighs. You should go. I'd rather you didn't see this next bit. She glances over her shoulder. When she turns her attention to him once more, his damned subconscious has dressed him in a blood-drenched shirt. His feet are bare and dirty, and his breeches are torn.
Are you hurt?
There's a hint of concern in her voice, and he adds another thing to the list of things he loathes about her. She sounds like she might actually give a shit. Time to wake up, little rabbit.
Where are we?
Her eyebrows knit together.
Where were we?
If you remember this in the morning, I'll tell you. He grabs her arms and shuts his eyes. He needs to wake up. He pushes her into the wall. They fall into the endless darkness once more. Blake's eyes jolt open. He's in his bed at Lowfell, and the crescent moon shines through his window. His heart is pounding. He's not sure what is more disturbing, the location of his dreams or Aurora's presence. He slides out of the sheets, grabs the breeches and shirt that are folded on his armchair, and pulls them on. He puts on his boots, not bothering to fasten them, and slips out of his chambers. He pads through his castle. The darkness is almost as thick as it was in the prison. He passes the room he put Aurora and Callum in. Callum is talking in hushed tones, and he feels a twinge of her panic. She has woken as unsettled as him. When he's outside, he crosses the small courtyard to the land outside the castle walls. The loch that surrounds Lowfell is as black as the sky, and the mountains on either side of it are shrouded with shadow. Cold wind ruffling his hair, he delves into the woodland and wanders through the ash trees until a chapel comes into view. He enters. The gloom is thick within. Fragments of glass crunch beneath his boots as he passes the rotting pews and makes his way down the aisle. The stained windows once showed the story of Night's triumph over the moon goddess and how he trapped her within his prison. He tenses when a flapping sound echoes around the space, but it's just a bird nesting in the rafters. He pulls himself onto the altar. He lies back on the hard stone, his knees raised, and clasps his hands behind his head. He stares up at the emblem carved into the stone arch that supports the ceiling. The door creaks open. I thought I heard you walking around. Jack's low voice rumbles around the small chapel as he strolls toward him. Blake's second-in-command drops onto one of the pews at the front, stretching his legs out and crossing them at the ankles. Trouble sleeping? Blake makes a non-committal sound before turning his head. Jack's dreadlocks are tied back from his face, revealing fading bruising around one of his eyes. Callum's handiwork, no doubt. Jack was responsible for keeping Callum out of the way, while Blake persuaded James, the Wolf King, to ask for Aurora's hand in marriage. His sleeves are rolled up so Blake can see the tattoos curling around his corded forearms. Blake knows what that ink hides. She was in my dream. Jack releases a soft chuckle, You shouldn't have done it, you know. Blake sighs. Probably not. Jack runs a hand over his mouth. There are reports that Knight's acolytes are gathering. Whispers that the Night Prince is creating an army in the Northlands for him to command. Blake pulls a face. The Night Prince? Fenrir, perhaps. Still in the Snowlands. Last I heard, he killed an alpha and married a wife. Ingrid, I think her name was. Alex, then. Probably. I'll send someone to monitor the Great Keep. He could make things difficult for us. The thread of light that Aurora gave Blake wraps around his soul and pulses inside him. He shifts on the stone, stretching one of his legs and arching his back slightly. Jack frowns. What's wrong with you? I can feel her. Jack's nostrils flare, then he chuckles. Luckily for you, she's not a half-wolf who's just about to go through the transition. Oh, wait. Piss off, Jack. I remember when I was first bitten. I didn't leave my bed for a week. Spend some quality time with your right hand, did you? Jack laughs as he stands. And the left? He walks over to Blake and clasps his shoulder. Concern flickers across his expression. Learn to block it out, or it'll drive you insane. Blake grunts, and Jack strolls to the door of the chapel. Get some rest, says Jack. He steps outside and the door swings shut, sealing Blake and the darkness within. Blake rubs his face with both hands. He imagines a cage around his soul, so that Aurora's thread of light cannot touch the rawest parts of him. The worst of the feeling eases, though his blood still runs hotter than usual. Exhaling, he stares at the carving in the stone above his head, the key with 2 crescent moons within, the symbol for Knight's prison. The Northland's wind slips through the caved-in roof, stirring the scent of old blood. He wonders how many people were sacrificed on this altar. It was known that the former Alpha of Lowfell secretly worshipped the god of night. The fool thought he could offer up innocent blood in exchange for power. Night doesn't want blood, though. He wants souls. More than anything, he wants the key to his prison so he can escape it and unleash his violence upon the world. Night wants the heart of the moon. He would offer unimaginable power to whoever brought it to him.
Chapter 1. I jerk upright, gasping for air. I'm tangled in the bed sheets. The shirt I'm wearing, oversized, is slick with sweat. I'm cold, so cold. Ice pumps through my veins, and I wonder if I'll ever be warm again. The world is dark, grey, as if I'm seeing it through a veil of shadow. A floorboard creaks. The mattress dips by my bare feet. A wave of heat washes over me, along with the scent of mail and the mountains.
Look at me.
The words are gentle but authoritative. A hand cups my cheek, calloused and strong, yet careful.
Look at me.
More demanding. This is the voice of someone who is used to people doing as they say. Helpless, I bring my gaze up.
That's it. Eyes on me. Now breathe.
I suck in air, letting it fill my lungs, letting it clear away the darkness.
Good, lass. Come on. Breathe with me. In and out.
My heartbeat stops its cacophony in my ears. We've done this before, I think. In the kennels beneath Sebastian's castle. Sebastian? Goddess! I killed Sebastian. A fresh wave of panic cascades over me.
Princess!
The word is sharp and commanding.
Breathe. In and out.
A half-burned candle flickers on the bedside table, next to a cup and a pile of books. A decanter of whiskey sits on the mantelpiece where Blake left it. There's a throbbing pain in my side. James bit me only hours ago. Rain patters against the window.
That's it. Come back to me, princess.
Warmth radiates from the figure before me. The tight grip around my lungs eases, and my breaths come easier. Callum?
I'm here.
Callum's expression is gentle, at odds with the tension in his body, and the hard biceps straining against his shirt. His hair, the colour of dark sand, is brushed back from his forehead, and his green eyes flicker with concern.
Are you in pain?
His forehead creases.
Do I need to get Blake?
No, It was just a nightmare, I think. I release a breath.
What did you dream about?
I shake my head as I try to remember. I was in a prison, and Blake was there, and something was pursuing me, and... I tense as our conversation earlier this evening comes back to me. I bring my knees to my chest. Goddess, I need to tell you something about Blake. He's plotting against you. Callum frowns.
What?
Everything he did, that bond he created that links my life to his, it was all part of a plan to steal the wolf throne. He's going to help you become the Wolf King, then he's going to challenge you. He knows he'll win because our lives are linked. You won't kill him, because if you do, I'll die too. Callum tenses.
He told you this?
Yes. Callum stares at me for a moment, his biceps like steel. A soft laugh escapes him and warms the cool air. This doesn't concern you? I ask.
Oh, it concerns me. It's just... I couldn't understand it before. Why he'd done it. He threw everything away that he'd spent years working for. He set me free. He fought James. And when he saw you dying, his face...
He swallows.
He saved your life. I've been searching for the reason for it since we got here, and I could find none. I started to think.
He shakes his head.
I don't know what I thought, but this makes sense. I find comfort in that, I suppose, even if it complicates things somewhat.
We need to break the connection between Blake and me.
We do, but he won't try to kill me until I've won the throne.
My pulse quickens. You think he'll try and kill you?
I'm certain of it. I forfeited to James, and for years, people have speculated about what would have happened if we'd fought. It weakens his claim. Blake won't allow himself to be seen as weak.
I grip Callum's wrist like I'm scared he's going to be ripped away, and Callum smiles.
He will not defeat me. We have time. Until then, he could be useful. Get some rest, and we can worry about it later.
He runs his thumb along my cheek.
I'm sorry I left you alone. With all the chaos of the battle, it was the best time to get one of Blake's messengers into the castle to send word to Fiona and Ryan.
I know. I understand. My blood warms at the proximity of him. This time it's not fear that pumps through my veins. It's something raw and feral that wants release. Callum's expression darkens.
Princess.
His voice is rough and low, almost a warning. I reach for his face, desperate to pull him closer. Pain bursts in my side where James bit me, and I wince, my hand hovering above the sheets. Callum's jaw clenches as his gaze drops to my waist.
Can I see?
I inch back on the bed, then lie down on the pillows. Callum peels back the bedsheets. He shifts, bringing one of my bare legs over his lap as he leans over me. Weeks ago, the thought of being exposed like this, in a man's shirt and my underwear, before the Alpha of Highfell would have scared me. Now, it makes my breathing quicken. He undoes the button, just beneath my breasts, then gently makes his way down. His thumbs and fingers lightly brush my skin. He draws the shirt apart to expose my midriff, and though the cool air touches me, I'm burning. I want him, I realize. I want him urgently, desperately, I want his hands on my body and to dig my fingers into his muscles. I want the warmth of his mouth. I want to climb on top of him and claim him as mine. I want him in a way I've never wanted anything before in my life. I don't know what has come over me. Perhaps I feel like this because I almost died tonight. Perhaps I want to cast away the cold shadow of whatever nightmare awoke me. But I want to feel warm. I want to feel alive. I want to expel this energy that's coursing through me. Callum stills. I prop myself on my elbows. There's a long, jagged scar across my waist and torso, where James sank his teeth into me. The skin around it is red, but it must look a lot better than it did only hours ago when I was bleeding on the grass. I should be worried about it, yet I watch Callum, fascinated. He looks so intense, so impenetrable. His expression is like stone, and he's every bit the warrior I first saw at the dogfight in Sebastian's castle. The wolf flickers behind his eyes. For a moment, I wonder if he has sensed the change in me, this need. While my anger is mostly directed at Blake for using me as a pawn in his games, Callum's seems wholly reserved for his brother.
He will die for this.
It sounds like a promise, and it heats my blood more. It's not just that he cares that I'm hurt. There's something more primal to it, possessive, as if he can't bear that his brother has marked my body. I'm on fire, a furnace. Goddess, I don't know what's wrong with me, but I need it to stop. I ache for him. My skin is sensitive, and I shift on the mattress. The strange urge to bite something comes over me. I feel almost feverish. A soft, shaky breath escapes me. Every muscle in Callum's body becomes rigid. His gaze snaps to the place between my legs, which now throbs with need, as if he can sense what I'm feeling. I'm only thinly covered by my underwear, and I feel myself getting hotter and amber. He sucks his bottom lip. A soft growl comes from his throat. When he meets my eyes, his wolf is there, dark and beautiful and powerful. He blinks a couple of times as if he's trying to pull it back.
I thought I'd lost you tonight.
His words are strained. You did, for a while. But you found me. I smile. Come here. He takes a deep breath as he seemingly tries to settle himself. I'm injured. No doubt he thinks me a fragile thing that he doesn't want to break. Goddess, I want to be broken. I want to be consumed. I want to release this caged beast that's pacing, agitated inside me. I want all the horrors of tonight to disappear. Don't, I whisper. Don't be a gentleman.
Rory, you're hurt.
Don't you want to take care of me? He lets out a shaky laugh and drags his gaze away to stare at the floorboards.
I want to take care of you, but I fear it wouldn't be right.
It would. One of his thumbs rubs frustrating circles on my leg, still resting across his lap.
I don't want to hurt you.
You won't. He shifts so he is kneeling on the mattress between my legs, and triumph bursts within me. His expression darkens.
You need to get some sleep,
he says. Then why don't you help me relax so I can? He groans.
You're a demanding wee thing, aren't you? Brave, too, to be tormenting the Alpha of Highfell in this way.
He doesn't scare me. I'm courting the future Wolf King, don't you know? He chuckles, a soft husky sound that fills a small bedchamber with warmth and dark promise.
Why? You're courting him, are you?
Do you not think so?
What is he like? Handsome, I presume.
He's very handsome and strong, and he likes to think he's a gentleman. He's not. He's a wolf.
Is that so?
He moves, lowering himself and forcing my thighs to part further to accommodate his broad shoulders. Yes, I whimper.
I think we're way beyond courting, Princess.
He plants a soft kiss on the damp fabric of my underwear.
Don't you?
My back arches. Yes! Sweat beads on my brow, and I want to beg for more, something I've never done in my life. Yet as he hooks my underwear to one side with his finger, I stiffen. My body cools, as if I've been plunged into ice. Darkness creeps in at the edges of my vision, and a panicked sound escapes my lips. Callum stills between my thighs. A growl builds, crescendos, vibrates inside me. It's like there's something caught in my chest, thrashing against a cage, trying to break free. It wants to run towards something, but I don't know what. My skin is clammy. My hair sticks to my face. Callum, I whimper.
Princess?
He's up instantly, caging me within his arms.
Yuck, you're burning up.
Dots flash before my eyes, and cold sweat beads on my skin. I try to cling on to consciousness, but a wave of darkness crashes toward me. The small bed, the fireplace laden with books, the embers in the hearth, Callum's face, they all turn grey.
Blake!
Callum sounds far away as he leaps from the bed. I'm sinking. Then, blackness. Chapter 2. I'm racing down a dark, endless prison corridor. I'm a crumbling statue, and vines of shadow coil around my arms and legs. Damp cells, metal scalpels, and hard-stripping black blood flash before my eyes. I'm sprinting through a forest at night. My dress snags on branches, and thorns dig into the soles of my feet. I don't know if I'm running towards something, or running away, but if I stop, I'll die. Callum's blurry face appears before mine.
What's wrong with her? Is it the bite?
It's a wolf.
Blake sounds like dark silk, and it cools my burning bones.
Aurora, darling.
A palm presses against my clammy forehead, and the beast that rages in my chest settles.
Look at me.
I peel open my eyelids and jerk back. Blake's pupils dilate until they are empty black holes, and his mouth curves into a cruel smile that is too big for his face. He laughs, harsh and cold and endless. I know what you are, I scream inside my head.
What?
Monster. The darkness takes me once more. I'm trapped in a cold, dark space, and there's water as black as pitch up to my waist. A great beast carries a rabbit in his maw as he runs through a dilapidated chapel. A whip tears through my flesh as male laughter shatters my eardrums. A woman cries amid a snowstorm. Feral, amber eyes peer at me.
Her body is assimilating.
A voice dripping honey and poison.
He wants to reject the wolf.
She was fine earlier.
A voice rough with worry, thick with the Northlands.
A wee bit restless, perhaps, but not like this.
She'll go through phases like this until she shifts for the first time. It will pass.
Did this happen to you?
Yes.
A hand tilts back my head and pushes a chalice to my lips, filled with poison.
Drink up, little rabbit.
No, no, no. I swing my head against my pillow, helpless. Cold darkness trickles down my throat and spills from my lips. He bleeds into the shadows, and his voice echoes in my mind. My pawn, my puppet, mine. I blink, and I'm padding through a castle. Cold air tickles my bare legs, and my naked feet slap against the flagstones. I savour the cold on my burning flesh. I savour the shadows that brush against my cheeks. My legs are weak. It's too dark to see, but I'm attached to a leash, and I follow it. My fingers squeeze around the hilt of a silver blade. Something growls in my chest. I'm not a pawn. I'm not a puppet. I belong to no one. I enter the room. He sleeps in a bed that's pushed against the wall. I don't know if I'm awake or dreaming. Everything is hazy, yet he seems more corporeal than before. He has his arms slung above his head, and his dark hair is mussed. He looks so soft, so peaceful, so easy to kill. I blink, and I'm straddling his torso, a blade to his throat. My thighs clench his hips. He feels solid, hot. His fingers curl around my wrist like a shackle. He opens his eyes, and something feral looks back at me. He blinks, long eyelashes fanning his cheeks, and the beast disappears. But something just as dangerous meets my gaze. He smells like blood and dark fairy tales and the depths of the forest.
I don't recall inviting you into my bed, Aurora, darling.
He is carrying me. My cheek is pressed against his hard, bare chest. I'm a doll, draped in his arms, a toy to be played with, a puppet to be controlled. I snarl and struggle, but he holds me tighter, and I cannot shake myself free. He passes me to someone else as if I'm nothing. Callum makes soothing sounds against my ear. I'm hot, so restless. When will it end?
Where did you find her?
Callum's voice is thick with sleep and worry.
In my chambers.
I hear his amusement.
I think a wolf wants to kill me.
I think most wolves want to kill you.
A pause that lasts an eternity, or a heartbeat.
You speak of our wolf as if it's separate to who she is.
It is.
The wolf is part of who we are, Blake. Perhaps if you accepted that part of yourself...
Callum, if I ever want your counsel, I shall ask for it. And if I ever ask for it, I truly fear for the state of the world.
Footsteps rumble like thunder through my ears.
Keep a tighter leash on your pet.
Shadows take me once more. I'm in a carriage with Sebastian, and he has a slit across his throat. I have strings hooked into my arms, and a faceless being is making me dance in an empty ballroom. Blake prowls toward me, eyes alight with violence. I'm running. I'm lost. Dark corridors twist into oblivion. There's a symbol, a key, with crescent moons in the bow. Someone screams. Someone sings. Bright, blinding light. I jolt upright. I'm breathing hard. My hair sticks to my skin, and I'm tangled in bed sheets. I'm alone. Grey light dances across the room, and rain patters against the window. A fire burns ferociously in the hearth, so someone must have been here recently. My head throbs, and my mouth is as dry as a bone. I feel weak, as if my limbs have turned to twigs and could snap at any moment. A soft groan scrapes from my throat, and it feels like sand. There's a beaker on the table beside me, and I grab it. I sniff the clear liquid inside, smell nothing, then gulp it down greedily and set the beaker down again. It soothes my aching throat, and it's so cold I feel it travel to my stomach. I think I had a fever. I've no idea how long it lasted for. I try to sift through the dreams and hallucinations. It all blurs together, a tangled mess that hurts my mind. I remember Blake's voice cutting through the veil of darkness, saying my body was trying to assimilate the wolf. I fight the wave of fear that crashes over me. He could be wrong. He could have been lying. Worse, he could have been telling the truth. I could be turning into one of the beings my kingdom has taught me to suppress and to fear for 20 years of my life. The part of me that the priest tried to whip out of me, that my father tried to poison, that condemned my mother to her fate. It could be real. I remember something else, straddling Blake while he was in bed, while holding a knife to his throat. I shake my head. I would never do such a thing. A fevered dream, not a memory. The air is stale in here, and smells like sickness. It reminds me of the mornings I spent on the edge of my mother's bed, and the weeks I spent ill, locked in my chambers after her death. Only she didn't die of illness like I thought. Anger simmers beneath my skin. My mother was murdered by my father. I clench and unclench my fists, take a couple of deep breaths, and cage the feeling. I'm far away from him now, although perhaps one day Callum might help me gain justice for what he did. I rub my face with both hands, then slide my feet out of bed. I was so thirsty when I woke up. I didn't notice the piece of parchment next to the beaker of water, or the hunk of bread on a small plate with a butter knife beside it. I pick up the note.
Princess, I'm in a meeting with some of Blake's clan. I'll be back shortly. Eat your breakfast. Stay where you are.
I'm ravenous, so I follow one of his commands. My stomach groans as I force down the dry bread. It doesn't sit well, and I quickly swallow more water before setting the beaker down. My entire soul protests at his second instruction. I don't want to stay where I am. The walls feel as if they're closing in on me. In the back of my mind, I hear myself as a young adolescent, pleading with one of the maids to let me go for a walk in the palace gardens, or join my father and brother for dinner in the great hall, or to ride my horse in the grounds like Mother used to let me. I can't be that girl anymore. I swore I'd be more than that. I push myself to my feet. My legs are a little shaky, and it feels like there are blades scraping the inside of my skull. I groan and clasp the windowsill to gain my balance. I take a few deep breaths. The room I'm in looks out onto a gloomy courtyard. The sun is blocked by roiling grey clouds, and rain splats against the cobblestones below. There's an armoire in the corner of the room, and I make my way toward it, hoping for fresh clothes. Only male clothes hang here, breeches and shirts, and a kilt that is the same red tartan as Callum's. I wonder if Fiona, or someone else from his clan, arrived while I was sleeping to bring him this. I hope so. I hope Fiona is all right in the aftermath of Callum and Blake's betrayal. The shirt I've been wearing is stiff with sweat. I pull it off and select another. I'm not sure whose it is until I've slipped it on, and the scent of dark pine curls around me. My pulse kicks up in protest, even as I fasten the shirt up. I don't want to wear Blake's clothes or smell like him, but it will do for now. I pull on some breeches too, and cinch them in with a belt because they fall low on my hips. Someone taps against the door. I freeze. Callum would have just walked in. I look over my shoulder at the butter knife sitting beside the plate of bread. I hurry over to pick it up, drop it in my pocket, then warily open the door. A girl around my age and build, with long wavy dark hair, stands in the corridor. She is striking, with a sharp jaw and plump lips. Her dress is lovely, black with long sleeves made of lace. She looks somewhat familiar, though I don't think we've met. Hello? My voice is hoarse from lack of use, and I clear my throat. Blake requests your presence in his council chambers. I incline my head. I may not appreciate being summoned by the Alpha of Lowfell, but at least it saves me from searching an unfamiliar castle for Callum. Are you part of his clan? I ask. Aye. I smile, hoping to make a friend. I'm Aurora. She brushes a strand of hair over her ear, and I catch a glimpse of a scar or a tattoo on her wrist, which she hurriedly covers with her sleeve. I know. I wait for her to tell me her name. When she merely exhales as if I'm wasting her time, I frown and step back. I should have guessed the people in Blake's clan would be as obnoxious as their alpha. One moment, please. The only shoes I have are the blood-stained muddy slippers I wore when James gave me back to Sebastian. Wincing, I put them on. The girl doesn't speak to me as she leads me through a labyrinth of narrow corridors. The style is not dissimilar to Castle Mata Ali, the castle I was first brought to when Callum took me to the Northlands, but it seems more claustrophobic. Perhaps it's the lack of tapestries and clan colours that make the dark walls feel closer together. Iron sconces hold torches that flicker as we pass.
I won't risk her.
Callum's thick accent sounds almost like a growl as we approach a door.
Don't be ridiculous.
Blake's tone is smooth like satin.
She'll be fine. We can handle.
The girl knocks, and the room falls silent. there's a strange sense of anticipation building in my chest. I hate to admit that I'm somewhat curious about the place Blake calls home. Callum once told me that some people wondered if Blake, the half-wolf from the Southlands, was even an alpha. Anyone who questioned it usually wound up dead. Yet here we are, in his territory, in a very real castle in the Northlands. How did he get it? Is this truly his home? Do his people like him?
Come in,
Drawls Blake. Chapter 3. There are 3 tall arched windows in the wall on one side of the council chambers, and mountains that are shades of orange and brown are visible through them. Torches and black iron sconces flicker between the windows, and a fire burns low in the curved stone hearth. The space is dominated by a large oval table, and 4 men are standing around it. They all look at me as I walk inside. Blake is at the head of the table, with his hands flat on the surface. He leans forward. His white sleeves are rolled up, exposing corded forearms, and the beginning of the scar on his elbow, which he must have got when he was bitten. Not for the first time. I find myself curious as to how he was turned into a wolf. Callum's expression softens when his gaze locks onto mine.
Rory, what are you doing here?
I invited her.
Blake's gaze brushes over the large shirt I wear, which belongs to him.
You're looking dashing today, little rabbit.
I offer him a clipped smile, because I'm sure he's trying to provoke me. Thank you. A male with dreadlocks and tattoos winding up the dark skin of his arms smirks. Jack, I think his name is. I saw him in the dungeons when Blake kidnapped me and tried to get me to marry James. My displeasure grows. The 4th male in the room, I've not been acquainted with. He is as large in build as Callum, with short black hair and a neatly trimmed beard. His arms are folded across his chest, emphasizing biceps that strain against a black shirt. He wears an eye patch over his left eye, and faint scars crisscross his throat. Recognition jolts through me, though I cannot imagine where I would have met such a man.
Please come in.
Says Blake.
We were just talking about you.
I walk toward the table. I heard, I say. What were you discussing? I don't like the idea that 4 men were talking about me, without me being present.
You should be resting.
Callum whispers with a note of reprimand.
Did you not read my note? You've had a high fever for 3 days.
3 days? Callum is about to go to war with his brother, and I've been bedridden for 3 whole days. Questions pound through my already thumping head, as I wonder what I must have missed. I couldn't bear to be trapped in that room any longer, I reply quietly. I feel much better now. Up close, Callum looks like he's barely slept. Stubble peppers his jaw, and there are smudges beneath his eyes. His usual scent of the mountains is overlaid by male sweat, as if he's not been washing. I put my arm around his waist and squeeze. On top of everything that has happened with his brother, he's had to worry about me. The woman who brought me here huffs in the doorway.
Will you be joining us, Elsie?
Asks Blake. No. Elsie offers no deference to the male who I'm guessing is her alpha. She heads into the corridor, and her skirts make a rustling sound as they drag across the flagstones. The door swings shut behind her. I breathe in quickly when I feel a sharp squeeze of emotion in my chest. It's coming from Blake, and it disappears so quickly I might have imagined it. I've not gotten used to the strange link between us yet, forced onto me by Blake. It feels like there's a thread of shadow in my chest that is wrapped around my soul. When he feels something, it seems to spread and tighten. I try to figure out what he's feeling. Yearning, I think. I wonder who this woman is to him. The burly male I haven't met before suppresses a chuckle.
Has something amused you, Aaron?
Asks Blake, a slight edge to his silky tone. No. Aaron's voice sounds a little hoarse, as if he doesn't use it much. He doesn't sound sincere. He leans closer to his alpha, whispers something in his ear, and Blake nods. Aaron strides away from the table, past Callum and me, and heads out after Elsie. He glances at me once over his shoulder, and again. I get that jolt of familiarity. The door swings shut behind him.
As I was saying,
Says Blake.
I want Lachlan and some of his clan to come to Lowfell with your father.
Callum's hold on me tightens almost imperceptibly.
And as I was saying, that's not a good idea.
What is Atta? My mouth stumbles on the unfamiliar words.
It's a wolf ritual that will take place next week.
Says Callum.
We believe Oiche, or the night god, as you call him in the Southlands, has a prison in the sky in which he keeps Yalach, the moon goddess, prisoner.
I remember, I say.
Oiche moves her into a different cell each night, so she can never be found by those who seek her. On the night of the full moon, that is when she's closest to us. Once, though, every 2.5 years, he moves her so deep inside his prison that her light cannot touch the earth. For a few moments, the world is cast into darkness. That is when we perform Oicheata.
I think he's talking about the lunar eclipse. We have a festival to mark it in the Southlands, where we light bonfires to honour the sun goddess and cast away the darkness. And you don't wish to perform it this time? I ask.
It's not the ritual I object to, but the Alpha Blake wishes to invite. Lachlan Christensen is the Alpha of Galas Cladach, and we cannot trust him.
There's a map of the Northlands on the table, and Blake taps part of the coastline.
Lachlan has the second biggest army in the Northlands, and we have a mutual enemy.
James? I ask. Blake inclines his head.
I wish to persuade him to join our cause. If we want to move effectively against James, we're best doing it while he's licking his wounds after the battle with Sebastian. We have 3 weeks until the full moon. I want us to make our move just after. We'll need an army to get into the castle, and the support of at least 4 alphas to join us if we are to hold it. Lachlan can provide us with an army.
Callum grits his teeth. You don't like Lachlan? I ask.
I've nothing personal against the man,
Says Callum.
but while it's true that he and James don't get along, he has as much reason to dislike me.
He thinks inviting Lachlan could put you in danger,
Says Jack.
particularly after...
Callum makes a low sound, a little like a growl, and Jack shuts his mouth. Why would it put me in danger? I ask.
Do you remember when I rode out to aid my brother while we were at Madach Ali?
Says Callum.
We lost the battle against Sebastian, and I was shot with wolfsbane.
Fear had clenched my heart when Callum fell to his knees in his chambers, covered in sweat and gore. Blood ran down his arm from the bullet wound to his shoulder. A look of shame flickers through me. I told Callum that morning that Blake was not as bad as he seemed. How wrong I was. I nod,
The fort Sebastian took used to be a part of Lachlan's territory.
says Blake.
The Alpha who took over in his stead was someone Lachlan was fond of. He's likely dead now, or worse.
Sebastian was only there because he was looking for me, I say. Lachlan may blame me for what happened. My voice is dull as I realise why I may have an enemy in Lachlan, despite never meeting him,
Aye,
says Callum.
we cannot trust his loyalties.
Blake sighs.
Lachlan will find Aurora delightful. Trust me.
I don't bother pointing out that we can't trust Blake.
I've already invited him anyway. This conversation is fruitless.
Callum's jaw hardens.
What?
Come on, Callum. You and I can handle him and you know it. Why don't you tell your little pet the real reason why you're being so overprotective?
A dimple punctures Blake's cheek, and my head snaps toward Callum.
Blake.
Callum's voice is laced with warning. Jack smirks. What is it? My tone is sharp. He pinches the bridge of his nose, then pulls a piece of parchment from the pocket of his kilt. I take it,
Ryan and his lass, Becky, arrived yesterday.
says Callum. Relief courses through me. The 16-year-old boy I spared in the Borderlands fighting ring is all right.
James let them go, but he sent them with this letter.
Callum McKinnon is scrawled in ink across one side. The wax seal is broken, and I flick it open. I turn the parchment over and read. You have something of mine. I have something of yours. Want to swap? My brow furrows. What does he have of yours?
Fiona.
Callum's tone lacks intonation, and he stares blankly at the parchment in my hand. Panic and anger twist in my gut. Callum's bloodshot eyes are not just the consequence of worrying about my fever and the bite that throbs in my side. James has taken Callum's oldest friend prisoner. She's my friend too, though I don't know her well. Fiona was one of the only people at Mata Ali who treated me with kindness, and she did so knowing I was from her enemy kingdom. My fear hardens to resolve. I touch Callum's arm. His bicep is clenched beneath his sleeve. We'll get her back. He thinks you have something of his. Callum swallows.
Technically, I do.
Then we should negotiate a trade.
That's where it gets complicated.
Why? What does he want? I frown. What do you have that belongs to him? He runs a hand over his mouth. His gaze darkens when he looks at my waist, where James's bite marks my skin. His eyes swim with regret when they meet mine.
You.
Chapter 4. I pull back from Callum. Hurt and confusion battle for dominance in my chest. What do you mean? I don't belong to anyone, least of all James. The rain has become more ferocious outside, and it drums against the arched windows as Callum drags his teeth over his bottom lip.
Technically, you do, Princess.
What are you talking about?
It's wolf law.
Callum's broad shoulders are hunched, as if he's carrying a great weight. I wonder how many times he's had this conversation with Blake and the others while I've been bedridden.
Usually when a half-wolf is bitten, if they survive, they become part of the clan of whoever bit them. The alpha of that clan must take responsibility for them. They essentially become the alpha's property. James is from Highfell. If he'd not been king when he'd bitten you, you would have been mine. James outranks me. He has a claim to you. Wolf law dictates that if he asks for you, you must go to him.
My legs feel shaky. From the fever or shock, I don't know. I place a hand on the edge of the oval table to balance myself. The thought that the male who attacked me, who has forever changed my life, thinks of me as his property makes my blood run cold. Anger twists in my chest, and my heartbeat thunders against my ribs. Blake is backlit by the roaring fire in the hearth. Jack leans against the table. I hate that they are witness to this. I hate that they have all discussed this without me. I swallow my emotion and bury it deep. That's ridiculous, I say. Just because James says something doesn't make it so. I don't belong to him. Blake drums his fingers on the map.
Be that as it may,
He says.
if he asks for you back and we refuse, it puts us in breach of wolf law. The optics are bad. To have a future king refuse to adhere to the rules that bind all wolves.
Unlike Callum, there is no emotion in his voice. He speaks as if me being another man's property is of no consequence to him. I note his wording too. A future king. He doesn't want to be in breach of wolf law, because it may ruin his prospects for the throne, not Callum's. My gaze snaps to his. So you plan to hand me to him? Callum puts his hand over mine. His palm is hot and calloused, and his touch offers me some comfort.
No, never.
There's a simple solution.
Says Blake.
Another alpha must claim you before James officially asks for your return.
I note that Blake doesn't name Callum as the alpha who must claim me, as if he himself is an option. Jack watches Blake carefully, his lips pinched in the corners. He seems to have noticed this too, and doesn't look like he approves. What are you talking about? I say. I don't want to be claimed. What does that even mean? Blake shrugs.
An alpha would mark you with their bite and announce you as part of their clan in front of witnesses. The claim is stronger if it happens at a celestial event or in the presence of a priestess, but it's not always necessary.
When I shake my head, it throbs. Absolutely not.
Not even if it would keep you safe?
Asks Callum. I flinch. He agrees with Blake. They have had this conversation before without me too, then. No. Callum brushes his thumb over my knuckles.
If you're worried about the pain...
No. Hurt flickers across Callum's face, and I realise he thinks I'm rejecting him. Perhaps this is the way of wolves, to dominate and claim ownership over one another. Perhaps this is the way of all men. I belonged to my father. I was given to Sebastian. I was taken by Callum. I was used as a pawn by Blake. For the first time in my life, I have tasted freedom here in the Northland's winds. I have smelt it in the pine-rich forests and seen it in the wild mountains and rain-drenched valleys. I have felt it too in the warmth of Callum's arms. I have a chance here to be an equal instead of a prize. I won't give that up so easily. I sigh. I cannot belong to anyone again. Not even you, Callum. Callum's expression softens.
It's not about belonging to someone. It's about being part of a clan. It would make it easier for me to protect you.
I don't belong to you or your clan, I say. I have a title already. I'm the Princess of the Southlands. Perhaps, after everything that has happened, that does not count for much. I'm sure my father would execute me for treason if he knew I was not being held against my will. Still, I cannot denounce my position and title, nor defer to an alpha. I will not. Callum's forehead creases.
It's not like that, Princess. It would keep you safe.
I'm not safe. From the moment you and Blake attacked James, you declared war on him. James has obviously realised that I'm of some importance to you. This will not stop him. He will come for me all the same. Are you going to let him take me? Callum's expression darkens.
Never.
I take a deep breath to compose myself. It doesn't matter whether he says I belong to him or not. He is trying to rattle us. We must get the clans on side so we can win this throne quickly, and we must get Fiona back before James has time to act. There is a knock at the door.
Yes?
Blake asks. A crop of messy copper hair comes into view as Ryan pokes his head into the room. Callum exhales.
What is it, Ryan?
Despite Callum's clear exasperation at the interruption, my lips curve into a smile. Ryan's freckled face breaks into a grin when he sees me. Princess, you're awake?
Ryan!
Callum snaps his fingers, drawing the 16-year-old boy's attention back to him.
What is it?
Can I have a word in private?
Now.
Aye. Callum's gaze sweeps across the room, and the men in it.
It can't wait.
No. Callum squeezes my shoulder.
I'll just be a moment. Let me know if you need me, okay?
I nod, and he follows Ryan into the corridor, shaking his head.
I swear to Yalach, lad, if this isn't important...
His words are cut off as the door swings shut behind him, and I'm sealed shut in a room with two wolves who are plotting against Callum and me. Tension tightens my throat, and my teeth tingle, like I want to bite something. The urge to either cross the room and sink my teeth into Blake, or gnaw my fingertips until they're bloody, is so strong that I ball my hands into fists. When the feeling doesn't desist, I trace the jagged outline of the northern coast on the map, Blake's sleeve brushing against my hand. I catch a few names. High Peaks, Eicher, Craig. Highfell must be up here somewhere. I spot it by a patch of land named Glen Gielach. Blake whispers something. There's a shuffle, heavy footsteps, and Jack walks past me. He winks, then disappears into the corridor and shuts the door. My gaze moves slowly up to Blake. I can't help but think of the fever dreams I had, of his eyes as black as night, of his laughter skittering across my bones, of him bleeding into shadow and coiling around me like a viper. In the daylight, he is just a male, a wolf, and yet my pulse kicks up as if I'm prey.
Alone at last, little rabbit.
Chapter 5. The Northland's kingdom stretches across the oval table between Blake and me. The wind hammers the rain into the arched windows, and the noise pounds through the gloom like the drums of war.
Alone at last, little rabbit.
When he first linked our lives together, I felt his emotions as strongly as my own. I think he has found some way to conceal them, because though I can still feel that dark part of him inside me, I can't identify his intentions. How I loathe this male. I think I may loathe him even more than James. I can taste my hatred, bitter on the back of my tongue. My teeth tingle, ache, like I want to sink them into his flesh. He used me. The worst part is how much that hurts. I've never had friends. As the princess, I always stood apart from others. I wasn't allowed to run around and play silly games with the other children. As an adult, no one talked freely around me. My brother Philip was cruel. Every male who ever spoke to me did so because they had something to gain from my father. I thought this had hardened me and made me a good judge of character. Now, I wonder if it made me even more susceptible to deception, so desperate to make a connection with someone, anyone, that I let myself be fooled by a snake. It's not that I ever fully trusted Blake, but goddess, a part of me had wanted to. I enjoyed conversations with him, even when he was trying to provoke me. He spoke to me as if I was equal to him, more so perhaps than even Callum did. A horrible, weak, cringing part of me wanted to be his friend. I loathe him and myself for it.
How are you feeling, little rabbit?
His voice is carefully smooth, casual, as if he's merely making small talk. I may not have seen Blake's poison until it was too late, but I know he gains enjoyment from other people's pain. I won't give him mine. I force my lips into a polite smile, the same smile I've given many obnoxious lords while I secretly recoiled at their presence. I am well, thank you. He tilts his head slightly to the side. I feel him then, a cool prickle beneath my skin, the strangest feeling of shadowy vines that spread around my soul. When I felt his yearning earlier, it seemed involuntary. This is different. It's like he's reaching for me and trying to gauge my emotion. I tense, blocking the sensation, caging my emotions and keeping them close.
Are you well rested?
He asks. I'm fine.
Callum said you had nightmares. What did you dream of?
There is something pointed in his tone, as if the answer is important to him, though I can't fathom why. It was just the fever. I keep my voice sweet as honey. Thank you for your concern. I catch it, his light flicker of displeasure. My smile aches a little less. My sweetness irritates him. Good. He strolls toward me, his footsteps loud and steady on the flagstones. He stops close enough that his dark forest scent wraps around me, and he leans back against the table. It creaks beneath his weight. His face is close to mine, and his thigh almost brushes my hip. I want to move back, to put distance between us, but I force myself to stay where I am. This close. I see that he looks like he has not had much sleep either. There are faint shadows beneath his eyes, and his dark hair is messy, as if he's been dragging frantic fingers through it. A soft curl brushes his forehead. In my fever dreams, he had seemed ethereal and untouchable, a monster made of death and shadow. The realness, the solidity of him, corded forearms, broad shoulders, a hard chest straining beneath his white shirt, makes him seem even more dangerous somehow.
You defied James, dragged a blade across Sebastian's throat, and all I get is a pretty smile and a thank you for your concern.
His voice is low and seductive.
How disappointing.
If I ever led you to believe I was trying to impress you, Blake, I apologize for the misdirection. A dimple creases his cheek.
Are you angry with me?
Can't you feel it? I ask.
Right now you're guarding your emotions. As am I.
Despite my unwillingness to ask for Blake's help, the question slips out. How? How does this thing between us work? He looks like he's considering whether or not to answer.
When I saved your life, I shared my life force with you. It was like I gave you the end of a rope to pull you back, and I grabbed onto your life force at the same time. I don't know how it feels to you, but for me it's like a thread of light from your life force is still inside me. When you feel something particularly strongly, it wraps around my emotions and pulses, and I feel it too. If you were to die, I'd imagine it would pull me to death with you, and vice versa.
How do I stop you from feeling me?
I can stop it myself by imagining a cage around my emotions, to stop myself from touching your light. You could try that.
He cocks his head to one side.
Is that how it feels for you? Like a thread of light?
I search inside me for that piece of him, that end of the thread, and shiver. No, it feels like darkness.
Well, are you angry with me?
Why would I be angry? I try to keep my tone smooth, but I can't quite conceal the bite behind it. You saved my life, and linked our lives together without my consent, all as part of your plan to take the throne and kill Callum.
We're friends, then?
My soul protests, and from the glint in his eye, he knows it. We're not friends. I'm not sure Blake even knows how to make friends. Jack and Aaron seem amiable enough with him, but Blake must have manipulated them in some way. Perhaps they fear him, like the wolves at Castle Mudder Alley did. I force myself to smile. I made friends with a man in the Southlands once. My father thought he was plotting against him, and I was told to dance with him, sit with him, fill up his cup. He was a devious, cruel man. He hurt one of my ladies-in-waiting, I think, but I made friends with him anyway. I found out he planned to take over a territory and turn the army against my father. It could have cost my father his throne.
What happened to him?
I recall that night when my father sent me away. I'd heard the shouting in the throne room, even from my bedchambers as he tried to escape. He died.
It seems that being your friend is dangerous indeed.
Blake's eyes reflect the flickering torchlight.
Tell me, do you seek your father's approval, even now, knowing what he did to your mother?
Rage billows in my chest like a tempest. Self-loathing crashes through me as well. I'm not sure why I told him that story. Did I wish to scare him? Impress him? I try to compose myself. I don't want him to know that one of his blows has landed. Yet even if he could not feel my emotions, I know he'd be able to sense this chained within me as a wolf. I step back and nod curtly. Callum will be waiting for me outside. I walk toward the door.
I'm sorry I couldn't give you what you wanted the other night.
There's something suggestive in his tone, although I have no idea what the suggestion is. I know he's trying to rile me. I know I should keep walking. Don't bite. Don't bite. Don't. I turn back around. What do you mean?
When you visited me in my bedchambers.
I frown. Every muscle in my body tightens. Red-hot images flash beneath my eyelids. Blake's face soft with sleep. His hair mussed, his arm thrown back on the pillow, my blade pressed against his throat. His sheets were crumpled beneath my thighs, and the wolf shone in his eyes when he grabbed my wrist. I thought it was a dream, a nightmare, a conjuring of the fever. It was real? Embarrassment, it seems, is a harder emotion to swallow than rage. It swells inside me until my cheeks are aflame, and my pulse is pounding. I wish for the ground to open, to swallow me up, to take me away from the obnoxious snake before me. Blake's mouth curves into a slow, satisfied smile. I raise my chin, even though I know my face must be redder than my hair. I have no idea what you're talking about. I stride toward the door again. I'm trembling. I'm on fire. I'm mortified. Good day, Blake.
Good day, little rabbit.
I feel the cool whisper of his amusement. He goes back to studying the map. I open the door, step out of the council chambers, and close it a little too forcefully behind me. Callum and Ryan look up abruptly from the other side of the corridor. Both seem annoyed. Ryan's face is flushed, and Callum has his arms folded across his chest and his jaw is tense. Callum's brow creases in concern, a question in his eyes. I nod. I'm okay. He offers me a strained smile before turning to Ryan.
No,
Says Callum.
and that's the end of the matter.
But...
Everything okay, Red?
A deep voice comes from the shadows, drowning out Ryan's protest, and I jump. Jack leans against the wall with his arms folded across his chest. I frown as I recall him plotting with Blake in those dungeons I was brought to before I was presented to James.
She smells like the Highfell Alpha,
He'd said, and suggested that Blake bathe me. How original you are, I say, calling me Red on account of my hair.
On account of your hair?
Says Jack.
No, I was referring to your blush, Red. Are you feeling flustered?
His grin widens, flashing white teeth, and my cheeks heat even more. What are you lingering out here for? I tried to appear more composed. Didn't anyone tell you it's rude to eavesdrop?
My mother may have mentioned it.
He shrugs, then nods at the door to the council chambers.
Blake's had more suitable accommodation prepared for you. I'll take you there, now you've woken up.
There's a grunt of displeasure as Callum dismisses Ryan. The young wolf huffs and stomps away. Callum mutters something under his breath about insolent pups as he crosses the space between us, and threads my fingers in his. The tension softens in his shoulders.
Ready?
Says Jack.
Aye.
We follow Jack through a labyrinth of corridors. What was that all about? I ask under my breath, as our footsteps thump against the stone.
Ryan wants to go back to Madach Alley.
Callum sighs, and again, he looks as if he's carrying a great weight on his shoulders.
The lad's come up with some grand scheme to rescue Fiona. He thinks he can trick James.
Oh, I say softly. That doesn't sound like a sensible idea.
No, it doesn't. He's going to get himself killed if he doesn't listen to me, and he has a history of not listening to me.
Is he close with Fiona?
Being part of a clan. We're a family. She taught him how to ride a horse, and Fee, James and I, we used to let him tag along when we went hunting.
He shakes his head.
I think he used to have a wee crush on her, before Becky.
I squeeze his hand. We'll get her back.
Aye, and I shall make James pay for all of this, hurting you, claiming you, taking Fee. I could do without worrying about Ryan on top of everything else.
Jack points things out as we pass them. The doors to Blake's great hall, a drawing room, a corridor leading to the infirmary. Just like earlier, I notice the absence of any clan banners or tapestries within the castle. It's quiet, too. We pass a few people in the corridors, 2 women in brown dresses having a hushed conversation, and an old man in a black and grey kilt, carrying a box of fish toward the kitchens. A young child, around 4 years old, with a mop of black curls, tears down a stairway past us, causing Jack to tell him to run faster if he means to outrun his mother. Either Blake's clan is not very big, or they're residing elsewhere. When Jack gestures to a spiral staircase leading to a library in the tower, I make a note of it so I can visit later. I want to find out how Blake connected our lives, so I can disentangle myself from him. The library seems to be a good place to start. Finally, we stop outside a door on the 2nd floor of the castle. Jack opens it. The room is much larger than I expected. A huge 4-poster bed dominates the space, covered in furs, and 2 armchairs sit on a sheepskin rug in front of the roaring fire. In the corner, a wooden partition partially hides a dressing area and a sturdy oak armoire. Despite the lack of decoration, there's a rectangle of lighter stone above the wooden mantelpiece, as if a picture once hung there.
Blake thought it might be more suitable than the room you were in before,
Says Jack.
The former Alpha of Lowfell used to reside in here.
This was Bruce's room.
Callum's tone is dark as he looks around.
You knew him?
Asks Jack.
Aye. Did you?
Jack strides to the window, which looks out onto a vast expanse of water, and leans against the ledge.
Our meeting was short-lived.
His eyes glint in the grey light.
Blake took a particular dislike to him. It's why he opted not to take this room for himself. He didn't want to sleep in Bruce's bed.
Callum leans by the door, mirroring Jack's easy posture.
Did he kill him in here?
He sounds as if he's merely inquiring about the weather.
No, he did it in the infirmary.
A flicker of disgust surges through me at the reminder that Blake is a killer who likes to inflict physical as well as emotional torment. Callum's mouth pinches at the corners, as if he doesn't approve either.
I see.
A smile plays on Jack's lips, as if our revulsion to his alpha is amusing to him. He straightens and gestures at the armoire.
There are some clothes that should be your size in there, Aurora, and the bath has been drawn if you want to freshen up.
He points at a doorway in the corner that must lead to a private bathing room. Thank you. I keep my tone polite, despite my distrust of this male. It will probably work in our favour to keep Blake's clan on side, if we are to defeat him. Jack's smile widens before he nods.
My offer stands, if you want to spar later, Callum.
Perhaps you could train with Ryan,
says Callum.
Keep the lad out of trouble.
Something seems to pass between them both, a challenge of sorts that I don't understand. Jack leaves and closes the door behind him. As soon as we're alone, Callum visibly slumps against the wall. He meets my eyes, though, a flicker of heat in them even as his expression softens. He crooks his finger.
Come here,
he says. Chapter 6. I cross the chambers and stop inches away from Callum. He leans against the wall, and I touch his chest and savour the reassuring solidity of him beneath his shirt. He sighs. It's as if my touch is as reassuring to him as his is to me. Without warning, he slides his hands beneath my thighs and lifts me up. I wrap my legs around his torso. He carries me to the bed, climbs onto it, and lays me down on the quilt. My head sinks into the feather-soft pillow. He settles over me and rests his weight on his forearms on either side of my face. He presses his forehead against mine. His skin is hot, almost fevered.
I was so worried.
His voice is as rough as sand. I take his face in my hands. Are you all right?
No.
My eyebrows lift at his admission. It's obvious he's struggling with everything that has happened over the past few days, yet I didn't expect him to admit it. Whenever I saw my father straining beneath the weight of ruling the kingdom, he would lash out at whoever was closest. Whenever my brother was in a foul mood, he would turn to the bottle. Again, it strikes me how powerful this man, this wolf, is, to be able to show his emotions with no fear of them being held against him. I brush my thumb against his jaw, and his stubble scrapes against my skin. Talk to me.
You are in pain, and I was powerless to stop it. James is trying to claim you as his. Fiona is a hostage, and Blake...
He shakes his head, then huffs a soft laugh.
I'm stuck here with Blake, of all people, trying to pretend I don't want to tear him and the men who work for him apart. The only good news I've had these past days is that James doesn't have the heart of the moon. Blake has a spy in Madder Alley, who sent word yesterday.
Even though the wolves shifted the night that James handed me over to Sebastian, this doesn't surprise me. The heart of the moon is an ancient wolf relic that is said to have been ripped from the moon goddess's chest. It would give the wolves the power to shift at will, which would be a big advantage in the war between the humans and wolves. I didn't think that Sebastian would have traded something so important for me, I say.
Foolish man,
says Callum. It's strange that you shifted, though. At the time, I thought... Callum's brow furrows.
What?
I prayed to the moon goddess, I say, feeling silly. I thought, perhaps, she answered. Callum smiles softly.
Perhaps she did. She is said to involve herself in the fates of wolves, at times.
He strokes my cheek, then sighs. What is it? I ask.
I thought I would feel better when you awoke, yet I find myself feeling restless.
I note the tension in his body, and the hardness that presses against my thigh through his kilt. My blood heats, and I stroke his cheek. Being with a man like this is so new to me, yet I cannot deny that I'm restless too. Can I help you with that? He captures my mouth with his. He makes a low sound in his throat as he deepens his kiss. He slides his tongue against mine, hot and dominant, and heat pools between my thighs. I shift against him. I curl my legs around his waist, pressing myself against his torso. I whimper as a jolt of pleasure surges through me. He pulls back, trembling slightly, and shuts his eyes.
No. I fear that I'll push you back into a fever. I've felt guilty about it for 3 days.
What do you mean? He opens his eyes and blinks back at the wolf.
As wolves, when we're excited, our more feral side tends to come out. When my mouth was between your thighs.
My cheeks flame, but Callum doesn't seem remotely embarrassed.
I provoked your wolf. You spent the next 3 days trying to suppress it. If I were to do to you what I want to do...
He shakes his head.
I dread to think how long you will be unconscious. I won't do that to you again.
You think you will give me so much pleasure that you will push me into a fever for days? His expression is so remorseful that I have to suppress my smile.
Aye.
You certainly think highly of yourself, don't you? A soft laugh escapes from his lips. His eyes crease at the corners, and they brighten, the colour of treetops being hit by sunlight. For a moment, he looks younger. Not an alpha with the weight of a clan on his shoulders, about to challenge his brother, but a young male full of mischief and light.
I don't recall your complaints the previous times I have tasted you, nor every time I slid my fingers inside of you until you cried out my name.
I fight my blush, and his grin widens.
Do you not think I've earned my high opinion of myself?
I bite my bottom lip. I cannot remember. Perhaps you should remind me. He growls, before nipping my ear with his teeth.
Demanding wee creature. Take a bath, then we shall go for a walk outside. I've been cooped up inside for days, as have you. The fresh air will do you good.
He kisses my nose, then my forehead, before his expression becomes strained once more.
And for the love of Yalach, change out of Blake's clothes, will you? It's taking all of my restraint not to rip them off you.
I won't stop you. He groans and rolls off me.
Bath. Now. I'll be glad to be out of this place.
Callum's hand is clamped around mine as he leads me through the low-fell entrance hall toward the oak door. The area is small, with no decoration, and a stairway leading to another floor.
We're surrounded by enemies here. I've sent word to Highfell, but I can't imagine my men will arrive until after the full moon. It's why we'll wait until after before we make our move.
Do you have a big army? The door creaks as Callum pushes it open, and the wind sprays rain into my face.
Big enough to protect Highfell, but not to keep everyone under control when we get to Madach Alley,
says Callum. We walk outside into a small courtyard. The walls on either side are so close together, it feels oppressive. That's why we need Lachlan, I say. Callum nods and pulls me into a tunnel in the castle walls, which offers us a brief respite from the weather. There are tall iron gates at the end, and my lips part as we walk through them and turn. We are surrounded by water. Mountains slope upward on either side of the dark loch, burnt orange, brown, and golden yellow. Behind us, the castle reaches up to the grey sky, It's smaller than Mattuch Alley, but it's similarly austere in design, with angular stone walls, dark windows, and a rectangular tower. The rain patters as it hits the loch, and the air smells like mud and wet leaves. Our boots squelch in the grass, and Callum tips back his head and sighs as we stop beneath a couple of trees at the water's edge. Rain rolls down his face and lips. He seems as in awe of the surrounding beauty as I am. "Have you been to Lowfell before?" I ask. Blake was part of his father's wolf alliance, so it's feasible that Callum may have visited.
No. I knew it was something of a fortress. Until I saw it the other night, I'd not realised how impenetrable it truly was.
He tugs my hand, and we walk along the side of the loch. The water is the colour of rust, and its waves lap over stones by our feet.
There's a strip of land that connects it to the rest of the Northlands, around the back, but it's only revealed at low tide. The only other way to approach is via the water.
"We're close to the borderlands here, aren't we?" I say, thinking about the map in Blake's council chambers.
Aye. Lowfell used to raid a lot of the borderlands villages, plus some of the wolf territories as well, but no one could ever seize it. That's why my father was keen to get the former Alpha on side for a while.
Bruce?
He was a very unpleasant male. James would make a point of taking me out hunting, when...
Callum shuts his mouth, his eyes darkening at the mention of his brother.
One day, my father completely cut ties with him. They almost went to war.
What happened?
I think Bruce made a pass at my mother.
Callum's gaze is focused on the woodland ahead.
My father was a jealous man, and that kind of insult would not have gone down well. Everyone thought Bruce would challenge my father for the throne, but then we got word he'd been killed, and there was a new Alpha of Lowfell.
Blake?
Aye.
Callum chuckles darkly.
I don't know how that devious shite did it. This castle is near impenetrable, and Bruce had a particularly bloodthirsty clan. From what I've seen over the past day, it seems like Blake disposed of them as well.
I nod. It's quiet here. There don't seem to be many people living in the castle.
No.
That troubles you. Ash trees sway around us as we enter the woods, and I almost slip on the wet fallen leaves on the ground. Callum grabs my arm, supporting me, and I wince as the bite mark in my side aches. Callum's jaw tightens, but I pull away and start walking before he can comment. "Are you worried his clan won't be useful in the fight against your brother?" Callum's breath mists in front of his face as he falls into step beside me.
There were always questions about whether Blake was truly an Alpha, but he managed to make people believe he had forces that supported him back home.
Callum gestures around him.
Does he, though? Are the people at Lowfell right now the extent of his clan, or are they more hidden away somewhere?
Either way, he's good at hiding things, I say.
Aye.
Callum's face darkens. The trees get closer together and cast their shadow over us.
That's what troubles me.
As we delve further in, the scent of wet leaves and moss gets deeper, and a building comes into view among the trees. It's a small chapel with a singular spire. As we get closer, it's evident that it's in need of some repair. The walls are crumbling, and the stained glass window above the door has been smashed. Callum's forehead creases.
That's interesting.
Is it for worshipping the moon goddess? I ask, knowing that wolves don't pray to the sun goddess like we do in the Southlands.
No.
Callum approaches the door and pushes it open.
We worship Yalach outdoors, where the moonlight can touch us. You will see at the ritual next week. This is something different. Come.
He heads inside while I pause at the threshold. It's sparsely furnished, with only a few pews and a stone altar beneath another smashed window at the other end of the room. Glass crunches beneath Callum's boots as he heads toward it. My muscles tense. I've never liked religious buildings, even though this chapel is a far cry from the extravagant houses of worship in the south. Memories of the high priest's crop flash through my mind.
Aye, that's what I thought.
Callum looks at the circular window above the altar.
This is one of Night's chapels.
The god who keeps the moon goddess prisoner, I ask.
Aye.
Curiosity getting the better of me, I suck in a deep breath and walk inside. Why would any wolves worship him? Isn't he one of the villains in your story about the elder wolf? My footsteps echo as I walk down the aisle between the pews and stop beside Callum at the altar. I recall the story Callum told me about the origin of wolves. The first wolf, the elder wolf, had fallen in love with the moon. She gave him the power to shift so he could fight the dark creatures who belonged to the god of night, until the sun goddess became jealous and sentenced the moon goddess to the prison in night's sky. Her imprisonment was what stopped the wolves from being able to shift at will.
Before the first men and the elder wolf, Night's monsters roamed the earth. Soul-suckers, winged beasts, water serpents.
He turns to lean against the altar, hands clasping the edges of the stone. Grey light flits across his jaw as branches sway outside the broken windows.
When Yarlach was locked away in his prison, she tricked him into imprisoning all his dark creatures. Night was imprisoned too in the process. Before then, many wolves prayed to Night, asking him to spare them from torment.
They prayed to him because they feared him, not because they loved him, I say.
Aye, some wolves continued to worship him, even after he had taken Yarlach prisoner. We called them Night's acolytes. In my grandfather's day, they rose up against us, not just here, but in other wolf territories like the Snowlands too.
My eyes widen at the mention of my mother's homeland. Why? I ask. What did they want?
They were determined to free their dark god from his prison.
Is that possible?
They believe the heart of the moon is the key. It's why finding the relic would be a blessing and a curse. It would mean freedom for my people, and would help us in the war against the South. But
it could start an entirely different war, with those who worship night.
Exactly.
He shakes his head.
Why any wolf would choose to turn their back on their goddess is beyond me. Their means of worship are much darker than ours.
He gestures at the floor by my feet with his chin. The stone is stained dark brown. My stomach curdles. Is that blood?
Night's acolytes would sacrifice people in the hopes he would bless them with his dark powers.
My breath mists in front of my face as I cast my gaze around the chapel. There are small symbols carved into the stone walls that I can't quite make out from here. Part of the roof is caved in at the far end, and there are a few branches protruding into the building. It seems like a ruin of whatever it once was. Yet there is a strange feeling in this place. Cold and dark and eerie. Should we be worried that Blake has this chapel on his grounds? I ask.
Blake is a lot of things, but he's never struck me as a religious man. It's an old building, and it doesn't look like it's in use any longer. In fact, it looks like the windows were intentionally smashed. Like I said, Bruce was an unpleasant male, as was his father. This will have been their chapel.
My attention snags on the symbol carved in the stone arch above the altar. It's the image of a key, the bow comprising of 2 crescent moons facing one another. It seems familiar, though I can't place it.
Come, let's leave this dark place,
says Callum.
That smells like blood and despair.
I don't need telling twice. He takes my hand, and we head back into the woodland. Something loosens inside me as the air freshens, and the scent of rain and pine fills my lungs. Both our footsteps are a little less relaxed than earlier, as we walk quickly away from the chapel. Chapter 7. Callum seems restless in the days leading up to Oicha Atta. I think he wants to ride out to visit some nearby clans, but he seems reluctant to leave my side after my illness. I think the overprotectiveness must be a wolf thing. We spend our time exploring the dark corridors of Lofell and the grounds outside. The castle is quiet. People seem to come and go as they please, some of them delivering meat and grains from a nearby village, then heading back home before nightfall. We see little of Blake, and I dread to think what he's plotting. Aaron and Elsie frequently spend time together in the kitchens, while Aaron cooks, and Elsie fusses over the small boy, Alfie, who raced past us on the stairwell on the first day. She must be his mother. We eat with them one evening. They don't converse with us much, but they talk among themselves about innocuous things, the weather, the upcoming ritual, the fact that the Alpha, Lachlan, will be arriving soon. When they leave, Callum frowns when Alfie scampers past. Later, he tells me the boy seemed familiar. On the day of Oicha Adda, when we're taking a walk in the woods, Callum smiles when he sees Jack sparring with Ryan outside the stone walls of the castle. I recall that Callum suggested they train together. You want Ryan to spar with Jack? I ask.
At some point soon, we will be at war with Lofel.
Callum tells me under his breath.
Aaron is built like me, and he is a Northlander. I know how he will fight. Jack is different. I want to get the measure of him, see how he has been trained, without him getting the measure of me.
By having him fight Ryan? I arch an eyebrow, sceptical. Ryan is smaller and younger than Jack. He's hardly going to push him to his limits. Callum folds his arms and nods at the two. Ryan is more than holding his own against the stronger man. As if feeling our attention on him and wanting to impress us, he pulls a maneuver that has Jack's wooden sword flying out of his hands. Jack chuckles as Ryan presses his blade to his throat.
Ryan may not be physically strong, but he's excellent with a blade.
Callum gives me a big boyish grin, and his green eyes glint in the weak sun.
I taught him.
My lips twitch. I suppose you want me to be impressed.
Are you?
I squeeze his bicep and roll my eyes. You're very impressive, Callum. His loud laugh causes a few birds to take flight from the woodland, and Jack to look in our direction and grin. Later, the sky darkens through the window of our bedchambers, and my anticipation about the ceremony grows. I sit in one of the armchairs by the fire, my legs curled beneath me, and flick through one of Blake's books. I took it from the library, a dusty room in the tower that Callum has been walking me to each morning, before complaining that he's bored. Experiments, Book 2, is handwritten across the front. I found a book like this in my old chambers at Matuch Alley. Similarly, it's an account of torture conducted on wolves that I presume was written by Blake. I don't want to read about the awful torment that Blake must have inflicted, yet there are sections within it about the full moon. I read about the way in which a wolf's bones break and shift, the ways different stimulus can provoke the subject's inner beast, the way that reason and logic is replaced by primal instincts when the wolf surfaces. The lunar eclipse is tonight, and it's 2 weeks until the moon will be full. If Blake and Callum are right about me, then these things will happen to me too. Tension calls in my chest and squeezes. I chew my fingers, and some of the knots unwind as I rip off the edge of my fingernail. The leather armchair on the other side of the hearth creaks as Callum stands. Slowly, he unbuttons his shirt. I put my book down, transfixed, as he exposes his hard chest and the ridges of his torso. He shrugs the material off his powerful shoulders and drops it onto the floor. "What are you doing?" I whisper. He sits back down in the chair, legs slightly parted.
Come here.
"No," I say, because I'm feeling restless, and I want to see what he'll do next.
Aye, now.
The corner of my lip quacks as my pulse accelerates. The dark hunger in his expression compels me to obey. I slide my feet out from under me and pad across the floorboards toward him. He pats his lap.
Sit.
I arch an eyebrow and try to appear unaffected by the powerful shoulders and the mass of muscle before me. "You're very bossy this evening."
I'm an alpha. Now do as you're told.
His eyes glint playfully, so I know he's only teasing. I climb into his lap, and my thighs press against either side of his. He breathes in deeply as his hands find my waist. Warmth spreads through the woolen material of my dress as he squeezes. "Can I help you?" I ask. The corner of his mouth lifts. Slowly, he dips his face to my throat and drags his nose over the sensitive skin there. He inhales deeply, and I breathe in sharply. "Are you smelling me?"
Mm-hmm.
He mumbles. I curl my arms around his neck. "For any particular reason?" He opens his mouth, and his breath brushes my ear. "And don't say it's a wolf thing." He brings his face back to mine and grins. His green eyes gleam in the firelight.
It is a wolf thing.
He slides his big hands up my back, then nips my earlobe with his teeth. Heat coils low in my stomach.
It's been too long since I've been inside you. I want to check that you still smell like me.
I huff out a laugh. "Oh, it really is a wolf thing." He drags his tongue up the column of my throat, and I arch my back as a gasp escapes my lips. These wolves are strange creatures.
I want Lachlan to know exactly who he'll be dealing with if he tries anything.
His voice is low and rough, and something stirs within me. "And what do I smell like?"
You smell like fresh snow and moonlight and honey. You smell delicious.
He nips my skin with his teeth, and a soft whimper escapes me.
But not enough like me for my liking.
He curls his arms around me and pulls. My face falls to his shoulder, and my chest is flush with his. His scent and the heat of him, it overpowers me. Mountains and dawn and Callum. My peaked nipples rub against his skin through the fabric of my dress as he rubs his arms up and down my back. I kiss his collarbone, and his muscles tighten. "What are you going to do about that?" I ask. He nuzzles my neck.
I'm doing it now.
"You can do better than that, can't you?" He looks up slowly, and the wolf is in his eyes. I lower my lips to his. He leans forward and claims them. His kiss is hot and deep, and he slides his tongue against mine. A rough sound escapes him. It trembles through me, and I'm suddenly on fire. I want him. I need him. From his erection that presses against my core through his kilt, I know he feels the same. I move tentatively against him. He groans, and his hands find my hips.
I forgot how good your body felt against mine.
He mumbles. He moves me against him, his rhythm tortuously slow. Delicious friction builds as my arousal pools between my legs. It's like there's something coiling inside me, something that needs release. I capture his lip with my teeth, and the sound he makes is feral.
Now you smell even better.
He groans. "Because I smell like you?"
Because you smell like you want me.
"I do. I want his fingers. I want his mouth. I want everything. I want him to bury himself so deeply that all I know is him." I move faster against him, and he dips his lips to my throat and sucks on the skin. His teeth press into me, his canines sharp. I whimper. He groans against me, then suddenly jerks back. Ice floods me as his head hits the back of the chair. The wolf blazes behind his eyes for a split second before he shuts them, and they crease in the corners.
Fuck.
"Callum?" I breathe. "What's the matter?" His cheeks are flushed, lips swollen, and his chest moves deeply. His hands hold me firmly in place. He looks like he's in pain.
My wolf.
He grits his teeth.
I almost bit you. I don't have control.
I'm breathless, my pulse pounding. "Open your eyes." He obeys, and my breath catches at the beauty in those wolf irises. I brush my fingertips down the side of his face. You don't scare me.
I scare myself when I'm with you. The leash I keep myself on always feels frayed. I don't want to hurt you. I don't want to push you into a fever for days again.
I trust you.
You wouldn't. Not if you knew how loudly my blood howled every time you were near.
So, you're never going to touch me again? The corner of his mouth lifts, and there's a wicked glint in his eyes.
I didn't say that.
He sucks in a deep breath, tempering his emotions. Then he nods, resolute, as if he has made a decision.
I want to wait until after the full moon. I'm going to wait until you've shifted the first time, and I know you can handle me.
He slides a hand onto my cheek, and his expression darkens.
I'm going to wait until your senses are heightened. Touch, scent, taste.
He runs his thumb over my bottom lip, and my breath hitches.
Then I'm going to take my time, exploring every inch of you.
He dips his mouth to my ear.
And I'm going to let the wolf side of me off the leash.
I breathe in sharply. Desire coils inside me and throbs between my thighs. I turn my head and lean toward him, wanting to kiss him. His hands keep me in place, halt me. He holds me for a moment, as if showing me who is in charge. Then he presses a soft, chaste kiss on my lips. The sound of chatter and footsteps outside our chambers breaks the tension. Callum blinks, and the wolf disappears.
Sounds like people are gathering,
he says.
Come on. Lachlan and his clan will be here soon. We should go.
Frustration pulses through me. I still feel him hard between my legs, so I know he feels the same. Stubborn wolf.
Don't look at me like that.
He smiles, somewhat sheepishly, and kisses me again.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to hold you, to kiss you. I didn't mean for it to get this far.
You're a frustrating wolf, Callum McKinnon. Has anyone ever told you that? He shrugs.
Some people may have mentioned it. If it makes you feel any better, I'm suffering too.
I roll my eyes and climb off him. It's suffering of your own devising. I turn away from him and brush down my dress. I would have let you take your pleasure from me in any way of your choosing, if you weren't so stubborn. I smirk when he stiffens and curses under his breath. I grab my cloak from the foot of the bed and walk toward the door. I look over my shoulder. Are you coming? He gets up, slips on his shirt, and grabs a black coat from the armoire. There's a dark look in his eyes as he stalks toward me, but it becomes playful as he hooks an arm around my waist and nips my ear with his teeth.
Bold words, Princess. We'll see if you feel that way after the full moon.
Even though the mention of the full moon makes something harden within me, I keep the smile on my face. What do I smell like now?
Mine.
He growls in my ear. There are about 30 wolves gathered in the small courtyard when we arrive, and the night is filled with excited chatter. Everyone wears a dark cloak or coat, which Callum told me is tradition for this night. Callum threads his fingers with mine and pulls me through the crowd toward Blake. The low-fell alpha leans against the castle wall, in conversation with Jack. When the cold wind whips my hair and stirs my cloak, Blake's nostrils flare. A look of distaste flickers across his expression, which he quickly hides. I'm glad the cold disguises my flush. Blake clearly knows exactly what we were just doing. From Jack's smirk, he does too.
Excellent. You're both here.
Blake's breath mists in front of his face, and he rubs his hands together.
Are you ready?
Aye,
says Callum.
When can we expect Lachlan and his clan?
A short distance away, Alfie punches an unfazed Aaron with his tiny fists, much to the exasperation of Elsie, who tugs him away by his collar.
He'll meet us up at Dawn's Creek,
says Blake. My gaze snaps to Callum. The ceremony isn't taking place at Lowfell,
No.
says Callum.
We'll hike up a nearby mountain so we're closer to Yarlach.
A small thrill ignites beneath my skin. I felt claustrophobic since we got here, and I longed to explore more of the Northlands. I still asked the question. Is it safe to leave? Callum doesn't seem to trust the Alpha, who will be arriving tonight. Callum squeezes my hand, as if sensing my worry.
Bloodshed is forbidden during the night of Oicheata. It's wolf law, unbreakable. You're safe, Princess.
He brings his mouth to my ear.
Plus, you smell like me, remember?
Blake pushes off from the wall.
Time to go.
He throws his arm up in the air to gesture to the other wolves as he walks toward the tunnel that leads to the grounds. More chatter fills the air as we follow him through the courtyard and outside of the castle walls. Wild grass tickles my hands, and mud squelches beneath my boots as the group of us cross the unspoiled land toward the nearby mountains. Only the soft glow of the half-moon lights our way. I can't help but smile as we all make our way to Dawn's Crag to perform the Oicheata ritual. Chapter 8. I'm unused to hiking, particularly at night. My thigh muscles ache, and I stumble on jagged protruding rocks. I'm quickly breathless. Despite the chill in the air, sweat beads my skin. I lag at the tail of the group while Callum, just ahead of me, jokes around with Ryan and Becky. With his muscles and wolf strength, I'm sure it doesn't occur to him that the climb may be a struggle for a human princess, who spent most of her time sitting indoors sewing, or preening, or playing the piano. Despite my discomfort, a smile plays on my lips. The air is so fresh I can taste it. The sense of rain-drenched grass, muddy earth, and the occasional whiff of animal feces travel in the wind. Childlike excitement bubbles in my chest when I spot a sheep grazing on the mountainside. When I look over my shoulder, Lowfell Castle is a mere dot in the darkness, surrounded by rippling water that reflects the moonlight. My breath catches, and freedom fills my lungs. Despite everything that has happened, being attacked by James, Blake linking our lives, his plot against Callum, I'm glad to be here, rather than in the Southlands. Blake's contrived laugh slices through the darkness and sets my teeth on edge. He's at the head of the group, speaking to Aaron, Jack, and an older gentleman in a black and grey kilt. The small boy Alfie runs circles around them. My mouth pinches at the corners.
You don't like Blake, I take it.
A smooth male voice, thick with the Northlands accent, makes me jump. A tall member of Blake's clan falls into step beside me. The hood of his cloak hides his face.
He tends to have that effect on people.
Does he have that effect on you? I ask, curious about what members of Blake's clan actually think of him.
I find him intriguing.
How so?
He collects broken birds. Have you noticed? The bastard with one eye, the abused woman, the half-wolf from the king's city docks.
I feel his attention on me, and my muscles tighten.
The Southlands princess. I've long wondered what he intends to do with them. Heal them, or pluck their feathers, cage them, or let them take flight. Perhaps they just amuse him.
I frown as I make sense of his birds. Aaron, with his scarred throat and eye patch, must have been the first, and from Jack's Southlands accent, he could have originated from the King's City docks. I don't know who the abused woman is, though, nor do I appreciate being referred to as broken myself, even if it might be true. Are you a broken bird? I ask. The wind carries the sound of bagpipes as the summit of the mountain gets closer. Lachlan's clan must already be here.
We're all a wee bit broken, aren't we?
There's a smile in his tone. How are you broken? He waves an arm beneath his cloak.
Nothing interesting, I assure you. Father issues, a lost love.
He gestures at Callum.
I hear he kidnapped you.
I chose to come with him. I stumble over a jagged rock, and the man grabs my arm and steadies me. There is strength in his grip. I mumble my thanks and brush myself down.
Why would a Southlands princess choose to come to her enemy kingdom?
Asks the male. I was supposed to marry a terrible man. I wanted to be free.
Ah, I see. Callum would have been powerless to resist.
What do you mean?
I hear he enjoys a damsel in distress.
I have the strangest feeling this man is trying to antagonize me. I shouldn't be surprised that Blake's clan are as provocative as their alpha. I'm not a damsel.
No. Yet you let him save you from your perilous situation in the borderlands, rather than saving yourself.
I'm stung by the slight shred of truth in that. That is part of the story, I suppose. I'd also planned to gain information on the wolves. I shrug. I thought if I gave it to my father, I could barter for my freedom. My loyalties changed when I got to know Callum. More so, when I learned more about my father and the man I was supposed to marry.
What truth did you learn?
That people in power mould their stories to serve their interests. That the wolves are not the villains my people are taught to believe they are. Not all of them, anyway. Blake calls over to Elsie and asks her to keep the little beast under control. The track steepens. At one point, I need to use my hands to clamber over some rocks. I've never had to do such a thing before, and a smile spreads across my face when my palms get wet and dirty. Callum looks over his shoulder when we're on less treacherous ground, and grins before playfully shoving Ryan toward the mountain edge. Ryan swears at him, face turning red, and Callum roars with laughter. I take a moment to catch my breath, shaking my head at the childishness of the alpha I find myself involved with. The cloaked male steps beside me once more and chuckles. He must be as tall as Callum. He's not as muscular, but his dark cloak hangs off broad shoulders. "What's your name?" I ask, panting. He inclines his head at the steep slope ahead, a blanket of stars above us.
Come on.
He starts walking once more.
We're almost at the top.
We reach the grassy summit and find ourselves at the edge of a stone circle. There must be about 20 people waiting for us, drinking from flasks and gathered around whiskey barrels. A woman plays the bagpipes, and the shrill yet joyful sound fills the air. They all wear yellow tartan beneath their cloaks. This must be Lachlan's clan. The cold air is filled with chatter and the scent of wet earth. A soft laugh escapes me and mists in front of my face. For the first time in my 20 years of life, I have climbed a mountain.
You have stunning hair, by the way,
says the male.
Many wolves in the snowlands have hair that colour.
My head snaps toward him at the mention of my mother's homeland, but he's watching the crowd. Ahead, Ryan tugs Becky toward one of the whiskey barrels, while Callum shouts after them to pace themselves. Jack strides toward a blonde woman in the middle of the revelry, who wears a white dress. She's the only person who isn't wearing black. "Is that the moon priestess?" I ask the cloaked wolf. He nods.
Aye. She'll be conducting the ceremony later.
Aaron musses up Alfie's hair and leads him in the opposite direction, while Elsie seemingly exchanges a sharp word with Blake before following them.
Is Lachlan here yet?
Callum's rough voice is carried by the cold wind.
I can't see him.
I suspect we'd know if he was,
says Blake.
He always likes to make an entrance.
Gentlemen,
says the male beside me. He lowers his hood. Callum and Blake both turn. Callum's fist clenches by his side, while Blake's mouth curves into a slow smile.
Ah, Lachlan, there you are,
says Blake. My stomach jolts. Lachlan has hair as red as mine. It's shorn close to his scalp at the sides, a bit like Callum's, but the hair at the top is much longer, braided, then tied, and it reaches his lower back. His eyes glint with intelligence, and they are underlined with black coal. Amusement dances on his lips. Lachlan winks at me, before he strides toward Blake and clasps him on the shoulder.
You're looking flawless as always, Blake.
There's something like heat in his eyes. A dimple creases Blake's cheek.
As are you, Lachlan.
Callum crosses the space between us and puts an arm around my shoulders. There's something territorial about this dance, and Lachlan chuckles.
Rest easy, Callum. I have no quarrel with you. I've just become acquainted with your princess.
He grins at me.
I like her.
Some of Callum's tension dissipates, though he still seems wary when he shakes Lachlan's hand.
Thank you for coming. I was hoping we could speak.
Lachlan makes a dismissive gesture as he steps back.
I know what you want to talk about, but we'll have time for politics later. Blake has invited me to stay for a few nights. Let us enjoy the festivities tonight, and we can talk about your brother and what I want from you in exchange for my support tomorrow. I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm parched after the climb. My men brought a barrel of Glas Cladach's finest whiskey. Can I tempt you?
Always,
says Blake, his voice smooth as silk. Lachlan's grin is almost wolfish.
Excellent. Callum?
Callum is still for a moment. Then he relaxes.
Aye, I've heard you barrel it in caves blessed by Yalach.
My clan will tell you that because of this, it brings the wolf to the surface more than any other whiskey in the Northlands.
Lachlan grins at me and lowers his voice conspiratorially.
Really, it's just the exceedingly high alcohol content. He winks. Want to try it?
I blink, surprised to have been asked. Please. He walks away and Blake falls into step beside him. I'll join you. There's another matter I wish to discuss. Lachlan inclines his head.
I had one of my men bring you a cart of moonflower, by the way.
Excellent. My supplies were low. Their voices fade as they walk toward the group gathering around a barrel in the center of the stone circle. Callum frowns.
He's up to something,
he says darkly. Lachlan or Blake?
Blake. Whenever he lays on the charm, there's reason to worry.
His eyes darken.
I didn't even know they were friends.
I touch his arm. At least he can probably talk Lachlan into supporting you. Callum sighs, his breath a plume of mist before his troubled face.
Likely with promises of what Lachlan can expect when Blake has put himself on the throne.
I squeeze his muscles. You'll just have to offer him something better, won't you?
Did I ever tell you you're rather nefarious, Princess?
I shrug and give him a coy smile, but Callum frowns.
Are you feeling all right?
His tone is soft, and he touches my cheek.
Is it the fever?
What are you talking about?
You're looking a wee bit sweaty. Perhaps we should get you sat down.
Indignation floods my system, and I shove him. I may as well be trying to move a rock for all the good it does. He arches an eyebrow, the corner of his mouth tugging up.
What?
Don't tell a woman she looks sweaty. I shove him again. He doesn't budge an inch. I'm sweating because I've just hiked up a big bloody mountain. He laughs, loudly.
You should have said something. I would have carried you.
I don't need carrying. I'm not completely fragile, Callum. He looks like he's going to say something, probably obnoxious, judging by the glint in his eye. But his brow furrows. At the same time, that thread of Blake's life force coils around my soul. I stiffen as it implodes, and ice crackles through my veins. Blake stands with Lachlan and Aaron by the whiskey barrel. The wind drags its fingers through his dark hair and makes his black coat flutter. His expression is careful, casual, but I catch a hint of ice in his eyes. On the other side of the circle, the blonde priestess in the white dress has her hand curled around the young boy, Alfie's arm. She appears to be scolding him, and his bottom lip wobbles as his eyes, big as saucers, fill with tears. The wind carries her voice toward me, as Elsie, his mother, storms across the circle, knocking shoulders with an older gentleman in her haste to get to him. an abomination. Your mother should be ashamed bringing you here. You're as tainted by darkness as she is, and you have no business. The roar in my ears tunes out whatever she says next. I don't know why she is punishing the little boy, but I won't stand for it. I have little patience for religious zealots, having been whipped throughout my childhood for my sins against the sun goddess. I want to be respectful of the wolves' culture, but I can't stand by and watch a young child be made to feel small by someone who claims to know the will of her goddess. I stride toward them. Let go of the child, I say. The moon priestess's blue eyes snap toward me, and strands of blonde hair whip her face. There must be something in my expression she doesn't like, because she releases her grip on his arm. You're the Southland's princess, aren't you? You're ignorant of our customs, but...
Careful.
Callum puts his hand on my shoulder, as if to let me know I have his support. His heat sears my back, but it does little to warm the ice in my veins. I'm unsure whether it's my anger or Blake's that makes my body shake. The priestess points at Alfie. His mother is tainted. Promised to the god of night. He is a young child, an innocent, I say. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. I hold out my hand to him. It's okay, Alfie. He grasps my fingers with his tiny hand, his black hair in disarray, and his cheeks flushed and wet. I pull him toward Callum and me as Elsie shudders to a halt beside us. The wolf blazes in her eyes as she prods her finger in the priestess's direction. You stay away from my son. I cannot conduct a ceremony to honor our goddess when a supporter of the god of night is in attendance.
Elsie is no more of an acolyte than any of us here.
Blake's voice is like a blade as he approaches. Aaron is beside him, and the large man's arm brushes against me as he grabs Alfie's collar and tugs. Tears shimmer in the boy's eyes, until Aaron scoops him up and sits him on his broad shoulders.
Come on, Trouble, he says. Let's go count the stones in the circle.
He strides away, and I wonder if he doesn't want the young boy to witness whatever Blake has planned next.
Apologize,
says Blake, his tone like silk. The night has quietened around us, as if Blake's presence has alerted both clans that something is going on. Elsie's cheeks redden. It's fine, Blake, says Elsie. Don't you dare cause a scene. Not tonight. You'll ruin everything. I'd rather be in bed with a book than listen to this bitch drone on all night anyway. Blake keeps his gaze on the priestess.
Apologize,
he repeats. The priestess glares up at him. It is forbidden to spill blood on this night.
Who said anything about spilling blood?
The corner of his lip curves, and Callum tenses behind me.
I have a hallucinogenic in my infirmary that makes wolves think their skin is melting from their bones. I have a paralytic that makes one long for death. Do you know what sound a wolf makes when they are deprived of air again and again and again? I do.
A chill skitters over my skin that has nothing to do with my anger, nor the iciness in the Northland's air.
That's enough, Blake,
says Callum softly.
She's still a priestess.
He's right, though. My words come out quietly, as if I can't quite believe I'm saying them. Every bone in my body is locked, every muscle tight. She should apologize. The priestess looks between Blake and me. Her eyebrows almost imperceptibly lift, as if something has dawned upon her. She dips her head. I apologize. She turns on her heel and strides toward the center of the circle. Elsie huffs sharply through her nose. Her dark hair whips her face as she spins around to face Blake. I told you not to interfere. She shakes her head. I'm heading back. Blake grabs her wrist.
You have every right to be here.
Her eyes blaze. Drop it. And she'd better be alive in the morning. When Blake doesn't reply, she smacks his arm. Blake! His mouth pinches in the corners.
Fine.
He puts his hands into his pockets as she stomps away from us all. She casts one last glance at Alfie on Aaron's shoulder, before she disappears between the stones to head back down the mountain.
What was all that about?
There's a crease in Callum's brow.
Does she worship night?
No,
Says Blake.
she's tainted by her father's choices, that's all.
Not for the first time. I wonder who she is to Blake. Before either of us can ask anything else, Lachlan strolls up to us, 4 drams of whiskey in hand. Blake conceals his emotion as quickly as I do.
Is everything okay?
Asks Lachlan.
Fine.
Says Blake. He's watching the priestess as she talks to a group of women wearing yellow tartan beneath their cloaks. Lachlan passes us each a drink.
Well, here's to old friends, new alliances, and broken birds escaping their cages.
He winks at me. Despite the discomfort of what has just occurred, we clink our glasses and drink. I can't shake the dark feeling that has come over me as the smoky substance burns my throat.
Tonight is going to be fun,
Says Lachlan. Chapter 9. It takes a while for the tension to dissipate after Elsie's departure. Yet as more of Lachlan's whiskey is consumed, the chatter gets merrier, and the scent of alcohol fills the air. I even catch Blake laughing with members of his clan, who, strangely, seem to like him. The ceremony is more serene than I expected, though much has surprised me about wolves since I arrived in the Northlands. There is a brutal beauty in this kingdom, in its wild peaks and howling winds and powerful alphas who can be gentle as well as deadly. Callum has me tucked against his side as we sit against the stones in the circle, holding unlit candles, while the priestess tells us stories of the Elder Wolf, when darkness claimed the Northlands and monsters roamed the earth. Her own candle is alight and flickers in front of her face. When Yalloch was sentenced by the sun to the prison in night sky, before she ripped out her heart and sent it to the Elder Wolf, she was only condemned to be captive for a century. However, she travelled to the depths of his prison to make a deal with him, says the priestess. And thus we experienced the first dark night. On this night, she vowed she would stay with Night in his prison for all eternity, if in exchange, he would lock all the monsters who possessed his dark power within his cells. Her soul was one he coveted more than any other, so he accepted her terms, knowing it was the only way he could keep her forever. The vow was sealed with her power, and the monsters disappeared from our world. What Knight did not realize was that in his haste, he was tricked, for he too was a monster with dark power, and thus was locked within his prison too. On this night, which occurs every 2.5 years, when Yalloch's light is gone from the sky, we know she finds herself in the furthest depths of his prison once more. On this night, we commemorate the sacrifice she made and shine our light for her so she knows that we remember. The priestess walks around the circle, and we lift our unlit candles for her to light. We stand, and I breathe in sharply as a shadow passes over the moon, and the land becomes dark. The wolves sing in a language I don't know, the words rough yet soft, and they raise their candles to the sky. While I don't recognize the song, my heart knows it somehow. I lift my candle. Callum's smile is big and easy, and his eyes brim with joy when they lock onto mine. It's like he is pleased to be sharing this sacred moment with me, and warmth swells inside me. I smile too, as our small lights fill the darkness, casting the shadows away. After the ceremony, Jack rolls a barrel of whiskey, hidden behind one of the stones, into the centre of the circle. He tells us it's courtesy of Lofel, and a cheer fills the air. The 50 or so wolves gathered swarm around him. The bagpipe player resumes her tune, and the cold air fills with music and laughter. Callum pulls me against his chest, nips my ear with his teeth, then tells me he's going to get us some drinks. I pull my cloak close, as Callum exchanges warm greetings with a few of the wolves in yellow tartan kilts. They laugh at something he says, as he clasps one of them on the shoulder. He has an easy way with people, and I think that will be just as useful in us winning against James as his brute strength. I've often thought that much of Callum's power comes from showing his more gentle side. My father would see that as weakness, but I'm starting to see that my father's cruelty was nothing but a mask he used to hide his fear. Callum is making his way back to me, when he stills about halfway across the circle. His body becomes rigid, and the humour disappears from his face. His expression becomes unreadable, the way it does when he's under threat, and my insides clench. The chatter in the circle dims, as more people cast their gazes into the shadows surrounding the stones. Their wolf senses are picking up on something that I cannot. Something is wrong. A loud crack shatters the night. My heart leaps from my body. A few wolves throw themselves to the ground. A crack forms in one of the tall stones as a bullet hits it. I look wildly around as the music shrieks to a halt. Men carrying muskets emerge from the shadows between the stones. Adrenaline surges through my body. James strides through them. This is the wolf who attacked me, who gave me back to Sebastian, who bit me and almost killed me. As tall and muscular as Callum, James makes his way toward the centre of the circle. The wind stirs his wild brown hair, causing it to brush against his broad shoulders. He wears a simple crown made of twisted branches, a crown he didn't wear the last time I saw him. It's a message to those gathered here. He is the Wolf King.
"Hello, brother,"
he says as people part around him, giving the two wolves space. His guards remain at the edge of the stone circle, keeping us prisoner within.
James.
Callum's hands curl into fists.
I hope you're not here to spill blood on this holy night.
His tone is dark, and he sounds as if the opposite is true, as if he longs for James to give him an excuse to expel the violence inside him. James smiles, though it doesn't meet his eyes.
"As king, it is my duty to uphold wolf law, not break it."
He rolls up his shirt sleeves, exposing corded forearms, one of them inked with tattoos.
"Though, if you were in breach of Yalach's rules, brother, then I would be forced to take action, regardless of what night it was."
His gaze moves to me, and I force myself to hold it.
"You have something that belongs to me. Give her to me, and no blood will be spilled."
Callum's answering growl rumbles around the circle.
Rory does not belong to you.
My breathing is fast. My mouth is dry. I can't belong to another man, yet I can't figure out how we are going to escape this situation. Perhaps I should have let Callum bite me, yet I have a feeling James would have found an excuse to take me anyway.
"I bit her, and she survived," says James. "Wolf law dictates that she is mine. She bears my mark. Unless you can say the same, you have no claim. Give her to me, or blood will be spilled."
His men raise their muskets.
"Do the wolves gathered here today really want to die for the sake of a cunt-struck alpha and the daughter of their enemy king?"
A few of Lachlan's clan exchange whispers. I stiffen when the Wolf King turns his attention to me.
"Do you want to cause another war, Aurora?"
asks James.
"Do you want countless wolves to die? Is that why you came to the Northlands? To stir up trouble between my brother and me on behalf of your father?"
Another murmur fills the whiskey-scented air. I wonder if we have underestimated James. He has come here to turn Lachlan's clan against Callum and me, to make them reconsider joining his ranks.
You were the one who caused the war between us, brother,
snarls Callum.
when you brutally attacked the woman I love.
I breathe in sharply as the word love rattles around inside my chest. He has never said that to me before. I don't have time to process it. The small child, Alfie, trembles as he hides behind Aaron's big bulk, and a decision builds inside me. We are outmatched. We have no weapons, and if Callum spills blood, his claim to the throne will be ruined due to the breach of wolf law. I don't want to go with James, but I won't let these people die for me. Whatever happens, Callum will get me back.
Oh, for the love of the goddess.
Blake's exasperated tone comes from behind me. He hooks an arm around my waist and wrenches me against his chest. He brings his mouth to my ear as my breath catches in my throat.
I apologize for this, Aurora, darling.
He sinks his teeth into my shoulder. Time slows down. I breathe in sharply and jerk against him as he bites through my cloak. I arch my back, and pain flares through me as his canines penetrate my skin. I gasp. Callum spins around, and the shock in his eyes is followed quickly by his wolf. Shadows flood my body. The sound of dripping water fills my ears, and the taste of pine and parchment fills my mouth. The hairs on the back of my neck stand on end as a scalpel screeches against metal. A deep, aching hunger consumes me. Far away, someone screams. Blake releases me, and my knees almost buckle. He steps past me and wipes my blood off his lips with the back of his hand.
On this sacred night, with a priestess of the moon as my witness, I, Blake, Alpha of Lowfell, claim Aurora as one of my clan.
His tone drips with sarcasm.
I seal the claim by marking her with my bite. From this night, until Yalak herself sees fit, Aurora is part of Lowfell, and I her Alpha. To dispute this claim is to break wolf law.
Chapter 10. I'm numb. An icy wave of adrenaline crashes through me. Everyone stares at me, and their faces blur. My shoulder is hot and wet, and it throbs in time with my elevated heartbeat. It takes a moment to process what just happened, what's still happening. James stands in the center of the stone circle. His men point muskets at us. Blake just claimed me as his. His lips are stained red with my blood. The wolf blazes in Callum's eyes. Violence radiates from every ridge of his body. The wind howls around him and makes his kilt flap against his thighs. His chest rises and falls deeply, but his expression is stony. It's as if he's battling the beast that rages inside him, or perhaps he is deciding who to unleash it upon. He has turned his back on James. His full attention is consumed by Blake. James smiles wickedly.
I suppose the matter of which Alpha Aurora belongs to is settled then.
James gestures that his men lower their weapons.
We'll respect wolf law and leave peacefully. No blood will be spilled tonight.
James's voice is amused. He doesn't seem concerned to be leaving without me, and I'm filled with dread as I wonder if he wanted this to happen. Callum and Blake make a powerful but fragile alliance. Even though Callum has told me he doesn't like the dominant alpha side of himself, he's protective of me. Blake biting me, hurting me, and claiming me as part of his clan could be enough to ruin their alliance. James walks away. His steps are slow and unworried, as if he knows he has nothing to fear from us. His arrogance stirs the storm inside me, and I realize I'm shaking from anger, not shock. Anger at James, anger at Blake, anger at two males who bit me without my permission and think they have some form of ownership over me because of it. On the other side of the circle, Lachlan leans against one of the jagged rocks, arms folded across his chest, eyes glinting with intrigue. From his expression, the Alpha of Glas Cladoch could be watching a theatrical performance. James inclines his head as he passes.
I'm surprised to see you here, Lachlan,
says James.
Your father would turn in his grave.
Lachlan smiles.
As I was the one who put him there, that does not mean much to me.
James releases a low chuckle. He nods at another male in yellow tartan with messy blonde hair.
Ian, isn't it? Have you heard from your brother lately? He was captured as part of the attack on Fort Ducloch, wasn't he?
Ian's face hardens.
What do you know of it?
James shrugs.
I've heard he's in the Borderlands dungeons, prisoner of their new lord. Did you know he's offered to return any wolf prisoners to us in exchange for Aurora?
My blood stills. Ian's face pales, and he brings his attention to me.
I'm not the enemy,
continues James. He joins his men at the edge of the circle before turning.
Kneel before me, brother. Apologize. I'll pardon your treason and exile you to Highfell. Aurora will be used as I see fit in the real war against the South. But you have my word. I will not harm her.
His gaze slides to Blake, who smirks beside me.
Blake will be executed, of course. Something you cannot deny will give you satisfaction. Do this, and we can put all this behind us. Refuse, and you will learn what it's like to have me as your foe.
Callum stands preternaturally still. His shoulders are taut beneath his coat, and his fists are clenched at his sides.
I'll see you soon, brother.
His voice is almost a growl. James swallows, then walks away. His men follow. Silence stretches across the summit, and it feels as if everyone is holding their breath until they disappear from view. A long breath escapes me. The relief that he is gone is short-lived. I feel Blake's attention on me, and something wild in my chest rears its head. I do not belong to anyone. I am Princess Aurora of the Southlands. Blake had no right. I spin around. His exasperation pulses in my chest, flickers across his face. I slap him. His head snaps to the side, and the sound of the impact echoes off the stones. A murmur travels around the circle, as if his clan can't believe I hit him. Jack turns his chuckle into a cough by the whiskey barrel, while Aaron shakes his head. Callum strides across the clearing. He bunches Blake's collar into his fist and slams him into the nearest rock. He curls his hands around his neck and squeezes. The air supply is cut off from my lungs. I stagger back, clawing at the invisible fingers around my neck. "Callum!" I croak. "Callum! Stop!" Callum inhales sharply, as if he's only now remembering the connection. The pressure eases as he pulls back. He's breathing quickly. A muscle flickers in his temple. He clenches his jaw, then brings his mouth to Blake's ear.
When the time comes, I'll enjoy killing you.
Blake only drags his teeth over his bottom lip, my blood tainting it like burgundy wine. His expression is bored, even if his cheeks are flushed and his dark hair is messy. Callum shoves, then releases him. He strides toward me and scoops me into his arms. Without a backward glance, he crosses the circle and walks away from the gathered wolves. Agitated conversation fills the darkness. "I'm quite capable of walking by myself," I hiss, my cheeks flaming. I don't know what the wolves must think of me, but getting bitten, then carried away was not the first impression I hoped for.
I cannot let you go right now. Please do not ask it of me.
Callum begins the decline toward Lowfell Castle, the angular stone building small from such a height.
At least we've established that James definitely doesn't have the heart of the moon.
Blake's smooth voice follows us, and he sounds completely unaffected by what happened.
"Indeed,"
says Lachlan.
"Why bring muskets if you can use your teeth?"
Their voices fade into the night. Callum doesn't speak again as he carries me down the mountain, through the torchlit courtyard, and into Lowfell Castle. He takes me straight to our chambers. The fire is almost out, and embers glow in the hearth, He sets me down in front of one of the armchairs. His hands are on me again instantly, running up and down my arms, before cupping my face. His eyes are wild when his gaze drops to my shoulder.
Are you hurt?
His voice is as gruff as gravel. I shake my head. It's just a bite. It's not, though, and we both know it. It's an assault on my freedom, and an insult to a territorial alpha who considers me to be his. A low sound escapes him.
I shouldn't have done that.
No. My jaw clenches. He shouldn't have. He touches my throat.
Did I hurt you?
I'm all right,
Can I see?
he asks. I nod. He unties my cloak and drops it to the floor. I turn and move my hair aside, so he can undo the fastenings of my dress. I flinch, knowing he can see the scars that brand my back. But when I face him, his eyes are on the blood-stained fabric on my shoulder. Gently, he pushes my sleeves down my arms until my dress bunches at my waist. Cold air brushes my bare skin. I feel exposed, but he's not looking at my breasts. Blood is smeared across my shoulder, oozing from the teeth marks that puncture the skin. The wound glistens in the low light. The blood makes it look worse than it is. It should heal quickly, but Callum swallows, hard. He squeezes his eyes shut as he presses his forehead against mine.
Fuck. I want to kill him.
You can't. Not yet. I touch his chest, curling my fingers into his shirt. I'm okay.
He claimed you.
I don't care what anyone says. My tone sharpens. I don't belong to anyone, least of all Blake. His chest is rock hard beneath my knuckles, his muscles strained. He stalks away, into our bathing chambers. It's as if he can't bear to look at me. Callum? The air is cold against my bare chest, and I cover myself with my arms. I feel vulnerable, even more so than when Blake bit me. My skin pebbles, and I'm starting to pull my dress back up when the floorboard creaks. I release a breath, and my grip on the fabric. Callum holds a washcloth and a small bowl of water. He has not abandoned me like I feared. He takes my upper arms and steers me into the armchair by the fire. He kneels before me and places the bowl between my legs. Dampening the cloth, he brings it to my shoulder. Gently, he wipes away the blood. I feel the warmth of his palm through the cloth. The look on his face. I feel as if I need to comfort him, reassure him, even though I'm the one who has been bitten. When the blood is gone, the circular mark is barely visible on my skin. It's not deep, I say. It will heal soon. Callum wrings out the cloth in the bowl, and my blood dances across the water.
There is power in an alpha's bite. If Yalach accepts the claim, it will scar. This may well brand your skin forever.
My pulse kicks up. What? For the first time since we arrived here, the fever rises within me again. Sweat beads on my skin, and my insides feel like they're burning. I try to pull it all back, to cage my emotions, but all I can think of is how much I want to sink my teeth into Blake and tear him apart, limb from limb. He bit me, knowing I didn't want it, knowing it would scar me forever.
Aye.
Blake has seen the scars that mar my back, given to me by the priest to suppress the wolf inside me. He was there when James's teeth sank through my flesh and almost killed me, branding my waist and torso. He knew this, and decided to leave his mark on me too. Amid the anger, something primal stirs. My stomach clenches, and my teeth ache. Callum's face is close to mine, and I let that strong face, those bright green eyes, push out any thoughts of Blake and what I would like to do to him. Now the lunar eclipse is over. The half-moon shines through the window and casts light onto the side of his face. His palm grips the side of my neck, gentle but firm. He pushes his forehead against mine, and his skin is burning.
Fuck. I can't handle this, Rory. I said I would wait until after the full moon. I told myself I'd wait, but I need you.
I need him too. I need him to be rough with me, strong with me. I need him to rattle my uneasy soul and give me something to focus my rage onto. I need to release this storm that's building inside me before I march back up the mountain to find Blake and throttle the despicable bastard. I need him to push away all thoughts of that snake's glinting, devious eyes, and his mouth at my throat, and my blood on his teeth. I put my palm on his cheek. Take me, then. A low groan sounds in his throat. He captures my mouth with his and kisses me deeply, tenderly. I pull him closer to me and wrap my legs around his waist.
My control is thin tonight. My wolf presses against my skin as if you are the moon, and it does not like that another male bits you. I fear I will lose myself and bite you too.
You won't do that.
You don't know that.
He swallows hard.
We need to do things my way, tonight, or not at all. Can you agree to that, for me?
I can handle it. I can handle you.
Rory, please.
His voice is strained. I stroke his cheek and nod. He slides his hands beneath my thighs and picks me up. He stalks across the room, places me gently on the mattress, then removes his clothes. He crawls over me. His face looms above mine, and his warm breath tickles my lips.
If you feel the fever, if you need me to stop...
I won't. His gaze darkens.
You must tell me.
I nod, then bite my bottom lip. Heat flushes my face. If you're worried about losing control, I could always... Well, I could be in control. The corner of his mouth lifts, and some of the darkness leaves his expression.
As much as I would like to have you ride my cock, Princess, I need to be in charge tonight.
He blinks, almost apologetically.
A wolf thing.
There is a question in his eyes. I don't think I could deny him anything right now. I incline my head. He shifts down my body, planting a kiss between my breasts, then on the soft skin of my torso. I breathe in sharply as the flames that flicker inside me build. He kneels as he slides my bunched-up dress down my legs, his knuckles scraping my thighs, then tosses the fabric onto the floor. His hands are shaking slightly as he unfastens my boots and throws them aside. Are you all right? I ask.
Trying to restrain myself.
He offers me a sheepish grin.
I'll be okay, momentarily.
He slips my underwear off, exposing me to him, and releases a shuddery breath. He dips his head, and without warning, drags his tongue over me. I make an embarrassing noise and clench the sheets as his growl fills our bedchambers.
Fuck. You taste like you're ready for me, Princess.
I am... Crawling over me, he rests one forearm on the pillow by my head and nudges my thighs further apart with his knee. Breathing deeply, expression strained and full lips wet, he guides himself to my entrance. He groans when he pushes inside. My back arches, and a soft cry escapes my lips at the delicious pressure, the pinch of pain. He pauses when he fills me completely, closes his eyes, and presses his forehead against mine to give me a moment to adjust to his size. He thrusts. It is deep and slow, and a rough grunt scrapes against his throat. Sweat beads across my face as his scent floods my nostrils. I dig my fingers into the hard muscles of his back and kiss his neck. I need him harder, faster. I curl my ankles around his back and rock my hips against him. He scrapes his teeth against the column of my throat and brings his mouth to my ear.
My way, remember, Princess.
He moves tortuously slowly, drawing soft moans from my lips with each thrust. He's trembling, and I know it's because he's holding himself back. I tried to respect his wishes. I tried to be gentle, but my hips move of their own accord, and my fingernails pierce his back. My teeth ache, and there's something wild within me that wants to tear into his flesh. Bite, bite, bite. I fear myself. I'm worried that if he doesn't give me what I want, I'll give in to this strange primal urge that is taking over me. Sweat beads on my brow as I suppress it, and the fever rises within. Please, I gasp, please. He groans, and it's like my pleas snap something within him. He thrusts harder, deeper, and reaches the place inside me that I need him to touch. When his mouth falls to my shoulder, and his teeth press against my skin, and his shoulders shudder beneath my hands, I get the sense that the urge to bite has come over him too. He wrenches away and claims my mouth instead. I'm lost to him, to the sound of the mattress creaking, and his shallow grunts, and the dominant, branding thrust of his tongue. Tonight melts away. I'm no longer under threat from the king, or being bitten by Blake, or a pawn once again in a game between men. I'm free. I'm powerful. I'm here with Callum, taking pleasure from his powerful body, while he struggles to maintain control.
Come for me, princess,
he growls. My back arches up from the mattress as I come wholly, completely undone. All the fear, the darkness, the pain from this night is expelled from me. His pace increases, becomes fevered, before his back muscles spasm beneath my fingertips as he too groans with release. His face dips to the crook of my neck.
You're mine,
he mumbles against my ear, as his heart thunders against my chest.
You're mine.
Yet, as my orgasm ebbs away, and I stroke the back of his neck, I can't ignore the slight protest within my soul. A small voice whispers through my bliss. It tells me I belong to no one. Chapter 11. Darkness. Tendrils of shadow wind up my legs and coil around my arms. I cannot breathe. I cannot see. I cannot... My eyes adjust. Cold, stale air floods my lungs. A corridor stretches into the distance, lined with doors. I approach one of them and touch the symbol carved into smooth stone above the lock. It's a key with 2 crescent moons in the bow. The hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. It's the same mark that I saw in the chapel. Something moves behind the door, and I jump back. Distant footsteps approach, and I turn my head. Someone whistles. The tune is familiar but off-key, and I cannot place it. Fear grips my heart. Every instinct in my body tells me to run. I edge away from that sound. I run. I must be dreaming, but I cannot shake the feeling that if I'm caught, there will be consequences.
Where are you going, little soul?
A male voice echoes around me, and my blood turns to ice. There is something cold and powerful in his tone, inhuman.
You have found me when many cannot, and yet you run.
I turn to the nearest door and try to push it open. It won't move. I shove my shoulder against it so hard I think I bruise the skin. I suppress my cry of frustration as laughter resounds all around me. I fight the cold panic that threatens to debilitate me. I hurl myself at the door again. Please, I whisper, please open! The scent of dark pine crashes into me as someone else throws himself against the door at the same time as me. It crashes open. An arm hooks around my waist as we hurtle into darkness. I jolt into my body. Only I'm made of stone. I cannot move. I'm a statue in the palace gardens. I've been here before. I'm dreaming. I try to scream, but my lungs are stone, and my lips are hard, and my mouth tastes like old cemeteries. Courtiers wander around in the moonlight. They comment on the neatly trimmed hedges and the smell of the roses. Some of them look up at me. "She almost looks alive," says a woman, before she and her friend walk away. Blake saunters into view, with his hands in the pockets of his breeches.
Fascinating,
He says. "Get out!" I want to scream. "Get out! Get out! Get out!" I'm paralyzed, powerless, trapped in this stone cage. His eyes glint in the moonlight.
when are you going to fight?
He asks. I wake in the middle of the night. I feel a strange pull toward the corridor, as if something I need is outside our chambers. I untangle myself from Callum, slip on a robe, and pad through the shadows. I open the door a crack. I breathe in sharply. Blake stands by the wall, at one with the shadows. His hair is messy, and his shirt is only half buttoned up. His bootlaces are undone too. He puts a finger on his lips. He reaches into the pocket of his breeches and pulls out a small pot.
Apply this to your wound.
The word moonflower is written in elegant calligraphy across the label. My wound? The bite you gave me, you mean? He shrugs.
With any luck, it will fade the scar.
Fade, I note. Not get rid of entirely. I snatch it, then turn and close the door behind me. Callum's mood is lighter when we wake up early in the morning. He faces me on the bed, a marking from a pillow crease on one side of his face, and brushes his knuckles along my arm. The sky is still dark outside the window when he tells me he intends to ride to a nearby territory. His friend has just taken over a clan, and he thinks he can talk him into joining us. Should I come with you? I ask. He brushes his lips against my forehead.
No, stay here. Get some more sleep. Then read your books and see if you can find anything out about your connection with Blake. That would be a better use of time.
Okay. There's a whole section in the library about... I stiffen, then frown. There's something in Callum's tone, at the slight glint in his eye, that reminds me of the times he has given Ryan a task to do that makes the boy feel important, but ultimately serves to keep him out of the way. You don't want me to come with you, do you? The corners of his eyes crinkle.
No, I don't. Not after James's visit last night. I don't want to spend all day worrying about you. I want you to stay at Lowfell, where you'll be safe.
I sigh. It probably is a better use of my time anyway. It's not long before the full moon. I want to figure out how to break this bond before we get to Madach Ali, so Blake can't use it against you after we've defeated James. Callum plants a kiss on my lips.
Good lass.
He stretches, then rolls out of bed. Naked, he heads over to the armchair to grab his kilt and shirt and gets dressed. While he's tying his boots, I slide out from beneath the covers and pull on a dress from the armoire. I turn so he can do the fastenings on my back.
I'm supposed to be a fearsome alpha, not your lady-in-waiting,
he says. You poor thing. What will all the other alphas think?
They will mock me, and I won't care.
I hear the grin in his voice.
Though I must admit, I prefer taking your clothes off to putting them on.
He hooks an arm around my torso and pulls me into his lap before nipping my ear with his teeth and making a playful growling sound. I stroke his cheek. You'll make a better king than James, I say.
I hope so. We've been at war with the Southlands for so long, and James is obsessed with vengeance. I cannot forgive the Southerners for what they have done to my people, yet I wonder if there could be peace someday. You're the princess of the Southlands, and I would be king of the Northlands. I wonder if you and I could bring peace.
His tone is earnest and sincere, yet cold panic flickers in my chest. He's not saying it aloud, but I know he's suggesting a marriage alliance between us. It's the kind of match I would have never let myself dream of before coming to the Northlands. Not because it's with a wolf, although I certainly wouldn't have imagined that, but because it's with someone I care for. I always knew I would marry for politics rather than emotion. It's part of the reason why I locked up my feelings for so many years. The thought of having both would have made my heart sore once. I don't feel that way now. For our kingdoms to be united, Callum would have to strike an agreement with my father, the man who had me beaten by the high priest and who killed my mother. Callum must hear my quickening pulse, because the humour disappears from his face.
A fantasy, perhaps.
Nudging me off him, he stands. He takes my face in both of his hands.
Listen to me, Princess, because it's important. Whether we like it or not, Blake is your alpha now.
Don't be silly. Of course he's not.
It's not up to you or me to decide. It's Yalak's decision. And if she accepts Blake's claim...
He bites his bottom lip.
An alpha can put the power of their wolf into their command. Their dominance forces other wolves in their clan to submit and to obey their alpha's will.
My eyes widen. That's abhorrent.
Aye, it is. The command is called the Anya. It's not a practice that is widely used. If an alpha uses it, and someone in their clan resists, it calls into question who the stronger wolf is, which can lead to a challenge. If Blake has been accepted as your alpha...
My muscles tighten. He could do that to me. How will I know for sure if Blake is my alpha? He runs his thumb over my shoulder, where Blake's bite mars my skin. It's still sore, even after I put some of Blake's ointment on it.
I'm almost certain he is. As wolves, we heal quicker and better than humans. But if any kind of claim is accepted by our goddess, the bite doesn't heal. We'll know if the mark remains. Either that, or Blake will use the Anya, and you'll be forced to submit to him. I don't think he'll stoop so low until we take Madach Ali. He needs us on side for his plan to succeed, but I wouldn't put anything past him.
I'll be careful.
Good lass.
Callum offers me a smile that doesn't quite meet his eyes. He brushes his lips against my forehead and heads out of our chambers, leaving me alone at Lowfell Castle. While he's away, I'm determined to get some answers. I need to find out how to break this bond between Blake and me. Our lives are connected. He bit me and claims he's my alpha, and I'm even dreaming of him. I must break all ties with Blake before he consumes me completely. Chapter 12. I make my way up the spiral staircase to the library in the tower. It's cosy within, with a crackling hearth that casts a soft glow onto the shelves that line the walls. The room is smaller than I imagined it would be for an alpha who likes books, probably because there are tomes all over the castle. I've caught glimpses of them stacked in drawing rooms and bedchambers, and there are likely more in Blake's room too. There are still hundreds of them in here, and I flicked through a few already. The floorboards creak beneath my feet as I wander around, stroking the spines. There are a lot of medical books, which is what I'd expect for a healer, but also history, religion, and even fiction. Absently, I chew my fingernails as I try to decide where to start. I hiss when I accidentally tear a bit of skin from my finger. Then I select a few of the big leather-bound books at random. The cushioned window seat looks out onto the loch and the burnt orange mountains outside, and I place my pile on it. Outside, the water is covered with early morning mist. Even after all the violence I have seen in the Northlands, I'm awash with the sense of peace. I'm about to settle down when a giggle permeates the silence. I startle. A small mop of dark hair peeks out from behind the door, and I smile. "Hello, Alfie." He grins. "I'm going to pick a book," he announces. "About flowers, or boats, or monsters." Elsie appears moments later, dressed in an elegant grey dress with long sleeves. Her dark hair is tied in a bun that emphasizes her cheekbones and bright eyes. She taps Alfie on the shoulder. Go on, then. The boy squeals, tears into the library, and starts pulling books from shelves. I cannot imagine Blake is going to be pleased about the mess. The thick air is uncomfortable, and I try to share a reassuring smile with Elsie, in the hope it will put her at ease. But she doesn't react. I wonder if I overstepped last night, when I pulled her child away from the priestess. Tense, I sit down and pick up one of the books. She sighs, then walks toward me. Thank you for looking out for him last night, she says. My shoulders soften. It wasn't right, the way the priestess treated you both. No, it wasn't. She scans the bookshelf by the window seat. I feel as if there is something else she wants to say. Why did the moon priestess treat you like that? I ask, if you don't mind me asking. Turning to me, she pulls up her sleeve. She has a tattoo on her wrist. It's a key, with 2 crescent moons in the bow. My heart beats faster. It's the mark from the chapel that reappeared in my dream last night. I've seen this before, I say. She steps back and readjusts her sleeve. It's the mark of Oicha, the god of night. Aye. Her expression is defiant. It's the symbol for his prison. My insides tighten, as I remember what Callum said about Knight's acolytes. Blake said Elsie was not one of them at the ceremony last night. I can't help but ask, why do you have this? She folds her arms. My father worshipped the god of night, if you must know. The line of her jaw is as sharp as a dagger, and I know I've offended her. He meant to sacrifice me to him, hence the mark. Oh, I'm sorry. I bite my bottom lip. My father doesn't care too much for me either. He used to have me beaten in one of the houses of worship in the name of the sun goddess. I instantly feel as if I've overshared, and I'm unsure why I want to connect with this wolf so badly. You must know exactly how I feel, then. Her tone is sarcastic, and I blush. Where is your father now? I ask. The night before I was supposed to be sacrificed, I prayed to the gods. They sent me my brother. She smiles, and something in her expression makes me shudder. He killed him? Aye. She looks me up and down. He's not good at showing it, but he likes you, you know. I lean forward on the cushioned seat, and my eyebrows knit together. Who? My brother. Your brother is here? Aye. Her forehead creases, and she looks at me as if I've lost my mind. Blake? Blake is your brother? I'm not sure why I'm surprised. I take in her dark hair, sharp jaw, sensual mouth, and slightly bad attitude. I can almost see it. It explains her lack of deference to him too, as well as the slight yearning I felt when they interacted. I wonder if they have a difficult relationship. Half-brother. We share a father. Her nose turns up with distaste. Bruce. He was alpha of this place before Blake got rid of him. He didn't tell you? No. I align this with what I know. Blake told me once that he killed his father, and Jack told us Blake took a particular dislike to the alpha of Lofel. I shake my head, my thoughts snagging on something else Elsie said. And Blake doesn't like me. He's going to war over you, isn't he? He's going to war for himself. She shrugs. If you say so. She slides a book from the shelf. The night he arrived at Lofel and found me in the chapel, bound and beaten, Knight's mark on my wrist. I've never seen anything like it. It was like witnessing the wrath of the dark god himself. My brother is dangerous, make no mistake. But sometimes it doesn't hurt to have someone like him on your side. She passes me the book she's holding, and I frown as I take it. If you like stories, you should read this one. I think I catch a hint of mischief in her otherwise serious expression. Read it. It's enlightening. Skirts brushing over the dusty floorboards. She heads to the exit of the library. Come on, Alfie. Time to go. The little boy grabs a book, hurtles through the mess he has made, and pushes past her to the stairway. Elsie pauses and looks me up and down. She says. What? Blake is hosting a feast tomorrow night, so he and Callum can persuade Lachlan to join their cause. What are you going to wear? I don't know. She nods, solemn, as if she's deciding something. If you like, you can meet me outside after breakfast. Alfie and I are heading to the village. You can pick something out there. Okay. Her footsteps fade as she descends the staircase. I release a half laugh. Perhaps I can make a friend in Elsie after all. Curiosity swells inside me as I look down at the small book she gave me. It's well read, and the spine is broken. The Alpha and the Kitchen Maid is written across the front in black ink. A story, perhaps? The scent of cooked fish drifts into the library, and my stomach grumbles. Blake's clan don't usually adhere to formal meal times, but with Lachlan's clan arriving, Blake must be putting on a breakfast. I place Elsie's book on top of my pile, scoop them up, and head to the staircase. I've been aimlessly reading for days, and I've got no further to an answer. I know Callum wants me to stay out of Blake's way, but I have a better idea. Plus, Blake didn't inform either of us that he intended to entertain Lachlan this morning. One of us should be present to keep an eye on him. Chapter 13. There are male voices in the corridor ahead, and I duck into an alcove on the way to the great hall, holding the pile of books close to my chest. There are 5 in total, all of different sizes, and one of them almost slips from my grasp.
Is it under control, though, Blake?
A low, smooth voice. Jack.
You look like shit.
I peer around the wall. Jack has his hand on Blake's arm, and the two stand near the oak doors that lead into the hall. Despite my dislike of the Alpha, I would not go as far as to say he looks bad. Blake's hair is messier than usual, and his skin looks a little pale, but he's still handsome in his obnoxious way.
How kind of you to say.
Blake rolls his eyes.
I didn't sleep well.
I wonder why.
Jack's tone is steeped in sarcasm.
Have you spoken to Aaron?
On an almost daily basis, funnily enough.
Don't be a prick. I meant about...
I know what you meant.
He might be able to help you manage things.
Blake sighs, and I feel a pulse of his weariness. Sadness, even.
Please. Aaron is barely managing.
Perhaps you're right.
Jack exhales.
I'm worried about you. Last night, you shouldn't have...
Blake stiffens. I flatten myself to the wall. I feel him then, that shadow inside me spreading its fingers. I try to push it back, to cage my emotions so he can't feel me. Blake whispers something I can't hear. There's the thud of footsteps, and they disappear through the doors of the great hall. I release a breath. I can't help but wonder what Jack was about to say. Was he about to chide Blake for biting me? Or did it have something to do with him threatening the Moon Priestess? I wait for a couple of minutes, because I don't want to speak to either of them. Holding my books, I step out from the nook and make my way into the great hall. There are 3 long tables within, set for breakfast, that create an open rectangle. 20 or so wolves wearing yellow tartans sit along one of them, eating and talking to one another. I walk toward the low-file table, where there is more space on the bench, and pick a spot at the end so I can keep an eye on Blake. He's talking to Lachlan at the table at the back, the crackling fire in the hearth casting his face in orange light. Jack sits beside him, and it strikes me as interesting that he's allowed at a table I'd presumed was for alphas. Lachlan inclines his head at me, a gentle smile on his lips, and I return it. I pile my plate with oily fish from one of the platters and take a sip of water. On the other side of the hall, Ian, the blonde male who James singled out last night, watches me, his fork paused halfway to his mouth. My heart beats a little quicker. James said the Borderlands had taken Ian's brother. Ian clearly sees me as an enemy, and I'll need to be careful around him. I offer him a polite smile, then select one of the books from my pile. Fighting every instinct I have to keep Blake out, I imagine the thread between us as a tangible thing, and I feel for him. If Blake sees me reading something that will bring me closer to the truth, surely he will react in some way. I flick through an account of the Battle of Glen Marb, the valley that Callum took me through when he took me from the borderlands. I feel only boredom as Blake sinks his teeth into an apple. I set it aside. The next book is titled Experiments, Book 3. It's another of the horrifying tomes that I think Blake wrote. I glance up from the gruesome account of a wolf's eyeball being melted from his skull. Goddess, did Blake do this to someone? Even though Blake is the image of ease, darkness prickles beneath my skin. He leans back in his seat, one arm slung over the chair, as he converses with Jack. I feel him, though, uneasy. He doesn't like me looking at this book. I'm not sure if it's because it reveals secrets about the bond, or something else. I pull his darkness closer, and try to decipher his emotion. The cold hollowness he emanates reminds me of how I felt after the high priest beat me. It feels like shame. I think he feels guilty for torturing his fellow wolves. I put the book to one side so I can look into it in more depth later. I release a breath, and only then realize how Blake's tension has wound its way around my body, squeezing like a deadly serpent. I pick up the book Elsie gave me next. I flick it open and skim through the pages. It's a love story, from the look of it, between a woman who works in the kitchens of a grand castle and the grumpy male who is the alpha there. I flush when I catch a rather intimate description of the two characters in bed with one another. Heat coils low in my stomach. Across the hall, Blake clears his throat. I glance up at him. He's still talking to Jack and Lachlan, but one of his hands grips the edge of the table. I go back to the story, flicking back the pages so I can read it properly from the start. Perhaps Elsie was making fun of me when she said it was enlightening. I get to the part where the alpha comes to the kitchens to tell the maid she looks good enough to eat. A shadow looms across the page.
Is Callum not satisfying you, darling?
Every muscle in my body tightens and locks. Blake leans forward and tugs the book out of my hands. He flicks through and stops at a random page. I feel his pulse of amusement.
The alpha slides his throbbing member into her wet folds. Aurora, darling, where did you find this? This is quite shocking.
My cheeks flame. I grit my teeth and bite back my retort. I know he's trying to get a reaction out of me, and I won't give him the satisfaction.
He flips her over onto her stomach and thrusts his hips.
I jump up and knock the back of my knees against the bench. A few wolves look in our direction. I collect my pile of books, slide along the table, and march toward the exit of the great hall. Blake pockets the love story and follows me.
You're not still upset about last night, are you?
He asks, and for some reason, the audacity of him asking me that question, the casualness in his tone, as if I have no reason to be upset that he bit and claimed me, provokes me more than anything he has done so far. Rage erupts in my chest, stronger than the Northland's winds outside. My teeth ache and long to sink into something, into him. My knuckles whiten as I squeeze the pile of books. He wants a reaction from me. I won't give him one. I swallow my emotion. I storm out of the great hall. I feel him watching me. Chapter 14. I decide to take Elsie up on her offer to visit the village, and after putting my books in our chambers, I head toward the castle exit. I wonder if there's anything she can tell me about Blake that might be useful to Callum and me. More than anything, I'd like to get some fresh air, away from Lowfell. Elsie, despite her horrible brother, seems like she might be nicer than I first assumed. When I open the door, She is already waiting for me in the courtyard outside. She leans against the wall, while Alfie chases a bird across the cobblestones. "I wasn't sure you'd come," she says. My smile falters. I did wonder if it was wise, after last night. James seems intent on capturing me. "You'll be fine." She opens her coat and pats a dagger sheathed in the belt around her waist. "I can take care of anyone who tries anything. It's only a half-an-hour walk, and we're not leaving Blake's territory. Besides, it looks like that big oaf will be protecting us meek ladies anyway." She rolls her eyes, though her cheeks flush slightly. I look over my shoulder, half expecting to see Callum. It's Aaron who strides through the castle doors, wearing a black shirt and a kilt of black and grey tartan. "I thought you didn't want to come," says Elsie as he approaches.
"Changed my mind."
His voice is hoarse, as if he doesn't speak much, and his mouth pinches in the corners. He doesn't sound convincing. "Had your mind changed, more like?" Elsie arches an eyebrow. Alfie trips on a stone and wails as he falls onto his knees. Elsie scoffs. "Oh, come here, you." She marches toward him, picks him up, and brushes down his little breeches. I glance up at Aaron. "Blake told you to keep an eye on me, didn't he?"
"Is that supposed to be a joke?"
he says. I frown, and he points at his eye patch.
"On account of me only having one?"
My cheeks flame. "Oh, goodness, I would never—" I shut my mouth. Aaron is grinning, and Elsie shakes her head as she marches Alfie over. She slaps the burly male's arm. "Don't be mean," she says. "You're joking." I bite my cheek. "You have a sense of humour, then? I wondered." Aaron lets out a gravelly laugh, and not for the first time. Familiarity jolts through me.
"Aye, Blake told me to watch you. Something about protecting his assets."
I exhale, and my breath mists in front of my face. Of course he said that. He ruffles Alfie's messy hair with a big hand.
"Come on, let's get this over with. I hate shopping."
With Alfie wittering on about getting a glass of apple juice from the Apley lady when we arrive, the four of us head through the tunnel in the wall, then cross the grounds. I must admit, having spent most of my time in castles so far, I'm curious to visit a village here in the Wolf Kingdom. I'm even more curious to know what the people who consider Blake Alpha think of him. Light rain falls as we leave Lowfell behind. We walk past the mountain path we ascended last night, and soon reach an overgrown track that cuts through a valley. Alfie races ahead. When some sheep grazing on the slope of one of the mountains scatter, afraid of the little menace tearing toward them, Elsie shouts at him to pack it in, then hurries after him. Aaron doesn't speak to me as our boots squelch through the mud, yet the silence is not entirely uncomfortable. There is something quiet and assured about him. Callum thinks he will have to fight him at some point. I don't like the thought. He's a similar build to Callum, tall, broad and packed with muscle, but I think he may be a few years older. From the neatness of his dark hair and beard, and the thin scars I catch on his hands and thick neck when the sunlight peeks between the clouds, I have a feeling he may have served as a soldier. He also seems strangely familiar. When Aaron offers me an inquisitive look, I fight my blush. "Have we met?" I ask.
"I worked for your father."
I stiffen, and the corner of his mouth tips up.
"I don't anymore, obviously. I was in his army."
"But you're a wolf."
"I'm a half-wolf. I'd not been bitten yet when I moved to King's City. It was easy enough to hide."
"Blake was in the King's Guard, wasn't he? Is that where you met him?" He inclines his head.
"Something like that."
"And you came with him, to the north?"
"I did."
"Why?" Aaron chuckles.
"You're very direct, aren't you?"
He shrugs a shoulder, but darkness passes over his face.
"I owe Blake my life. I'd follow him anywhere."
Ahead, Elsie pretends to be a monster whose diet consists of naughty wee pups who upset the livestock, much to Alfie's delight. A smile ghosts Aaron's lips before his throat pops.
I came to the city the summer your mother died, he says. My uncle took me out for her funeral. I'd never seen so many people gathered in one place before. People lined the streets, throwing flowers, sending prayers to the sun goddess.
My throat tightens as I remember that day. The scorching sun, the scent of incense, following the coffin into the domed church of light and sun. Everyone was watching, and all I wanted to do was scream. Yet I held it inside as I walked behind my father toward the front row of pews. My brother Philip turned up late. He stumbled down the aisle, stinking of alcohol. Yet father turned his back on him and hissed at me to pull myself together when a tear slipped down my cheek.
She must have been very loved,
says Aaron. Her people didn't know her, not really. They didn't know she smelt like lavender and horses, or that her eyes crinkled in the corners when she smiled. They never heard her stories about brave princesses who fought monsters. Though perhaps, if she was a wolf, I didn't know her either. She was, I say softly. It's not yet midday when we reach the village, and the rain finally stops. Stone houses scatter across the sloping landscape, many with smoke coming from their chimneys. The streets are packed with people heading in the same direction as us, toward a market by the edge of a loch. The women wear simple dresses beneath their cloaks, and most of the men wear the same black and grey tartan of Aaron's kilt, Blake's colours. They don't all wear the low-fell tartan, I observe, as an older man stalks past us, wearing a blue and green pattern on his kilt that I've not yet encountered. Some of the older generation still wear Bruce's tartan. Elsie's lips harden. Blake changed it after he'd killed him, but it didn't catch on with everyone. Do they not all support Blake as Alpha? I ask. She shrugs. Most like him well enough. Our father caused a lot of disruption. He was constantly grappling for more power, invading villages and taking nearby territories. It was the villages like this one that suffered for it, when other Alphas decided to fight back. Blake has given them some semblance of peace, and most respect him for that, even if he is an outsider. Most.
He killed a lot of the wolves who were in Lowfell Castle the night we arrived, says Aaron quietly. Most of them had family in villages like this one.
Elsie points at a building isolated from the others, with black stone walls that look like they've been charred. Plus, he banned the worship of night, which didn't go down well with some of the older folks. He's managed to douse any sparks of rebellion over the past few years, but some wear the old tartan to remind him that they supported his father, not him. Elsie keeps Alfie closer now, as we pass vendors selling eggs, fruit and grain from carts. A few say hi to her, and others dip their heads in deference at Aaron, clearly recognizing him as one of Blake's close confidants. We pass a stone building by the water's edge, with a sign reading, "The Star Inn," above its doors. The faint scent of ale comes from within, and adds to the sense of fish and wood smoke that come from the market stalls. Elsie tenses.
I'll take him to get his apple juice,
says Aaron, putting his hand on Alfie's shoulder.
I have no desire to go dress shopping.
Elsie grips Aaron's bicep, her gaze flitting to the tavern once more. Just the apple juice, aye? He stiffens, and a muscle ticks in his jaw. I tense because he's an imposing man. He doesn't seem like he has a temper like my father, but it's hard to truly tell. He steers Alfie through the crowd. When he's reached a cart filled with apples opposite the tavern, Elsie sighs and continues walking. I don't want to pry, but what was that all about? My voice is barely audible over the sound of a woman shouting about the cheap price of her fresh mussels. The water ripples in the loch behind her. I probably shouldn't say anything, but he has a bit of a problem with alcohol. Ever since, well, he had some dark years before he came to Lowfell. She offers me a terse smile. He's doing well now, but there are temptations in places like this. Alfie's squeal cuts through the crowd, behind us, Aaron has the small boy in a headlock while he talks to a couple of men by the cart. He seems like a good father, I say. A dark laugh escapes her lips as she pauses by a cheese stall. I wish he was the father. She shakes her head. Alfie's not mine, either. Not biologically, anyway. His mother was my dearest friend. Blake. He scared me that night when he killed father. I left Lowfell, fled to a village close to Madach Ali. Alfie's mother took me in. She bites her bottom lip. Her husband was an abusive shite. I watched it happen, how he slowly killed her. She wouldn't leave him, even though I implored her to. Eventually, it was too late. He murdered her and damned near killed the wee lad as well. I got him out of there and brought him here. I'm so sorry, I say. She shrugs as if she's pretending to be unaffected, but her jaw sets. The bastard never paid for what he did. She pats her dagger again. One day, I'm going to make him pay. Where is he? I ask. Castle Madach Ali. You might have met him when you were there. His name is Magnus. Ice spreads inside me as I recall the sallow-faced wolf with greasy dark hair. He was a prisoner in the Borderlands castle when I met Callum, and he threatened me that night, and has done so numerous times since. The last I heard of him, Blake had poisoned him and left him in his infirmary. I had the displeasure of meeting him, I say. Does Blake know all of this? Aye, he knows. I asked him not to kill him. I want to look into his eyes when he dies. Blake's been torturing the bastard for the past few years. She shakes her head. Magnus knows Alfie is here. He thinks Blake is keeping him hostage. It's how Blake has him wrapped around his little finger. You disapprove, I say. I've no qualms with him tormenting the bastard, but I wish he wouldn't use the lad to do it. Sensing I've touched on a sore subject, I ask, Are you and Aaron together? She laughs a little too loudly for it to be real. Us two? Together? She waves a hand dismissively. No, of course not. I must not hide my skepticism, because she exhales and can't quite meet my eye. He's a good man. He's been good to us both. He's even tried it on with me a couple of times over the years, but... Well... She bites her lip, some of the spark dimming in her eyes. She shakes her head. The goddess has other plans, unfortunately. My eyebrows pinch together. What do you mean? Ah, nothing. Just, his soul belongs to another. He has feelings for someone else. You could say that. She's back in King City, I think. Elsie shrugs. He pines for her sometimes. He thinks I don't know, but I do. She bites her bottom lip. I wish I could look past it. After everything I've been through, I want someone who belongs only to me. Heart, body, and soul. I think I deserve that. You do. She grins suddenly, and her face lights up. Have you started that book I lent you? Yes, but then your brother took it off me. Did he now? I'll find you another. She points towards a stall by the side of the loch, laden with different coloured fabrics, and speeds up. Come on, let's get you a dress for the feast. I get all of mine from here. I can't deny I'm a little excited as I follow her to the vendor. After everything that has happened lately, it's nice to have some semblance of normalcy. My fingers itch to pick something that will make Callum as tongue-tied as he was the last time I wore a nice dress. On the way back to Lowfell, an hour or so later, I have 3 new dresses draped over my arm that Elsie was kind enough to purchase for me. Aaron is in a dark mood. I wonder if he drank something, and Elsie's nostrils flare a couple of times, as if she's trying to determine the same thing. Sensing they might need a moment, I stride ahead to join Alfie. He offers me an apple and starts naming the nearby sheep. Is everything all right? Elsie's lowered voice carries in the wind. I'm not sure, says Aaron. Apparently, people have been seen entering the chapel by the water.
I have a bad feeling Knight's acolytes might be rising once more. There are rumours that the Night Prince is getting ready to free his master. It could make things difficult.
Aye, she replies softly. It could. Chapter 15. Callum returns to Lowfell that evening. He joins me in our chambers as the sun is setting over the loch. Settling in one of the armchairs in front of the hearth, he tells me about his day. It's drizzling outside, and his shirt is damp and clings to his muscular shoulders and torso. Despite the bad weather, he's in high spirits. Flynn, the alpha he went to visit, has promised to support him when he goes head-to-head with James.
I knew he would have my back,
says Callum.
I've known him for years. He was my first friend when I moved to the south.
I don't bother telling him Madoc Alley is hardly the south. I know he thinks anywhere below Highfell is southern. I tell him about my day, too. He frowns when I tell him what I overheard about the chapel. That night, Callum makes love to me softly and slowly, before we fall asleep in each other's arms. The next morning, I wake up restless. The sun has not yet risen, but I can't get back to sleep. My dreams were agitated. I found myself stalking long, endless corridors, past barred cells shrouded in darkness, with the ominous feeling that something bad was following me. I have tasted freedom here in the Northlands, but my dreams make me wonder if I still feel trapped, caught in a game between alphas I have little control over. The fact that the new Borderlands Lord seems to have resumed the search for me makes me feel even worse. I wonder if, when I slid the blade across Sebastian's throat, some vengeful seed was planted in my soul. It longs to be watered, fed, to grow and spread its vicious thorns. I wish to coil my hateful vines around James and my father. I want Blake on his knees, defeated and gasping at my feet. I glance at Callum. He's lying on his front, covers pulled down to his waist as if he got too hot in the night, despite the chilly air. He looks gentle now. His dark sand-coloured hair is mussed, his lips plump and soft, his body rising and falling with each breath. When James had threatened me, though, those relaxed muscles had tensed, and he had become a hard, angry force. When Blake bit me, I thought he was going to kill him. I know he won't let me put myself at risk. He will do anything to protect me, even if I want to be able to protect myself. There is a childish part of me that wishes to incur Callum's wrath, his full strength, in the way my enemies probably will. I want to see his sizable biceps clench, and his jaw to harden, and that low growl to build in his chest, because I have angered him. I want his eyes to flash with his wolf, enraged, and to meet him with my own wildness, which I always swallow. I want him to take his pleasure from me roughly, as if he's not afraid that I'll shatter or break. If he did, I would know he thought me equal to him. Someone unafraid of the parts he keeps hidden. Someone capable of looking after herself. Without thinking, I bite the edge of my fingernail, and the tang of blood creeps into my mouth. Lachlan said Callum enjoys damsels. I don't wish to be a damsel. I noticed yesterday that Ian and some of the other members of Lachlan's clan seemed hostile. I want to make sure I can protect myself. I slide out of bed. Callum stirs beside me, a soft growl scraping against his throat, but he doesn't wake. The floor is bitingly cold on my bare feet and my legs, and I hurry over to the armoire, quietly opening it to pull on breeches and a tunic. I put on my boots and pad out of the room. Lowfell Castle is dark and quiet as I navigate the narrow corridors. There are a couple of servants stirring pots in the kitchens when I pass. They must have been brought here from the village to accommodate Lachlan's clan. I keep my head down, turn down a long corridor, then hurry down the stairs to the infirmary. I listen to make sure Blake is not inside, then open the door. The underground room is smaller than the infirmary at Castle Madoc Alley. There's only space for one cot in the centre, and a workbench and chair in the corner. The walls feel close together, partially due to the amount of pots and vials that are set upon the shelves. The air is thick with a musty damp scent, and a hint of blood. My stomach turns when I remember that Blake killed Bruce, the former Lowfell Alpha, in here. The log in the stone hearth against the far wall has not yet been lit, and I rub my arms as the cold seeps through my sleeves. I head to one of the shelves, scanning the labels on the glass jars. Milk of the poppy, mint, moonflower, motherwort. They're organised alphabetically. I stroll to the other side of the infirmary and smile when I read white poppy, willow bark, then wolfsbane. The bottle of poison is too high for me to reach. I have to drag the wooden chair from the corner and stand on it so I can pull it from the shelf. I step back onto the ground, almost knocking over a jar on the lower shelf, and inspect the bottle. It's not the herb itself within, but a clear liquid version of the poison. About half has been used already, and I wonder who Blake has been poisoning. There are some empty vials on the workbench, and I grab one and uncork the bottle. The pungent herby scent stirs bad memories of my mother's bedchambers, and my throat tightens. My father poisoned her with this. He then poisoned me with it for years after, small doses every day, to try and suppress the wolf he suspected lived inside me. I tip some of the liquid into the empty vial, cork it, and put it in my pocket. I pick up the next vial and start filling it.
That's not for me, is it?
Blake's drawl comes from behind me. Wolfsbane sloshes onto my hand, and I curse under my breath before spinning around. Blake is leaning against the opposite wall, arms folded across his chest, and an amused look on his face. With his dark hair and clothing, he seems to seep into the infirmary shadows. His gaze takes in my wet hand. I drop the second vial into my pocket. I won't dignify his question with a response. A dimple punctures his cheek.
If you're looking to murder someone.
I raise my chin and stalk past him. He grabs my wrist, his fingers like a vice around the bone. I spin around and bring my face close to his. "Get your hands off me," I snarl. His scent floods me.
Don't you want to know why I did it?
I know why you claimed me. You did it to provoke Callum.
I have no interest in provoking your master, little rabbit.
I narrow my eyes. To provoke me, then.
Not everything is about you.
I turn my expression to stone. No, you've made that clear. I'm nothing but a pawn in your little game of kings, to be moved around as you see fit.
You could have been a queen. I gave you that choice. You still could be.
If I ever become a queen, it will be without your help. I yank my arm out of his grip. You bit me.
I de-escalated the situation.
He steps closer and invades my space.
We are not ready to fight James yet. Callum is not ready to fight James yet. You are about to go with him. I felt you.
I'm forced to look up. Don't you dare turn this on me. What else was I supposed to do?
You had limited choices, as did I. If you'd gone with him, Callum would have overreacted. I had to play the villain to stop you from playing the hero.
Have you considered that you did exactly what James wanted you to do? That James might have come here specifically to cause trouble between you and Callum?
Of course I have.
He hisses.
Why do you think I gave you the moonflower? I don't want that territorial oaf getting worked up about it and acting irrationally. I don't want other people to think you're mine either.
Good. Because I'm not yours.
Do you think I want you as part of my clan? You're...
He looks me up and down, and I feel the weight of his gaze on my body.
a liability.
My muscles tighten as I lock down my emotions. I can't believe he has the audacity to call me a liability when he's plotting against us. And you're a manipulative, obnoxious snake. His face is close to mine.
At least I'm not a brat.
My cheeks heat as my blood runs hotter. A brat!
Yes, a brat.
There's a gleam in his eye now, as if he was fishing for a reaction, and is pleased he has got one.
You're behaving quite the opposite of how you should when I've saved your skin yet again.
How, pray tell, Should I behave when you sink your teeth into me like a bloodthirsty brute? Should I fall to my knees and thank you? His smile widens, and I have to suppress my snarl. Yes, you'd like that, wouldn't you? I should have expected no better from a sadist. Is that how you like your females, Blake? Weak-willed and pliant? He arches an eyebrow.
Is that how you like your men?
There's something pointed in his tone, as if he thinks this of Callum. My fingers curl into fists, and my nails dig into my palms. His voice drops to a dark caress.
I bet he's so gentle with you, isn't he? So afraid you might break.
My blood is wildfire, and my skin burns. I feel another wave of the fever coming for me, and I can't push it back. How dare you speak to me in that way? My senses are heightened. The scents of the infirmary overpower me. Herbs and blood and Blake. I can see each individual eyelash fanning against his cheek, each fleck of gold in his irises. His heat wraps around me, and through it all, I hear another heartbeat, competing with my own like a war drum in my ear. A slow, dangerous smile spreads across Blake's face. He grabs my chin.
Oh, hello, little wolf,
He says. A wave of panic rises through me, as I wonder if my eyes have changed. I grab his wrist, and though he doesn't release me, his breathing shallows. A hiss fills the air, and I remember the wolfsbane I spilt on my skin. It's burning him. Though my heart is beating fast, though there is something unsettled in my chest that longs to break free, I smile.
And I'm the sadist,
He whispers. I'm about to retort when I realize that though his skin is burning, I don't feel it. My brow furrows, and he tilts his head to one side as if he's trying to read whatever emotion I'm feeling. I kick him in the shin, hard. I yowl as pain flares in the same spot, and my wrist feels as if it's on fire. Blake makes a low, startled sound in the back of his throat and releases me. Both of us stagger back a step. My senses return to normal. The backs of my eyes sting.
What was that for?
He asks. Do I need a reason? I fold my arms. I hate you. I don't want him to know about my discovery. His whole plan relies on Callum not wanting to hurt him, in case he hurts me too. He must feel my flicker of triumph, though, because he laughs.
Don't get ahead of yourself. You didn't feel my pain because I decided you wouldn't.
My shin stops throbbing, and my wrist feels as if it has been doused in cold water.
See? But I can bring it back, so don't get any ideas.
Why did you stop me from feeling it? He shrugs.
To see if I could.
How?
I caged my pain.
He stares at my hand, and I feel a pulse of his curiosity.
The more pertinent question is, why doesn't wolfsbane burn you? You gave me a rash even before I was bitten.
I was dosed with it throughout my childhood. Perhaps I'm immune.
I dose myself with it too, and yet I cannot counter the effects entirely.
He shows me his wrist. The skin is red and bumpy, as though he's been stung by a nettle.
Perhaps if you'll allow me to run some experiments on you.
He grabs my wrist, and I stagger back. Absolutely not! Even if I'd not seen his ghastly books, filled with the horrible things he did to wolves to sate his curiosity, I would not do anything to appease him. Stay away from me. I try to pull away, but his fingers tighten. The amusement in his eyes disappears, and that dark thread pulses around my soul. I follow his gaze to my fingers. My cheeks flush. My fingernails are torn, and there are bloody tracts down the sides where I've ripped off skin with my teeth. It's a habit I didn't used to have. I've just been feeling anxious lately. Let me go! I jack my hand from his grip. His expression becomes nonchalant once more. I could almost believe I imagined his reaction. He cocks his head to one side.
Are you scared?
I tilt my chin up. Of you? No. I probably should be, considering who he is and all he has done. His gaze dips to my pocket, where the vial of wolfsbane is cool against my thigh through the fabric.
I'd keep that on you at the feast tonight. I don't like the way some of Laughlin's clan are looking at you.
That's why I got it in the first place, you patronizing snake. I want to snap at him. Heart thumping, I turn my back on him and head up the stairs. Some of my tension unwinds when Callum rounds the corner at the other end of the corridor.
I was looking for you.
His eyes darken when Blake emerges. They haven't spoken since Blake bit me. Both men halt, Blake only a few feet behind me, his body heat warming my back.
Blake.
Callum's voice is low and guttural, almost a growl. Blake's expression is unreadable.
Callum.
Callum's features are like stone.
I know you've never had a father to teach you such things, but biting a woman without her consent is not how a real man behaves.
Blake goes completely still. His handle on his caged feelings flickers, and my vision temporarily darkens as his emotions flood me. He's upset. Callum's blow has landed. I remember what he told me once, about how his father forced himself onto his mother.
No.
Blake says, his voice like shadow.
Speaking of biting, have you seen your little pet's fingernails lately?
It's Callum's turn to still. A muscle flexes in his jaw as his gaze snaps to my hand. Heat floods my face as I curl my fingers into a fist. Callum's throat bobs. I don't know why, but Blake's jab seems to have hit Callum just as hard. Blake strides past me, then Callum. He turns.
If you want to keep a pet in my castle, Callum, look after it.
He disappears around the corner. Callum takes a deep breath, then crosses the space between us. He takes my hand, gaze taking in the torn skin around my cuticles. I try to pull away, but he laces his fingers with mine and tugs me toward the end of the corridor. What was that all about? I ask.
Come on,
He says softly. He leads me back to our bedchambers. When he has shut the door, Callum runs a hand over his mouth, then sighs.
There are a few things I need to tell you about wolves.
Chapter 16.
Wolves have something of an oral fixation.
Callum's voice is as rough as sand. They... what? The fire has just been tended to. It casts its glow onto the side of Callum's face and turns his skin bronze.
It's bad when we're pups, worse when we're adolescents. When we're adults, it becomes more of a sex thing.
My cheeks flame, and Callum brushes his knuckles against one of them. He brings his lips to my ear, and his warm breath caresses my skin.
Wolves like to bite.
The hotness in my face spreads and surges lower. I don't know why such a thought would cause this reaction within me. He takes my hands in his.
When you had a fever, Blake told me that before the first few shifts, the changes that happen to a half-wolf are akin to what full wolves go through during adolescence.
His expression becomes somber.
Your fingernails. You've been biting yourself. I should have taken care of you. I should have offered you advice for that particular fixation. I'm sorry, Princess. I forgot what it was like.
My forehead furrows as I try to make sense of what he's saying. Callum, I don't want to bite you.
No?
Outside, the wind rattles the window, and its soft, haunting song drifts through the mountains.
I think you do, Princess.
He runs the pad of his thumb over my lips. Gently, he forces entry, and the taste of salt and heat floods my mouth as he pushes down on my tongue. An ache bursts between my legs, and something coils so tightly inside me that I think I may erupt. A whimper escapes me, muffled, as something wild within me urges softly. Bite. The wolf shines in Callum's eyes as he watches me, and the strange reaction I'm having to him that I'm trying to suppress. He steps closer and slides his thumb further back. I should push him away. I should pull back. I should not be fighting the urge to sink my teeth into him with every ounce of my willpower. My breathing quickens, Sweat beads upon my brow. Heat pools between my thighs, and Callum's nostrils flare.
No? Very well.
He huffs a soft growl, and pulls his thumb away.
I've not been as attentive as I should have been.
His voice is hoarse.
It's a primal act. I worry I'll lose control of myself. The fever.
He shakes his head.
It troubles me. But if you need me, come to me.
He takes my chin between his thumb and finger.
No more biting yourself, okay?
When evening approaches, rain drums against the castle walls. The torches flicker as Callum and I make our way to the feast. I'm wearing my new dress. It's long-sleeved and blue, and I catch Callum trying not to stare at the low neckline. Noise hits us as we reach the doors to the great hall. Raucous voices, the clatter of crockery, and music. We pause beside a man who plays the bagpipes, and I'm almost deafened. The space is packed. I can't even see the alpha table at the back. Blake must have invited people from the village, because many wear Lofal's black and grey tartan. I think there are more people from Glas Cladoch, too, who must have travelled for the festivities. Their kilts and dresses are wet from the rain, and the air is hot and damp.
Ready?
Asks Callum, threading his fingers with mine. I nod. My shoulders bump against people's arms as we weave through the crowd. Callum greets wolves, his voice loud and warm. A shriek makes us both stiffen, and we both laugh when we realise the source of the sound was the small boy, Alfie. A disgruntled-looking Aaron confiscates a goblet of wine from him. Elsie, beside him, takes it off him quickly, then catches my eye and grins.
Looking superb tonight, Aurora,
says Lachlan, as we reach the alpha table. He leans back in his chair, and the collar of his shirt shifts. Candlelight flickers over the edge of a tattoo on his collarbone. I return his smile. Thank you. Blake is on Lachlan's other side, talking to Jack, but his gaze flicks up. Callum's hand tightens around mine. We take our seats beside Lachlan. The tension between Blake and Callum is palpable. Neither of them acknowledges the other, yet Callum's biceps bulge against his sleeves, and Blake's fingers flex by his butter knife. Both relax as food is brought out. Large platters filled with salmon that must have been caught from the loch, steamed potatoes, and green vegetables. Goblets are filled with rich red wine. Lachlan makes small talk about his clan. The air is alive with music, laughter, and the loud, unruly conversation I've become accustomed to in the Northlands. Everyone is in high spirits.
So, Lachlan.
Callum puts down his fork. Blake turns his head in our direction, his goblet of wine halfway to his lips.
Are we finally going to speak about the reason you came here? I'm presuming you want something in return for supporting me when I challenged James for the throne.
A slow smile spreads across Lachlan's face.
I have 3 conditions for my support.
Callum leans back in his chair.
Okay.
I want Fort du Cloch, the territory Sebastian took when he was looking for Aurora. It was mine before Kai, my beta, rose against me and claimed it as his. I doubt he's alive now.
His coal-lined eyes glimmer in the candlelight, and he smiles.
If any of his clan survived, they will pledge themselves to me. They were mine once. The transfer will be peaceful.
Callum inclines his head.
I have no problem with that, though we'll have to win it back when I'm king. The fort will be under the control of whoever's taken over the borderlands.
Callum glances at me.
Do you know who the new lord will be?
I shake my head. Sebastian had no family. One of the lords of the nearby castles may have...
His name is Alexander,
says Blake. Something inside me freezes at the name. The memory of a man packed with muscle, his breath sour with wine, his hand gripping my thigh flashes behind my eyelids. If you're talking about Sebastian's bastard brother, he died a while ago. It must be someone else. Blake looks at me curiously.
I assure you, he's alive. and has laid claim to the borderlands in his brother's absence. My spy told me.
I shake my head. He's wrong. He has to be. I lean forward so I can see him properly, beyond Callum's big bulk. My father will never accept him as a lord.
He might, given the right persuasion.
Blake arches an eyebrow at me, and I take a sip of wine so I have something to do with my hands.
So that's why he wants you, Rory,
says Callum. He runs a hand over his jaw.
Fine. Done. I'll personally hand you his head while I'm at it. What else do you want?
I want to know if Kai, or any of the other wolves from that clan, are alive.
Kai is dead.
Blake's tone is even, but that thread of shadow tightens. He's lying. He runs a finger along his butter knife.
They're all dead. My spy told me that too.
Lachlan's eyebrows pinch together.
That is not what James seemed to think. If Alexander has Kai, and the lovely Aurora is here with us.
Callum straightens in his chair. His fist clenches around his fork. He suddenly looks every bit the fearsome king he wishes to become.
Be very careful about what you suggest next.
Lachlan chuckles.
I'm not suggesting we actually trade Aurora for the prisoners, Callum. But if there are men, women, and children from my clan who are still alive, she could be used to trick Alexander into thinking otherwise.
I swallow. You think he's holding children captive?
I do.
He leans against the table so he can meet my eye.
Will you help me get them back, Aurora?
No.
Callum's tone is final.
Rory will not be dangled like bait before him. When I'm king, I will make his death my priority. And if there are any prisoners that can be saved, we will get them out. But we must get James out of the way first.
I can't suppress my frown. It's not as if I would suggest barraging recklessly into harm's way. But if children's lives are at risk, and there is something I can do to help, it's worth a conversation. I touch his wrist. Callum, there may be...
No.
A muscle flexes in Callum's arm beneath my fingertips.
And that's the end of the matter.
I narrow my eyes at his tone, his posture. I'm not a member of your clan, Callum, I say under my breath.
No, but I'll look after you all the same.
He fires back.
I'll send word to my spy,
says Blake before I can retort.
Let's find out if Kai is alive first. There might be something that can be done before we take any drastic measures. Jack?
I'll ride out tonight,
says Jack. Blake nods.
In the meantime, you're welcome to stay in my castle, Lachlan. But Callum and I have grown fond of our little Southlands pet. We'll kill you together if you decide to negotiate yourself a trade behind our backs. Callum likes to take a more forceful approach, whereas I...
The corner of his lip lifts as he runs a finger along the blade of his butter knife.
I like to play.
Lachlan laughs.
It's so nice to see you two getting along at last, particularly after the other night.
Callum makes a low sound in his throat.
I wouldn't say that, but he's not wrong.
Lachlan ignores the two territorial alphas.
You're safe around me, Aurora. I swear it.
There's something sincere in his expression, and I believe him. Yet I can't pretend I've not noticed hostile glances throughout the evening from others within his clan. What was your third condition? I ask.
It's a simple one, says Lachlan. I merely wish for an audience with you, Aurora, in private, tomorrow. Just you and me. What I have to say is for your ears only.
Curiosity rises within me, while Callum frowns.
Whatever you have to say to her.
A woman walks through the doors to the great hall. A crease forms on his forehead, and he snaps his gaze to Blake.
You didn't tell me you'd invited Claire.
His voice is low. Blake runs his finger around the rim of his wineglass.
I didn't.
I feel his intrigue ripple through me. I frown as the woman walks toward us. She has dark hair, half tied back and half loose down her shoulders. She wears breeches and a loose shirt beneath a blue and green tartan coat, and there's a sword strapped to her belt. Most of her skin is covered, her clothing hugging an hourglass figure, and she walks confidently, as if she knows many of the wolves in the hall have stopped their conversations to look at her. Her eyes are bright, her expression unreadable. I recognize her name from somewhere. Claire, I say softly. I recall the time that Blake told me James liked bold women. Isn't that...
James's former lover.
Callum's tone is dark as his posture straightens.
Aye.
Tension curls in my gut, because she could be here on behalf of our enemy. It doesn't ease when Lachlan leans back in his seat.
I heard you tried to bed her at one point too, Callum.
Chapter 17.
That's enough, Lachlan.
Callum growls under his breath as he stands to greet Claire. His sharp rebuttal is confirmation that the claim is true, as well as the smirk that passes between Lachlan and Blake, and the soft laugh that escapes Jack. I try to be reasonable, to fight the dark shadow of jealousy that spreads unbidden through my body. I assumed Callum would have been with other women before me. He's strong and kind and attractive. What's more, he's an alpha and a wolf. I know the rules that apply to nobility in the Southlands, about waiting until marriage before physically expressing intimacy, don't apply here. From the way my brother would often sneak out to taverns at the docks, I'm skeptical about whether those rules apply to noble males in the South, too. The idea that Callum wanted to bed the woman who walks confidently toward us still cools my blood. She's flawless, and there is something about her that screams dominance. The steel of her spine, perhaps. Callum told me once he wanted to be with a female who was his equal, and I can see her allure. I push my negative thoughts aside. There are more pressing things to worry about, such as why she's here, when her allegiance probably stands with James. I feel a slight twinge of irritation, too. I can't help but wonder when Callum tried to bed her. Was it while she was with James? If so, it could explain why James was easily persuaded to ask for my hand in marriage. I think Callum has more honour than that. Yet I wonder whether some of the contempt the two brothers hold for one another could originate from the female who halts before the table. Am I the second woman the two have fought over?
Claire.
Callum's tone is gentle, yet wary.
I wasn't expecting to see you here. I hear you made Alpha. Congratulations.
My eyebrows raise. I didn't think there were any female alphas. Claire inclines her head. And I hear you're trying to become king. Callum eyes her warily, like he hasn't figured out whether she's a threat.
Did James send you?
James has no authority to send me anywhere. He's not my king. She smiles, though it doesn't reach her eyes. I was on my way to Madoc Alley to see if I could negotiate an alliance with him. Callum's brow creases.
An alliance? Your clan has always stood alone. Why now?
There are things happening up north. A shadow passes over her features. I want to move my people south. Callum frowns.
Yet you came here first.
She shrugs, her smile coy. I thought I'd listen to what you had to say.
How do I know you're not here to report back to James?
I don't play games, Callum.
No.
Callum releases a dark laugh.
I'm not sure that's true.
Her brown eyes glint in the candlelight. That was a long time ago. Claire looks guarded when her attention turns to the dark-haired Alpha of Lofel. Dimples puncture Blake's cheeks, but his eyes are cold.
Welcome to Lofel. Please, come and join us.
Her gaze falls on me. She looks like she's assessing me, measuring me up, and I do the same. Finally, a smile ghosts her lips. It's nice to see another woman up here, even if you are a southerner. She turns to Callum. We need to speak, alone. He inclines his head.
Aye, later.
She sits down beside Jack, who grins and starts a conversation with her. Callum drops into his chair, and the music resumes. He squeezes my thigh underneath the table, as if he can see the questions in my eyes.
Later,
He repeats softly. When the food is being cleared, the bagpipe music becomes louder and more unruly, and wolves dance raucously in the centre of the hall. Their violent movements as they spin one another around mirrors the storm brewing in my chest when Callum and Claire leave the great hall to speak in private. I want my blood to stop howling and my mind to still. I wonder whether the wolf that must exist inside me is making me feel like this. I don't like that they're alone together. The human part of me is just as unsettled, unhappy to be pushed aside once more, while important matters are being discussed. I swallow my emotion. I need to pull myself together. Callum needs to find out what Claire is doing here.
Would you like to dance?
A male Northland's voice makes me start. Lachlan stands in front of the table, elegant hand outstretched. His eyes dance with amusement. I'm not entirely sure what to make of him, partially because he seems to like Blake more than Callum. I rise from my chair. Of course, though you'll have to teach me the moves.
Your people didn't teach you the dances of wolves,
Lachlan says, and I feel the slight challenge coming from him, the assertion that I don't belong. There are many things my people don't know about wolves, I admit carefully, as I walk around the table to join him. We're at war, after all, but I've learned much since I arrived here.
We're not at war with your people,
says Lachlan, when I place my hand in his. I frown as he leads me to the dance floor.
We were once, of course, many centuries ago, when they invaded Glas Cladoch in their longboats and ravaged our villages. When peace was sought, many of them settled and live among us now.
He grins wolfishly at my perplexity.
Oh, you think I'm speaking of the Southerners? No, I'm referring to your real people, the wolves of the Snowlands.
My heart beats faster at the mention of my mother's homeland.
Many of my clan were sad to hear of your mother's death.
The wolves around me blur as they create two lines that face one another and get ready for the next dance. They knew of her.
The youth forget the Snowland's blood that runs through their veins. The elders prayed for her safety when she married your father.
The chatter, the clink of glasses, the crackle in the hearth, it all fades. She really was a wolf.
Not many knew her true identity, of course, even here in the Northlands. We at Glas Cladoch suspected. Many hoped she would overthrow your father someday and bring about a new era for wolves. Alas, that was not the case.
He assesses me.
Although, perhaps hope is not lost yet.
My mind is whirling with information, but the music starts. It's so loud I can barely hear myself think. What was it you wanted to speak to me about? I raise my voice.
Tomorrow morning, meet me by the lock. For now.
Lachlan steps closer to me and grins.
Let's dance.
I quickly pick up the dance as Lachlan guides me through it. It's a lively one that entails lots of looping arms with the nearest wolf and swinging them around the dance floor. My inhibitions start to dissipate, and it's not long before laughter spills from my lips. In the Southlands, I always felt constrained when dancing at balls in the palace, like a puppet who had to perform every move correctly. There is something more unruly in this dance, as if the steps don't really matter, as long as fun is had. Every so often, I feel Blake's gaze weighted on my skin. I try to ignore it. Lachlan tells me things about his territory every time I link arms with him. It's by the sea. He has the second biggest army in the Northlands, and many wolves take a pilgrimage to the cliffs. Apparently, Yelach was once said to have visited, and now a vast crop of moonflower grows there to offer small morsels of her power to those who smell its sweet perfume. When the song ends, and the bagpipe player by the doors asks for any requests, Lachlan offers me his hand. Blake steps beside him. My pulse kicks up, and my body instinctively tenses. I pull my emotions back, cage them in a box in my chest, desperate to keep them away from him. His posture is straight beneath his dark coat, and his expression carefully blank. When his eyes meet mine, the corner of his lip quirks slightly.
Mind if I cut in?
He asks. Chapter 18. Some instilled sense of duty, of ladylike politeness, stops me from rejecting Blake on the spot, from slapping him in the face like I did 2 nights ago. It's so deep-seated that it's like instinct. My body locks up, and my smile doesn't falter. By the time my mind has taken charge of my body, Lachlan is stepping aside. He surveys Blake, and I think I catch a hint of heat in his eyes before he grins at me.
Who am I to stand in the way of an alpha and the newest member of his clan?
Lachlan inclines his head, then walks through the wolves crowded on the dance floor to one of the tables. Blake steps closer. His scent of night-soaked pine curls around me, and adrenaline courses through me, making the faces around me blur. I'm not dancing with you, I say.
At least you're talking to me now.
A feral sound starts to build inside me, and I swallow it. I turn away. He grabs my arm, and I spin around. His face is so close that his breath mingles with mine. What do you want from me? I ask. You betrayed me. You linked our lives. You bit me. You intend to kill Callum. Can't you just leave me alone?
No.
He drags his teeth over his bottom lip.
I'm your alpha. It looks bad if you turn me down.
Good. I don't even bother arguing that he is not my alpha. I won't give him the satisfaction.
Don't you want to know about the bond?
I know he's trying to provoke me. I can feel that dark thread of his inside me, curling around my emotions, trying to get me to react. Don't bite. Don't bite. Don't. What about it?
You want to break it, don't you?
He smiles slowly, irritating dimples creasing his cheeks. He has me, and he knows it. He holds out his hand, his meaning clear. Dance with me, and find out. I narrow my eyes. He must feel my cold pulse of anger. I don't even know if it's aimed at him or myself, because I'm actually considering it. My fingers flex at my sides. I feel the moment he thinks he's won, a triumphant burst of power in my chest. I can't stand it. I ball my hand into a fist and walk toward the alpha table.
I could make you dance with me, you know.
His voice slices through the sound of people talking, and I halt.
Ah, Callum told you about the Anya then.
That would only work if you were my alpha, and you're not. I force my body to soften and face him. Around us, wolves are lining up on either side of the dance floor for the next dance. You would not use it on me anyway.
What makes you so sure?
I shrug, though, as I say it, I'm certain it's true. You're perpetually bored, Blake. You toy with people to entertain yourself. You would gain no enjoyment from forcing someone to do something against their will.
Should we put your theory to the test?
A challenge dances in his eyes, which glints in the candlelight. I raise my chin. Go on, then. Use your command on me. Order me to dance with you. It's the only way I ever will. He angles his head slightly. Perhaps I'm playing with fire. I'm curious to see how it works. He may use this against Callum and me at some point, and I may as well prepare myself for it. A slow, dangerous smile spreads across his face. He holds out his hand.
Dance with me.
I wait to feel something, anything, at his command. I fight my eye roll. I knew he would have no power over me, because he is not my alpha. He chuckles.
So pleased with yourself, little rabbit. Look at me.
His pupils dilate, and his irises become threaded with amber. My breath catches. Blake doesn't let his wolf surface often, and as it peers out from his eyes, it transforms his face. It seems to sharpen his jaw and accentuate his cheekbones. I'm looking at something feral and beautiful and deadly.
Give me your hand.
This time, I feel him everywhere. His essence floods me. His scent, his heat, a dark, unyielding dominance that I had not noticed before. I've always known him to be dangerous, but this power... The wolf is in his eyes, bright and beautiful, and I'm ensnared in his gaze. My pulse pounds as I fight the sensation, but all I can think of is my fever dream and the image of a rabbit in the maw of a great wolf. I think he was doing something to me through the bond, but it feels slightly different, as if his command is slipping beneath my skin like a shadow, whispering, promising, coaxing. And when it strokes that feral thing inside me, that feral thing rubs against it. It would be so easy to agree, so easy to do as he says. I want to please him. I'd do anything for him. He's my alpha, and I want to... I grab those shadowy fingers that coil around my soul and shove them away. The great hall comes back to me. The crackle of the fire in the stone hearth, and the scent of buttered salmon and red wine. The bagpipe music starts. That feeling dissipates on a breath, and my first instinct is to bare my teeth at him and snarl. My second is to gloat. I make myself look dazed and place my hand in his. I want him to think he has power over me, so later I can use it against him. Blake's fingers curl around mine. Where he touches me, my skin hums. The thread that links us seems to vibrate. I try to hide how my breath catches in my throat, and the way my pulse kicks up. His reaction is almost invisible, but his chest rises then falls, deeper than usual. His expression is too careful, too blank. He's hiding like me. He feels it too. His eyes shift back to normal, though they glint like a cat who has found a mouse to play with.
Isn't that interesting?
He says, and I'm not sure if he's talking about his ability to use the Anya on me, or whether he's talking about how taut and uncomfortable our connection feels. He holds up my hand, as if claiming his prize, then leads me to the line of wolves on the dance floor. We stand at the end, beside Ryan and Becky. Ryan's grin falters when he sees who I'm about to dance with. The dance is much like the last, but slower. It requires changes in partners, as the females move down the line, but every time I am to take the hand of another wolf, Blake takes their place. Until, close to the end of the line, he stops the pretense that we're part of the charade, and pulls me toward him. The laughter and the clinking of glasses dims, as he places a hand on my lower back. I reflexively put my palm on his shoulder, and my fingertips brush hard muscle. He pulls our bodies flush, and my breath dies in my throat. One hand still laced with mine. He spins me around. He's manipulating me, I remind myself. He's going to take everything from me, including Callum. I have to stop him. I have to break this bond. His movements are strong and graceful as we travel around the dance floor. And again, I find myself thinking he's a good dancer. He told me he was born in a village, a half-wolf who later became part of the king's guard. There is no reason he would be trained to dance. Why are you so good at dancing? I ask.
I said I had information about the bond, and that is what you wish to ask me.
Yes. He dips me, and my breath hitches as I curl my arm around his neck.
Why are you asking?
He asks. Because I'm the princess. While the men in the castle were trained to fight, I was trained to dance. He pulls me upright, and his breath mingles with mine.
You say that as if it's a bad thing. Do you not like to dance?
That is not the point.
Kingdoms are not won by men fighting.
He twirls me under his arm, and my skirt flutters around my legs.
They are won by men dancing and manipulating others behind closed doors.
I'm not a man.
No, but I'm sure you could bring a kingdom to its knees.
That is your desire, not mine. He only smiles. I wonder if it's a lie, that perhaps something inside me does wish to destroy and claim, to take something away from my father. I felt the embers of something glowing in the pits of my soul since I found out what my father did to my mother. You're avoiding the question, I say. How did you learn to dance?
Is it so hard to believe that I, too, was trained?
He cocks his head to the side.
Why do you want to know?
I can feel your emotions, and I know that you're hiding something.
What of your secrets, little rabbit? I can feel you, too. I've sensed something within you long before our lives were entangled this way.
My breathing quickens, even though he's talking nonsense. Tell me about the bond.
Make me.
My pulse thunders as some wild beast stirs in my chest. He'd implied he'd give me information if I danced with him. I should have known it was a lie. You claim to be my alpha. That gives me a right to challenge you, doesn't it? I could do it right here, in front of all these people.
Oh, please do, little rabbit.
His voice is as soft and dark as a shadow. Do you think I cannot win? You cannot harm me without hurting yourself. You would look like a fool. He dips me again, as if to prove he's in control, and I'm floundering off balance.
I've endured much pain in my life, and I have caused much pain.
Do you think I have not? His hand shifts on my lower back. His finger brushes the spot where one of my scars brands my skin. I stiffen, and he pulls me upright.
I'm sure you have, but my experience with torture outweighs yours, I'm sure.
My blood chills as I think of his handwritten medical tomes.
Go on.
He whispers, his tone urging.
Challenge me. Show me how sharp those claws are.
The wild thing in my chest rears her head. His eyes glint as if he senses it, welcomes it. I take a deep breath. I know how to win this, and it's not by giving him what he wants. He wishes to play with me. I won't indulge him. I release my grip on his neck and I step back. I curtsy. Thank you for the dance, Blake. He sighs.
You can ask 3 questions about the bond.
He says.
I'll answer truthfully. Yes or no.
I turn around, hiding my smile. I take his hand once more. His scent curls around me as he brings me toward him. We continue our dance around the hall, and I ask him the most important question first. Do you know how to break it? Something unreadable flickers across his face. He looks as if he's trying to figure out how to answer. Finally, he says,
Yes.
I overheard him tell Callum he read about the bond in a book. I need to have the same information as him if I'm to find a solution. The book in which you read about the bond, is it here at Lowfell?
No.
He says. Again, I think he's telling the truth. I've been wasting my time in the library. I keep my features blank. You've been living at Madoc Alley for a while. That's where the book is. He opens his mouth to answer my question, but I shush him. I want to find out precisely where the tome is, so that when we take the castle, I can find it immediately. Your entire plan relies on the bond, so you wouldn't have left it out in the open. I search his eyes, and try to read the secrets that glimmer there amid the gold flecks. There was a wall of books beside his bed. Is the book in your chambers at Madoc Alley?
Yes.
The triumph that tickles my lips dies. I don't have a chance of retrieving it until Callum has overthrown James. What's more, Blake betrayed James. James could have destroyed Blake's possessions. Blake's smile shows me he's well aware. Despite finding out where I can find some answers, the victory of this game belongs to him. I'm surprised by the force of the anger that erupts inside me. My throat tightens, and my teeth tingle. I'm fed up of males like Blake thinking they can manipulate me. He thinks he's the only one who can play a game. I've been playing games with obnoxious lords my entire life. I don't see why Blake should be any different from the rest of them. I have another question for you, Blake. I curl my hand tighter around the back of his neck. I know he can feel the challenge that is coming from me, just as I can feel his intrigue.
Okay, I'll play.
He says.
One more.
I let my guard down entirely. I allow his darkness to flood me as I search for something that can be used against him. He breathes in deeply, as if he can sense what I'm doing. I smell pine and parchment and stale air. I hear a dripping well and someone screaming. I catch a glimpse of a dark cell and the glint of a metal scalpel. I feel his essence, amusement and danger, and something feral that lurks beneath. He feels like a viper, tightly coiled, that one day will strike. I catch a whisper of something else, too. It's hotter, hungrier, more dangerous. My blood heats as it takes its hold. I remember when I was in chains in the dungeons. His eyes flickered to my lips just for a moment, and he'd stumbled back in disgust afterward. His gaze, right now, is fixed on my face. Do you think I'm beautiful, Blake? I ask. He swallows, and a surge of power rises within me. For the first time, I think I've caught him off guard. But then he smiles. He steps closer, and his heat and the scent of pine crashes over me, dark and all-consuming. He dips his mouth to my ear.
Tread carefully, little rabbit.
His warm breath brushes my skin.
That is not a game you wish to play with me.
A shiver travels down my spine as the song comes to an end. Blake steps back, and air fills my lungs once more. He inclines his head, the gesture polite, his expression as nonchalant as usual. His eyes are lethal in the flickering torchlight. Wolves head to the tables to top up their drinks, and Blake walks through them. He leaves the great hall as the bagpipe player starts a new tune. Jack stands by the exit and watches him go with an uncharacteristically serious look on his face. He seems concerned for his alpha. He follows him. It takes a moment for my pulse to calm and my breathing to steady. I'm playing a game with the most dangerous wolf in the kingdom, and his words were laced with threat. I don't know whether I'm winning or losing, but I think I just rattled him. I smile. Chapter 19. The great hall is too hot. The scents of food and wine and sweat are heavy in the air, and my dance with Blake has made my skin feel tight. When I can't find Callum, I decide to get some fresh air. I navigate the shadowy corridors, walk through the entrance hall, and slip out of the castle into the small courtyard. My breath mists in front of my face, and I rub my arms over the long sleeves of my dress. I stand here for a few minutes, before the big arched door swings open behind me. Claire steps outside. She's clasping a goblet of red wine, and her dark hair tickles her face in the wind. Aurora, I didn't know anyone was out here. Her stare is assessing, as if she's sizing up whether or not I'm a threat. I don't know if it's because I'm the daughter of her enemy king, or whether it's because of my relationship with Callum. I hold her gaze, equally wary of her. Callum is looking for you, she says, although he just got cornered by Ryan, so it could be a while before he finds you. She leans against the wall by the door and sips her wine. The lad thinks he's going to storm Madach Alley by himself. Oh dear. An awkward silence hangs between us. I like your coat. Thank you. She nods at my dark blue dress. Nice dress. We continue to stare at one another. Are you on our side? I ask. I could ask the same of you. I'm on Callum's side. I have no love for my father, if that's what you're asking. She nods. If you want to know whether I've picked between James and Callum, I have not. You were on your way to Madach Alley before you came here. My clan is based in the north, close to Highfell, where the nights are getting darker. An old threat seems to be returning. Her expression darkens. There is something coming, We can sense it, and I want to move my people as far south as possible before it arrives. She swirls the wine in her cup. I'll respect whoever wins the challenge. James or Callum. It makes no difference to me. I heard you had a history with James. Her jaw tightens. That was a long time ago. What happened between you? She bites her cheek. My uncle was Alpha then, and James and Callum's father was king. As a way to form an alliance, we were invited to Madach Ali, and they agreed for James and me to marry. My eyebrows raise. The match was arranged. Did you wed? She laughs. No, it never came to that. When I found out I was being offered up like cattle, I was furious. I stormed into James's bedchambers, slammed him against the wall, and put a blade to his balls. Told him I'd cut them off unless he put a stop to it. A faraway look appears in her eyes, as if she is enjoying the memory. It turned out he knew nothing about it. He fought against it, but his father was a prick. We began fighting publicly with one another at every opportunity we had. We pretended to hate each other, so everyone could see how difficult an alliance would be with us at the heart. A coy smile plays on her lips. Secretly, though, we'd begun courting one another. She shrugs. The ultimate act of defiance, I suppose. Until we realized it's complicated. I suck in my bottom lip. I want to ask about Callum, but I know it'll come across as insecure. I don't want her to think I feel threatened by her. Her brow creases, as if she's trying to decipher my emotions. Go on, she says. Out with it. What do you want to know? I exhale. Lachlan said you had history with Callum too. Lachlan's a shit-stirring arsehole. She shakes her head. I suppose we do, in a way. It was about 5 years ago, but it's not what you think. Callum didn't know I was courting James. We hid it well. Like everyone else, he thought we despised one another, and that I had a miserable future ahead of me. He could see his father wouldn't relent. She shrugs a shoulder. He offered to take James's place. I feel as if I've been doused with cold water. I thought he tried to bed Claire, but this is much harder to stomach. He offered to be your husband. Claire rolls her eyes. It wasn't like that. Callum, he's an honourable male with a weakness for a damsel in distress. Her words don't make me feel any better. They're an echo of what Lachlan said. Callum rescued me once. Is that the main reason we're together? She shakes her head, her expression solemn. He thought he was saving me from misery. He didn't realise I was never rebelling against being with his brother, but having my future decided for me by others. He wanted to rescue me, not marry me. I look at her, taking in her curves, her bright eyes, and her delicate features. I'm sure he didn't. You were betrothed yourself at one point, weren't you? Sebastian was not as pretty as you. She laughs, and her stare becomes curious. There are rumours that James killed him at the battle. Callum said James is lying. He says you were the one who did it. Adrenaline swirls like wind in my chest. I clench my fists to stop my hands from shaking, as the memory of slitting my betrothed's throat flashes through my mind. Yes. She must hear my pounding pulse. I've had to kill in order to become Alpha. It's never easy, and always leaves a mark on one's soul. You shouldn't regret it, though. I don't. Good, she says. I'm glad you killed that bastard. He committed many atrocities against my people. Although I hear they have a new lord now, who is just as bad. Worse, I want to tell her. She finishes her wine, places it on a nearby window ledge, then walks across the cobblestones to the gates. It was good to speak with you in private. Perhaps soon we'll be allies, if Callum wins his challenge. And if he doesn't? She gives me a terse smile. You're going to visit James now, aren't you? I ask. Like I said, I need to make an alliance. but I'll respect the winner of the challenge. She disappears into the tunnel. I slump against the castle walls and place my palms on the rough stone. Callum asked another woman to marry him. It's not the idea that he envisioned a future with Claire that bothers me as such, but his reason for doing it. Does he merely see me as a damsel he needs to protect? I take a couple of deep breaths and taste wood smoke on the night air. I straighten and smooth down my dress before tucking a couple of errant strands of hair behind my ears. I need to get control over myself. It's been so long since I've let myself feel anything. I fear I'm letting my emotions get the better of me. It could be the wolf that stirs inside me, that makes me feel territorial about Callum. It could be the princess who has never courted anyone, never even had a proper friend, who was scared of losing the one person who has cared for her since she was a child. Callum has never given me a reason to doubt him. I head inside so I can talk to him. The door on the opposite side of the entrance hall opens at the same time. Ian strolls through. His blonde hair is messy, and his eyes a little bloodshot. There's a red wine stain on his yellow kilt. He smiles when he sees me. "Good evening, princess." My body tenses as he approaches. I'm not sure if it's his forced smile that puts me on guard, or the scent of alcohol that radiates from him. Perhaps it's because James told him that Alexander wanted me in exchange for his brother. I subtly reach for the wolfsbane between my breasts. "Good evening." He steps in front of me, and I curl my fingers around the glass vial.
Is everything okay, Ian?
Callum emerges from the corridor behind him. Ian tenses, then smiles. Callum is a head taller than him, and must be twice his width. He folds his arms, emphasizing his biceps. Ian swallows. "I just wanted to let the princess know we're lucky to have her here."
We are.
Callum doesn't smile. He looks the younger male up and down, and Ian averts his gaze.
Go on. Back to the feast.
Ian dips his head. Callum doesn't stand aside, so the smaller male has to squeeze past him before he disappears from view. I let loose a breath. Callum turns his attention to me. Even with the threat to me gone, he seems tense. His jaw is a strong line, and his expression is stony. My pulse slowed at his arrival, but it starts to speed up again. He seems like he's annoyed with me. "Is something wrong?" I ask.
Let's go somewhere private.
I fall into step beside him. He threads his fingers with mine and leads me past the festivities in the great hall and up one of the stairwells.
I'll have a word with Lachlan about Ian,
he says.
I don't like how he was looking at you.
He opens the door to our room, and we step inside. The fire burns low in the hearth, casting a soft glow onto the leather armchairs and the four-poster bed. I walk past him and sit on one of the armchairs, the one facing away from the window, so I don't have to look at the half-moon that shines over the loch. Callum shuts the door, then lingers by the foot of the bed. There's something off about him. "What did Claire have to say?" I ask.
There have been some unexplained deaths in a few of the villages in her territory, and people were seen entering an old chapel dedicated to the god of night, not too far from Highfell. She thinks Night's acolytes are rising once more. They've been talking about someone called the Night Prince. We have enough to be worrying about with Lachlan and James right now.
Is there something else? Something wrong? He chews his cheek as he leans against one of the bedposts.
You tell me.
What do you mean?
He
drags his hands over his face.
I don't know. Probably nothing.
The room is silent, but for the odd crackle coming from the fire, and the faint sound of bagpipes coming from the great hall. "Do you think I'm a damsel, Callum?" His brow furrows.
What?
"A damsel in distress. A weak female who needs saving." He folds his arms.
Because I'm going to have a word with Lachlan about a male from his clan who was up to no good.
No! I know I sound petulant, but... Do you think I'm your equal? He frowns.
Aye? Why?
You said once that you wanted to be with a female who was equal to you.
I do.
He cocks his head to one side.
I am.
Yet you feel the need to protect me all the time.
You're very small.
When I don't return his smile, he exhales.
You told me you did not want me to suppress myself, my wolf instincts around you. I'm an alpha, and you are my lass, and I want to protect you. What's wrong with that?
I could help Lachlan with Alexander, you know?
I won't risk you.
I turn toward the flickering flames and the fireplace. Claire's an alpha. If you were together, you wouldn't have to protect her, would you? I instantly regret saying it. I sound weak, foolish. Silence stretches between us, and I long for him to fill it. I need him to say something, anything. There's the thud and creak of footsteps across the floorboards. Callum crouches in front of the chair and nudges my knees apart to accommodate him. I'm not sure what I expect when I turn back to him. Annoyance, perhaps, or even confusion. It's not the wide grin that is spread across his face. I hate that it makes the corners of my lips twitch. What are you smiling about? I say.
So that's what this is all about.
What? He slides his hands up my legs, pushing up my skirt, and nips my inner thigh with his teeth.
Fuck, I like that you're jealous.
My breathing hitches. I'm not jealous. He kisses my leg, and his stubble scrapes against the sensitive skin.
Oh, I think that you are.
His hands move up and down my calves, leaving a trail of heat in their wake.
Perhaps I'm not the only territorial wolf around here.
You asked her to marry you. He looks up at me.
It wasn't like that.
I take his face in my hands to stop him from distracting me. What was it like?
I was 18. My mother had just gone missing. My father was grieving. My brother was distant and distracted. I was far from my home.
He shakes his head.
I was looking for purpose, I suppose. Claire and James seemed unhappy with the match, and I offered to take James's place. I wanted to prove myself to my father, to my people. It wasn't romantic.
Claire seemed to think you did it to save her from an unhappy fate.
I suppose that played into my decision, eh? Does that make me a monster?
No, I huff. It makes you a good man, a good wolf. Someone who would rescue any woman in distress, no matter who they were. Just like you rescued me. He frowns.
You did not wish for me to rescue you?
Of course. I'm happy you brought me here.
Ah, so you don't have an issue with me protecting you?
He says.
You don't like the thought of me protecting others? That's what makes you jealous?
No, it's not that either. I sigh. He doesn't get it. How can he? Callum is like a mountain, solid and strong.
What is it then?
His gaze is searching, like he's trying to solve a puzzle. I bite my bottom lip. I'm not used to expressing my feelings. I'm not sure how to explain that somehow, sometimes, Callum makes me feel weak. Not in the way that my father made me feel weak. With his control and his dismissiveness, and his scorn if I showed emotion, in the way that he is so careful with me. I wonder, sometimes, if it's my weakness that attracts him to me in the first place, when I don't want to be weak any longer. I want to be equal to the wolves in this kingdom. I want to be equal to him. You're very careful with me, I say finally.
I don't understand.
His brow creases.
You would rather I was rough or cruel?
No, of course not. I brush my thumb across his cheek. All of my life, I've been taught to suppress my emotions and my opinions. All of my life, I felt as if there was a scream building in my chest that I could never let go of. I worry, sometimes, that you suppress yourself around me, because you don't think I'm strong enough to handle the real you. He pulls back slightly, and I worry that I've offended him.
My father didn't suppress his emotions. He was rough and cruel, and he treated my mother poorly. So I'll hold back sometimes, because I don't want to turn into him. And I'm careful with you, because you're precious to me. Is that so wrong?
I suppose not. I don't know. This is all new to me.
Me too.
It is?
Believe it or not, I've never courted a bonny wee Southlands princess with fire in her soul who drives me to despair on a daily basis.
My eyes narrow. But you have courted other females before. His smile is soft, but not remorseful.
I have.
Jealousy crushes through me. It has thorns that ravage my insides. My canines ache, and the urge to bite something, to bite Callum, overcomes me. When Callum growls softly, I know he senses it.
Fuck.
He groans, dipping his lips to my leg once more.
That jealousy of yours makes me want to do some very bad things to you.
My lip twitches, despite my dark mood. Do them, then. His warm breath brushes close to the place where I'd like his mouth.
My wolf is very close to the surface right now. You want me to stop holding back with you? Let us wait until after the full moon, once you've shifted for the first time.
My jealousy twists into annoyance, then fear. I don't want to think about my body breaking and changing, and my mind not being my own any longer. I want to be distracted.
I bet he's so gentle with you, so afraid you will break.
I find myself thinking about what Blake would do to get what he wanted. Perhaps you're right. Perhaps even after the full moon we should not act on our impulses.
What?
The word tickles my inner thigh. I rest my elbow on the arm of the chair and put my hand over my mouth to suppress my smile. You know, as a Southlands princess, I'm not supposed to bed anyone before marriage. I should probably honour that, going forward. I catch the flash of the wolf in his eyes. Perhaps I should not bed anyone again until after I'm wed.
No sex before marriage? That's how you do things in the Southlands.
His brow crumples, and I almost laugh. Yes, what do you think? I bite my cheek, sure he's about to pounce on me, sure I've won my little game with him. His breath is warm against my skin, and his shoulders brush against my inner thighs when he raises himself up.
Okay.
He says,
Marry me then.
Chapter 20. My mouth drops open. Marry you? Callum, I was just... I fumble for the words. I was not joking as such, but...
I know what you were doing, Princess.
The soft glow from the fire flickers across his strong jaw.
You were trying to manipulate me. You should have known it wouldn't work. If you wish to talk seriously about this, then let's.
He brushes a kiss on the inside of my leg.
Marry me.
You're not serious.
I am.
What game is this? He huffs a laugh.
I don't play games, Princess.
You're proposing marriage? He slides a hand along the back of my calf. Mischief dances on his lips.
I'm on my knees, aren't I?
This isn't a joke, Callum.
I know. I want to marry you.
For sex? He grins.
That's one reason, aye?
Darkness spreads in my veins. Are you expecting a political alliance with my father?
No.
He nips my thigh with his teeth.
In fact, I think he'd be rather displeased to know what this savage wolf wishes to do to his daughter.
Do you wish to send a message to the Southlands by marrying their princess?
No.
He smiles.
I want you to be my wife.
I cup his face in my hands. His skin is hot, and his stubble prickles my palms. He truly means this. A few months ago, the thought of marrying someone like Callum would have been beyond my wildest dreams. It still is. Yet, something feels off. I feel hesitant. Your wife, I say.
Aye.
You want me to be yours? His expression darkens.
Aye.
My muscles tighten. It's about ownership. The flames burn in the fireplace, and the log crumbles to ash. I wonder if that's all love is when stripped bare. People striving to own one another. He swallows, as if he knows the direction of my thoughts. He takes my chin.
I'm a wolf, an alpha, and there are certain things I'm struggling with at the moment. I don't want to feel this way, but my brother has marked you. Blake.
A muscle twitches in his jaw.
Blake has bound himself to you and claimed you as part of his clan. So I want you to be my wife. Mine.
Callum.
There is more to it than that, though. I want to be yours, too. I want to be your husband, your equal. I want you by my side, challenging me, supporting me. I want a family with you and to provide for you.
He takes my hand in his and brushes his lips across my knuckles.
You don't have to agree. You can marry me tomorrow. We can ride to Dawn's Craig in the morning and ask the priestess to do it. Or we can marry in 10 years. We don't have to marry at all if you don't want it. I'll still be here at your side, striving to impress you until my soul sleeps with Yalach and the stars. Think on it, okay?
My mouth is dry, and my eyes burn. I nod and squeeze his hands. I will think on it. He smiles, wide and open. Then he drags his teeth over his bottom lip. He cocks his head to one side, as if coming to a decision, and mischief ignites within his eyes. I've seen this look on him before. It means trouble. The corner of my lip quacks. What's that look for? I ask.
Perhaps I could give you a taste of married life to help you make your decision.
In a sudden movement, he grabs my thighs and pulls my knees over his shoulders.
Just a taste.
I gasp as I'm dragged forward in the armchair. Callum! He pulls my underwear aside.
What?
I thought you couldn't be manipulated. My voice is breathy and doesn't sound like it belongs to me. It seems you're doing exactly what I want. Slowly, torturously, he drags his tongue along my entrance. My hands find his head, and my fingers curl in his hair to pull him to me.
Who says I'm not manipulating you?
His lips glisten in the firelight. I tilt my head back as he feasts on me, as if I'm his favorite meal. He sucks and strokes and laps as if he's a rabid beast, and provokes sounds from me that I've never made before. I clamp my thighs around his head and ride his face, rocking my hips until I'm nothing but liquid heat and the wind that howls through the mountains. Somewhere, within the wild valleys and hurtling brooks that pass beneath me, I see his point. I would do anything he asked of me right now. If belonging to him means more of this, then I could give him everything I am. Then all thoughts evade me, and I'm only this feeling, this pleasure, as release crashes through me and I sink into never-ending bliss. I barely hear the voice somewhere deep within me, dark and primal and slightly annoyed. Feral eyes. Amber. A low growl. You belong to no one. I blink. I'm in my father's palace, in the ballroom. I sit at one of the many tables that are dotted around the dance floor, and I'm concealed behind one of the stone columns that support the domed ceiling. People dance in their finery on the checkered tiles, and the crescent moon shines through the sun-shaped window above my father's throne. My brother Philip is by one of the tall arched windows, surrounded by adoring men and women alike. He throws back his head and laughs. His wine sloshes out of his cup. Unease winds around my bones like a serpent. The notes of the string quartet are slightly off. The movement of the crowd is disjointed. The scent of liquor and sweat hangs heavy in the air. It's suffocating. A man sits beside me. He leans closer, too close. He is packed with muscle, with black hair shaved close to his head. He's drunk, too drunk. His sour breath assaults my cheek, and as he slurs on about the glory he intends to bring to the kingdom, he puts his hand on my thigh. I stiffen. I know his history. I know the last time he visited the palace, one of my ladies-in-waiting was seen crying the next morning. Touching me on another night would warrant his execution. Either drink, or the fact we are shrouded in shadow has made him bold. My father wants me to talk to him, appease him. So, even though my skin crawls, I relax my posture, lean in for the jug, and refill his goblet with wine. You're being too forward, Alexander. My words are bold, but I force a coy smile onto my lips.
I think you like it, love.
He slurs in his Borderlands accent.
You need someone forward, a bit wild, not like these stiff southern bastards in their silken finery.
I nod at his black coat, embroidered with anchors and flowers. You say that, yet your coat is one of the finest I've seen.
It would look even better on the floor of your bedchambers, with the rest of your clothes piled beside it.
Only my husband is supposed to speak to me that way.
Play your cards right, and that could be me.
My father would never agree to that. I pretend to be sad about the fact. He will make me marry a lord or a prince, someone to strengthen the kingdom. He slurps his drink and brings his lips to my ear.
Fuck your father.
My heartbeat quickens.
Does that make you nervous, love? Fuck, you smell good.
I force myself not to recoil, though I inch away slightly. You don't like my father?
Who does, the miserable cunt?
He takes another sip and spills a little wine on the table.
You should do what I say, not him. After I've taken the Borderlands from my twat of a brother, I'll turn the Borderlands army to the south, put your father's head on a spike, and take you for myself. How does that sound?
Like you've just signed your death warrant, Alexander. I force myself to smile. An appealing plan indeed. He leans closer, and something inside me rattles against its confines. My fingers hurt, and I fear claws will erupt so I can claw out his eyes. He opens his mouth, and his eyes gleam with hunger. I breathe in sharply. A blade protrudes from his throat. It's pulled back, and he slumps forward onto the table. The jug of wine tips over and spills onto the floor. Blake stands behind him, and the muscles in his forearm flex as he sheathes the dagger. The moonlight illuminates the gleam in his eye, and the dimple that presses into his cheek. His dark hair is mussed, and his black shirt is baggy. The buttons are only done up to halfway, like he's been lounging on his bed. This can't be happening. This isn't happening. This didn't happen. The music stops. The people dissolve into shadow. A cloud passes over the crescent moon that shines on the throne. My fear and unease dissolve. This is not real. I'm not a 14-year-old girl being groomed by a man almost twice her age. This is a dream, a memory, nothing more. My lips tighten. It's not something Blake should be privy to. I straighten in my seat.
Hello, little rabbit.
Blake's lips curve into a wicked smile.
Have you been keeping secrets?
Chapter 21.
I made friends with a man in the Southlands once.
Blake repeats the story I once told him. He pushes Alexander and his chair onto the floor. He turns and leans against the table beside me, his thigh close to my clasped hands.
My father thought he was plotting against him, and I was told to dance with him, sit with him, fill up his cup. He was a devious, cruel man.
A slow smile spreads across Blake's face.
No wonder you were so alarmed at the news that Alexander wasn't dead.
I fold my arms. Very good. You have discovered my secret. Blake laughs.
Here I was, thinking he wanted to marry you and stake his claim on the borderlands. It seems he may have a personal vendetta against you as well.
I don't feel bad for what I did. He should have been executed.
I imagine he feels otherwise.
I exhale. You can be facetious all you like, Blake. You linked our lives together. Whatever happens to me, happens to you. He shrugs.
I won't let him hurt you.
You can stop him. Blake looks down at the body on the floor and arches an eyebrow. I roll my eyes. I'm not sure killing the real Alexander will be as simple as killing a figment of my imagination. He had a lot of support in the borderlands before. Well, whatever happened to him. I think of the bellows I heard throughout the palace after I told my father his intentions. I thought he had been executed. My father never mentioned him again.
Lowfell is more or less secure,
says Blake. More or less? The table creaks as he shifts against it, and parts his thighs slightly.
I don't like how some of Lachlan's clan are looking at you. I'm starting to wonder whether a mysterious illness should appear among the lower-ranking wolves in his pack. Nothing deadly, of course, just bad enough to keep them weak.
Oh yes, let's march a half-dead army, weak with sickness, onto Maddox Alley. James will be terrified. I give him a hard look. Don't do anything. Blake grins, a real grin, almost charming, and his annoying dimples deeply puncture his cheeks.
Fine. Perhaps not, then. Are there any other friends of yours I should know about?
No one of note.
What a relief. Does Callum know about this?
No. It doesn't matter that Alexander may have a personal vendetta against me. The outcome is the same. When Blake raises his eyebrows, I sigh and look away. It will worry him, and he has enough to deal with. I don't want him fussing over me like a mother hen.
Quite right. Come to Daddy about things like this.
He winks. I shake my head, but have to bite my cheek to stop myself from laughing. You're repugnant.
Perhaps refrain from making any new friends until we've dealt with this one, yes?
The corner of my mouth twitches. You're the only friend I've made recently.
I'm glad to hear it. Keep the wolfsbane I gave you close by when you meet with Lachlan in the morning.
You didn't give it to me. I took it.
Of course you did, darling.
His voice fades as the hall disintegrates around us. Shadows swirl around me as the dream ebbs away.
Let me know if Lachlan says anything interesting, won't you?
The next morning, I wrap my cloak tightly around me as I walk through the grass toward the brown and orange waters of the loch. Lachlan is already waiting for me. He leans against the bough of an ash tree, his red hair a sharp contrast to the grey of the bark. His yellow kilt ruffles in the wind. He smiles in my direction as I approach. Then he looks over my shoulder. I follow his gaze. Callum leans against the outer wall of Lowfell, with his arms folded across his chest. He raises a hand to wave at Lachlan, a gesture playful, but the meaning clear. He's watching. Sorry, I shrug. I tried to get him to wait in the castle, but he's as stubborn as an ox when he wants to be. Lachlan's smile grows.
Not a problem. It was the other one I was more concerned about.
Blake? Why?
We'll get to that.
He holds out his arm for me to take.
Walk with me.
I assess the wolf before me. Strong, lithe, a warrior. I'm glad of the vial of wolfsbane in my pocket. I loop my arm with his, and he steers me toward the woodland. What is it you wanted to speak to me about? I ask.
Sebastian.
Something cold floods me at the mention of my former betrothed. A vision of me straddling his lap in the carriage flashes behind my eyelids.
How about you show me what else you learned while you were being a whore to that high-fell beast?
Sweat beads on my brow, and I push down the rise of the fever that threatens to take me. I pushed down my disappointment, too. I had hoped he wanted to speak to me about my mother. What about him? I asked.
He came to Glas Cladoch with a group of soldiers about 6 months ago.
What did he want?
He was looking for the heart of the moon.
My eyebrows lift. He thought you had it. Dry twigs and leaves crunch beneath our boots as the trees around us get taller. They stretch toward the grey sky with gnarly fingers. A rustle, and the scent of the mountains carried on the wind lets me know Callum is not far behind.
He believed it had been in the snowlands at one time, but was then transported into the Northlands. Glas Cladoch is the nearest port to the snowlands, so he reasoned we might have been holding on to it.
Were you?
No, but we keep a log of all the boats that enter our territory. When he discovered there was a storm on the day your mother left her kingdom to marry your father, and her ship was diverted to Glas Cladoch, he became very interested, particularly on seeing the crop of moonflower that grows on our cliffs, a crop said to only grow after the earth is touched by Yellach's power.
Lachlan steadies me as I almost trip over a fallen branch. What are you saying?
Did she ever give you an heirloom? Something with a precious stone in it? A necklace or a ring, perhaps?
You think my mother had the heart of the moon? I let out a half laugh, though there is no humour in it. She left me all of her jewellery. Much of it is adorned with precious stones. Some of it is back at the borderlands, some in my father's castle. I shake my head. None of it held any particular importance to her. If she had such a precious relic in her possession, she would have kept it close, surely. She did not have it, Lachlan.
Perhaps. I thought it was worth asking.
What would you have done if I had it? He shrugs, though something violent gleams in his eyes.
It's a very precious thing.
In that case, I'm glad Callum is following us. Lachlan smirks. We stop by the crumbling chapel, and I let go of his arm. You didn't want Blake to overhear this conversation. Why?
All alphas want to get their hands on the heart of the moon, not just me. Whoever has it in their possession becomes the most powerful wolf in the Northlands. They'd likely become king. I thought you and Callum may appreciate me not passing on this information to him.
You don't want Blake to take the throne? It's a relief to know that, at least. But why? You seem to get along with him.
I told you. He intrigues me.
The corner of his mouth tips up, but I sense sadness in him. He runs a hand over the back of his neck, and I catch another glimpse of his tattoos as he brushes aside his shirt collar.
The problem is, I tend to become intrigued by the wrong sort of men.
Kai, I say softly. He releases a sad laugh.
I loved him, killed my father for him. He betrayed me and took part of my clan.
He shakes his head.
Regardless, it looks like I'm going to attempt to rescue him. Jack returned from the borderlands early this morning. One of my men overheard him talking to Blake. 2 days after the full moon, Alexander plans to move a group of prisoners, Kai included, between the Borderlands castle and his castle on the coast.
The Grey Keep, I say. Alexander boasted about his sea-drenched castle during the ball when I discovered his treason. I read about it in the days after. It's close to the border and set upon cliffs. The rocks below are too jagged and perilous for boats to approach. Lachlan nods.
I'm sure that Blake will lie and tell me he's dead. But you can inform Callum that if he wants my army, we'll rescue Kai first.
He raises his voice above the rustle of the leaves, because he knows Callum is listening.
There's a crag in between the 2 castles, perfect for an ambush. When Kai is safe, Callum can have my army, and will pay his brother a visit.
I smile. I'll let him know. His eyes glint, and he shrugs.
My point is, I tend to be attracted to those who harbor darkness, and there is darkness in Blake, more than in most.
His gaze sweeps over the ruin of the chapel amid the trees.
I fear what would become of the Northlands under his command.
I don't disagree. The bond is like a thread, and it gets tighter as the full moon gets closer. I'm used to caging my feelings, so even though, after I escaped Sebastian, I told myself I'd feel more, I entomb them to keep Blake out. As the days pass, and Callum works with Lachlan to prepare his ambush, there's a part of me that wonders if I'm using Blake as an excuse. I wonder if feeling nothing is still easier than feeling something. I don't want to be overcome by fear of the full moon. My father killed my mother, and sometimes I'm so angry I feel like I'll combust. Callum is still being so gentle with me, and sometimes it makes me want to scream. And my mother? My mother hid that I was a wolf. She let herself be poisoned. Why would she do that? No, I don't want to feel any of it. I spend my time poring over books, trying to find something to break the link between Blake and me. Or perhaps I'm just trying to distract myself, trying to stop myself from staring out of the window each night as the moon gets brighter. One morning, as I'm scanning the shelves in the library, pacing, chewing my fingernails, Elsie taps me on the shoulder and hands me a small paperback. The Alpha Secret is written across the front. When I flick through, my lips twitch. Another love story, I say. The old cook here at Lowfell used to pen them, she shrugs. I wasn't allowed out, with my father being the way he was. These helped pass the time. This one is particularly good. You should read it. There's a slight glint in her eyes, and she looks alarmingly similar to her brother for a moment. I'm sure it's due to the intimate romantic details I'm sure to find within. I thank her, and pocket it so I can read it in private later. I go back to my frantic search. It's not until the day before the full moon, when I'm eating breakfast, that I make a discovery. I'm reading a scripture that says all wolves' power comes from the moon. I breathe in sharply, as Blake's darkness floods me. The hall is quieter this morning. Lachlan and his clan are planning a hike to Dawn's Crag later, as part of a Glas Cladoch ritual, and he's taken them outside. Ryan and Becky seem to be arguing by the doors. Callum is crouched in the middle of the flagstones and is attempting some kind of magic trick for Alfie, and Elsie and Aaron are talking quietly while they eat breakfast. Blake sits straight in his chair, and his hand is curled into a fist on the table. Beside him, Jack looks at him in concern. The full moon is tomorrow. I walked in on Blake last month, shirtless, his muscles clenched and dripping with sweat. He was trying not to shift. I know he doesn't like being a wolf. Perhaps I'm merely feeling his anxiety, which rivals my own. An idea takes root. The moon was shining brightly the night that Blake forged our connection. If Blake drew on the power of the moon to create the bond, then perhaps I could draw on the same power to break it. It takes me back to my conversation with Lachlan regarding my mother and the moonflower at Glas Cladoch. What if the heart of the moon could be used to break the bond? Chapter 22. The evening before the full moon, I stare out of the window. There's a solitary figure outside. His coppery hair is being blown around by the wind as he throws stones into the loch with his head bowed. Ryan seems to be having as hard a time today as I am, though I presume his dark mood is related to his argument with Becky. All my life, I've swallowed my feelings and entombed them in stone. If it ever cracked, I'd be accused of hysteria. It always struck me as unfair. My father executed anyone who stood in his way, and my brother emerged from King's City taverns bloody and bruised most evenings. Yet I was deemed emotional. Now, my emotions churn like the waters of the loch that surrounds Lowfell. They howl with the gusts of wind that travel through the mountains. I tried to fix my mask, and act as impenetrable as I'm expected to be. I feel the weight of Callum's gaze against my back. I feel night's shadows closing in on me. It's suffocating. I suppress a whimper. I cannot do this. There's a rustle of fabric, and the armchair by the fire groans. Callum's footsteps approach, slow and steady, before his mountain scent wraps around me. One of his big arms curves around my torso.
Don't be afraid.
His words are warm. I'm not afraid. He slides his palm over the dress I wear, up to my chest, leaving a trail of heat, and stops just beneath my breast. He lightly taps my ribs with 2 fingers. The pace is fast, a frenzied bird, in time with my racing heartbeat.
Liar.
He trails his lips along my neck, and something hot blooms amid the cool darkness.
Turn around. Tell me, princess, am I afraid?
He turns me to face him. He doesn't need to take my hand, calloused palms rough yet gentle, and press it against his chest for me to answer. Nor do I need to feel the steady thump of his heart. Why would he be afraid? What would scare such a male? His shirt stretches across powerful shoulders, and the sleeves are rolled up to expose thick, corded forearms. His hair is shorn close to his head at the sides, a warrior's cut. He was built to lead armies, to lead kingdoms. Even Blake seems to have conceded that he needs Callum in order to dispose of James and get what he wants. He puts his finger beneath my chin.
I'll be with you at your side. You have nothing to fear, I swear it.
He presses his forehead against mine.
What can I do, princess? Tell me and I shall do it.
He sounds almost as helpless as I feel.
How can I make you feel better? Let me in.
I wish his solidity, the hardness of his chest, and the steadiness of his breathing was enough. I'm fine.
I will kill him for you.
His tone is low, almost guttural, and his hot breath brushes my lips. I know he's talking about James.
I will claim this kingdom for you, and he will pay for what he did. In a couple of days, we'll have an army.
I offer him a weak smile. I know he's trying to make me feel better, but justice doesn't negate what has been done. I have to live with the consequences of James biting me for the rest of my life, and I can't help but fear it. A soft tap at the door makes both of us start.
Come in,
says Callum. Very slowly, the door opens. A messy mop of dark hair appears through the gap, followed by a small, flushed face. Callum's answering smile is big and easy, and it instantly transforms his face. Warmth radiates from him. It eases some of the anxiety that causes in my chest. I can tell Callum likes children. I think he would make a good father.
Hello, Alfie,
he says.
Can we help you?
Alfie blushes and shifts from one foot to the other. He is clearly nervous to be speaking to the big, scary Alpha of Highfell. My mum requests the princess's help in the kitchens.
Does she now?
Callum's green eyes twinkle in the evening light.
She has obviously not tasted the princess's cooking.
I slap his arm and he chuckles, loudly. It's not that bad, I protest, though the cook at Madoc Alley, Mrs. MacDonald, who I was tasked with helping when Callum brought me to the Northlands, might disagree. I'll be right down, Alfie. His face reddens even more, and he bows deeply to us both, which seems to further amuse Callum. Alfie turns and scampers down the corridor.
He's a spirited wee thing, isn't he?
Says Callum. He is. I glance at the bedside table, where the new love story Elsie lent me, The Alpha's Secret, now sits. I smile. I wonder what Elsie needs.
Wolf's fast on the day of the full moon, so often we have a big meal the night before. I'd not expected Blake to organise anything. Perhaps Elsie has taken it upon herself. You should go. It'll help take your mind off things. I'll go and have a word with Ryan in the meantime.
He nods to the figure outside as he hurls another rock into the water.
The lad seems like he's wallowing.
goodness, he does, doesn't he? I saw him arguing with Becky earlier. I think she's getting fed up of him talking about Fiona all the time.
That's the problem with us wolves. We're very territorial and very fixated on getting what we want.
He brushes his lips against my forehead. I stand on my tiptoes and plant a kiss on his lips. The wolf flickers in his eyes, and he grins, then taps me on my behind.
Go on, before I get any other ideas on how to pass the time.
When I arrive in the low-fell kitchens, the last thing I expect to see is Elsie chasing a lobster across the flagstones of the small shadowy room, while Alfie races around shrieking. Her face is bright red, and strands of her dark hair have escaped her braid and stick to her rosy cheeks. I jump to the side as she swoops down, wrestles with the creature, and shoves it into a huge wicker basket, just as another crustacean emerges from the other side of the room and clambers onto the work surface. "Oh, bloody bollocks!" she cries. "Bollocks!" roars Alfie. He leaps back, hits the table, and knocks over a bowl of potatoes. "Quiet, you! Don't use bad words!" She grabs the escaped lobster, shoves it into the basket, and commands Alfie to pick up all the potatoes he spilled. I crouch down, pick one of them up, and toss it to him. He catches it with a squeal, and I stand up and rub my now muddy hands against my brown skirt. "What on earth have I walked into?" I ask. "Thank Yallach, you're here." Elsie leans against the counter and blows a strand of hair out of her face. Despite the searing heat in here, coming from the fire in the stone hearth and the large pot of water heating up atop it, she wears a long-sleeved grey dress that covers the night tattoo on her wrist. "Blake wanted to organise a nice meal for tonight. I don't know whose bloody brilliant idea it was to bring 6 live lobsters back from the market. Aaron's, probably. His idea of a joke. Still, they'll taste nice when they're done." My smile falters, and Elsie's eyebrows pinch together. "What is it? Don't tell me you don't like lobster." I bite my cheek, then walk over to the hearth to peer into the big pot. My brother told me how they were cooked once. I was 10 years old, and sitting at the family dining room in the palace, my mother and father at either end of the long table. It was her birthday, one of the last ones she would have, and she had dark circles beneath her eyes, but was trying to muster up the energy to act happy. My father didn't bother to make conversation, and soon the silence was broken only by the snap and crack as he tore off the claws of the creature on his plate and bashed its shell with the small hammer. I found pleasure in pulling apart the lobster myself, using the nutcracker to tear off its legs and the small fork to pick out its sweet flesh, rather than having the kitchen staff prepare everything like usual. Until my brother Philip leaned close, with the acidic scent of wine on his breath. He said they were put in a pot of cold water while they were alive, then heated up slowly. By the time they realised it was boiling, it was too late. They would clamber over one another, screaming, trying to get out. They could not escape, try as they might. He said it to upset me. He could never bear me having a moment of joy. But the story always stuck with me. My throat tightens. I've thought about it a lot since I came to the Northlands. Those lobsters. Their ignorance as their lives were taken from them. So slowly they didn't even realise they were trapped. How they didn't fight until it was too late. How they let themselves be killed. I turn, and Elsie is staring at me. My cheeks heat, and I instantly regret speaking. I turn my gaze to the narrow window and catch a glimpse of an overgrown walled garden outside. "You got out, Aurora," she says softly. "You escaped." "My mother didn't." I glance at Alfie. He sits at the table and plays with a couple of potatoes. "Your friend didn't." Sometimes I wonder if I'll ever truly escape. I think about James and the bite, and the fact that one day Blake will try to kill Callum in order to be king. Other times I wonder if, when I clambered out of that pot, I ended up falling straight into the open flames. Elsie exhales, loudly. She clucks her tongue, then slams her hand down on the counter. "Oh, bollocks! Bollocks!" mimics Alfie. My eyes widen. "What's wrong?" "We can't eat the things now, can we?" Elsie grabs the huge basket, nudging a set of claws that pokes over the edge, and stomps toward the door. "Come on!" "Where are you going?" "To free the lobsters." "What?" "We'll take them to the loch. Come on!" A soft laugh escapes me, as Alfie squeals with joy and hurries after her. "Free the lobsters!" he cries. "We can't do that," I say. "Course we can." "What will we have for dinner?" She pulls her face, then glances at the muddy potatoes scattered across the table. "Potatoes? I don't know. We'll figure something out. Come on, hurry, before the men find out." With Alfie at her heels, she bustles out of the door. Unable to hide my grin, I hurry after her. Chapter 23.
Elsie, darling, what happened to the lobster I paid for?
Blake sits at one head of their alpha table and studies the mushed potato gloop that coats his spoon. His dark shirt is unbuttoned at the collar, and the candles that flicker in the centre of the table cast light onto his sharp jaw. The fire roars in the curved stone hearth at the back of the room, but does little to dispel the shadows. Aaron, Jack, and Ryan sit along one side of the table, while Elsie, Alfie, and I sit on the other. Lachlan's clan have their own way of celebrating the night before the full moon, and have travelled to Dawn's Crag to meet with the priestess. Callum sits at the other head of the table and smirks at his bowl. Elsie raises her chin. "They escaped." Blake cocks his head to one side, as if trying to make sense of this.
What do you mean, they escaped?
"I don't know," she says. "They're gone. They got free."
How? Where exactly did they go?
Blake says.
Are they still here? Am I to find lobsters wandering around my castle?
Callum turns his laugh into a cough, and Elsie shoots him a dark look. Alfie giggles. Blake turns to the young boy.
Do you know the whereabouts of the lobsters, Alfie?
"Swimming," he says.
Swimming?
He arches an eyebrow at Elsie.
And so the plot thickens.
"They're in the loch, okay?" She raises her hands. "What do you want me to say?" There's a creak as Jack leans back in his chair, while the corner of Aaron's lip pulls up. A dimple punctures Blake's cheek now.
Why, may I ask, are they in the loch?
Elsie points at me, almost knocking over her goblet of wine. "It was her fault!" There's a glint of humour in her eyes. I put my hand on my chest. "It was your idea. Only because you told me that sad, bloody story about the lobster," says Elsie. "About how it didn't even know the water was boiling until it was too late." I feel the weight of Callum's gaze on my heating cheeks. His expression softens. Some of the humour disappears from Blake's eyes.
Well, it looks lovely,
says Callum as he dips his spoon into the bowl.
What is it?
Tatty soup. Elsie juts out her chin. What else? Callum takes a mouthful.
Delicious.
He can barely contain his stupid grin, and the corner of Blake's mouth lifts when he struggles to swallow.
You can really taste the earth.
It's Blake's turn to conceal his laugh by pretending he's clearing his throat, while I slap Callum's arm. "I didn't see any of you gentlemen offering to cook," I say.
I'm serious,
says Callum, looking anything but.
I like it. It's got the gritty crunch I always enjoy with my tatties.
"Oh, piss off," snorts Elsie. "One of you can cook next time." "I do a good barbecued lobster," says Jack, a faraway look in his eyes. "Smoky sweet meat, cooked on open flames. Delicious."
But then we would have been robbed of this treat,
says Callum, and Jack grins. "Lobster's meat for life, you know," Ryan mumbles suddenly, hunched over his bowl. All the humour drains from the hall. Elsie stiffens, while Aaron looks down at the table. Callum frowns. Jack clears his throat. Blake stills, and I feel that shred of him inside me hardening, as if to stop me from feeling his emotion. "Like wolves," chirps Alfie. It takes me a moment to figure out the strange tension, but then I recall what Callum told me once, about wolves having mates that were chosen by the moon goddess. He said it was a connection more powerful than love. Didn't Elsie say Yelach had other plans for Aaron, that he had feelings for another? Was she talking about him having a mate?
"Aye,"
says Aaron softly.
"That's right, lad."
The air is too awkward. I want to say something to put people at ease, but words evade me.
"You're a ray of sunshine tonight, Ryan,"
says Blake, and everyone seems to release a breath.
Becky finished with him,
says Callum.
"Oi, that's private,"
snarls Ryan, cheeks reddening. Callum arches an eyebrow.
Would it hurt you to offer me, your alpha, a bit of respect every once in a while?
"I would if you wouldn't go around proclaiming my private business."
I touch Callum's wrist and squeeze, hoping he won't torture the boy any further. He rolls his eyes at me, the boyish gesture at odds with his big physique.
"Ah, young love."
Jack grins as he slings his arm over the back of his chair, provoking another snarl from Ryan.
"Come out with me tomorrow. We'll do some training to keep your mind off things."
"I'm better than you anyway," says Ryan.
"Fighting talk indeed,"
says Jack.
"I suppose we'll see about that. You are good with the sword, though."
Ryan sits a little straighter, chest puffing out ever so slightly.
"Callum teach you?"
"Aye," says Ryan. Callum grins and shakes his head as he goes back to his soup. Jack was trying to get Callum to fight him a few weeks ago, to learn how Callum fought. I suppose his implication is that if he can beat Ryan, he can beat Callum. Callum doesn't seem threatened by the blatant challenge.
"Aren't lobsters saltwater creatures?"
says Aaron suddenly, spoon paused halfway to his mouth. "What? No, they're not," says Elsie looking at me, alarmed. "Those were freshwater lobsters. They'll be fine."
"I'm sure they'll live long and happy lives.
Blake takes a sip of wine.
And soon Lowfell will be overrun with lobsters. There'll be shellfish all over the island, and I'll be known as the oddball alpha who lives in a castle among his crustaceans."
Alfie squeals with delight, clapping his hands together, and Jack pretends he has lobster claws on the other side of the table. A smile spreads across my face as Callum laughs beside me. If I didn't know better, I'd think he was starting to enjoy his time at Lowfell, and the company within its walls. Strangely, I am too. I think about what Lachlan said, about Blake collecting broken birds. There's Elsie, abused by her father, and little Alfie, who barely escaped his. Aaron sits with a beaker of water, when everyone else has wine. And Jack, whose history I don't know, but whom I catch with a dark look in his eyes every so often. There's a peace here that I didn't find at Madach Alley, and that I certainly never knew back home. Blake may be an alpha, but he doesn't seem to take the role particularly seriously when the other alphas are not watching. Yet as laughter spreads around the table and Elsie pinches Alfie's side with fake lobster claws, I can't help but feel like this is the calm before the storm. Tomorrow night is the full moon. After that, if we manage to knock James off his throne, we will all be enemies once more. Blake catches my eye across the table, as if he knows what I'm thinking. I avert my gaze and have a mouthful of soup. The corner of my mouth twitches. Callum is right. It tastes horrible. Chapter 24. The next evening, as the sun descends behind the mountains, Callum and I walk away from the castle walls. My fingers are laced with his. The energy in Lowfell has been charged all day. As the hours raced by, tension built within me. It's not just fear that makes my skin hum. I feel as if something is awakening within me, something that longs for release. To my dismay, Callum left for a few hours, so I was alone with my thoughts all afternoon. I was unable to concentrate, unable to do anything but pace up and down our chambers and prevent myself from searching Lowfell for someone to pick a fight with, preferably Blake or Callum, because I didn't want to be left alone. Now, I keep my emotions and my restlessness close, and my head raised as we pass other wolves gathering by the bank of the loch. Someone is playing bagpipes. Ryan is sitting on the bank with Jack, and the two pass a flask between them. A few wolves in yellow tartan build a bonfire, assisted by Aaron. To them, this is a night of celebration. I hope the cold wind masks the sound of my racing pulse and the scent of my fear. I grip Callum's hand more tightly than necessary, and he runs his thumb along my knuckles as the rain-drenched grass squelches beneath our boots. Lachlan beckons us over, but Callum merely waves in acknowledgement and tugs me into the woodland. We walk in silence for a while, and past the crumbling chapel. It leads me to a clearing. I halt. A soft laugh escapes my lips, and mists in front of my face. Warmth spreads through me, and some of my tension dissipates. This is what you were doing today. He stands beside me, and curls his arm around my waist, resting his chin on my head.
Do you like it?
Candles of varying sizes flicker at the edges of the clearing, about 50 in total, sheltered from the wind by the tall trees. A small campfire crackles in the centre, a pile of rugs and furs beside it. The air smells like evergreen and wood smoke. I smile. I like it very much. Thank you. I walk toward the middle of the clearing, and Callum follows. I glance upward. There is a gap in the evergreen canopy, and the darkening sky strains through. My heart beats faster, and I release a shaky breath. It won't be long.
Took me a while to find and light the candles.
Callum grins.
Ryan helped. He moaned about Becky the entire time, which made it take even longer.
Callum tugs me down onto the rugs with him. He maneuvers behind me, raises his knees on either side of my body, and pulls my back toward his chest, tucking me safely into his arms. I melt against him. Finally, I draw the courage to ask, "Does it hurt?"
It's a good feeling. A release, I swear it.
I bite my bottom lip. My entire body is going to break and change, so I can't believe that to be true. There is a part of me that wonders if I should have asked Blake, because I know he would not lie to protect my feelings. Callum sweeps my hair over my shoulder and dips his mouth to the back of my neck. Shivers tremble through me as he drags his teeth across the sensitive skin there.
Do you want me to show you?
How? He brushes his knuckles over my inner thigh, and the restlessness that has been humming beneath my skin all day crescendos. Slowly, deliberately, he pulls up my skirt and skims his hand up my bare skin. He brings his lips to my ear.
Do you want me to show you?
His tone is darker, lower. My breath hitches. Yes. He skims his knuckles over my underwear, and I gasp. Surely it doesn't feel like that.
I've not finished yet.
He whispers, amusement in his tone. Show me. He slides his hand into my underwear and slowly drags a finger between my thighs. I whimper and arch into him. A low growl vibrates against my back at the slickness he finds there. He coats my bud with it, rubbing a torturous tight circle over the sensitive bundle of nerves.
How does this feel?
He murmurs. All sensible thought leaves me, all rational fear. I'm just need and desire and the heat that builds with each expert stroke of his fingers. Good. It feels good. I gasp. I grip his wrist and move my hips. I want him to move faster, harder, to fill me with his fingers and ease this desperate throbbing ache. He keeps his pace tortuously slow and gentle, A feral moan escapes my lips, and my teeth tingle like they want to sink into something. His dark chuckle fills my ear.
How about now? How does it feel now, Princess?
Frustrating, I growl. He brings his other hand to my breast over the fabric of my dress, and runs his thumb over my peaked nipple, causing another jolt of pleasure, of frustration to surge through me. He dips his head and sucks the sensitive spot behind my ear.
And now?
Please, is all I can murmur.
This is what it is to be a wolf.
He slides his finger down my slickness and gently circles my entrance. An embarrassing moan scrapes against my throat.
To have something building inside you.
He slides his finger into me, and I groan as he fills me.
To feel wild, feral, animal.
He slides back out, then in, and sweat beads on my skin.
To always be on the edge of something.
I arch my back, whimpering.
Never able to release.
Please, I whisper.
Until the night of the full moon.
He nips my earlobe with his teeth.
Spread your legs.
I allow my thighs to fall open. He slides one finger in, and then the other, stretching me and filling me with delicious pressure. My moan echoes around the clearing, and he makes a low, satisfied sound in his throat. Finally, he gives me what I want. He pumps his hand faster. My head lolls back against his shoulder, and I move my hips against him.
Fuck, you're so beautiful.
He moves his other hand to my throat and tilts back my head so I'm forced to look at him. I barely notice the wolf in his eyes, or the flush of his cheeks, or the hardness that presses against my lower back through his kilt.
This is what it feels like to shift.
He curls his fingers against my inner wall, hitting that spot deep within me, and it pushes me over the edge. My release crashes through me, more forceful than it ever has before. I writhe against him as the feeling is finally freed. Until, finally, whimpering, moaning, sweating, I still in his arms. I blink, and everything comes back into focus. The clearing, the crackling fire, the trees swaying in the darkening sky. Callum. His green eyes are bright in the darkness. I half a laugh. I don't believe you. It can't feel like that. His grin widens.
Perhaps not quite, but it's a release, a good feeling.
He slides his fingers out of me, and I shift against him, tilting my head back against his chest to look at his face. When he holds up his hand, his gaze is drawn to the way his fingers glisten in the firelight. His expression darkens, and heat floods my face. Without warning, he puts them into his mouth and sucks, his eyes shutting for a moment, as relief seems to flood through him. Callum! He opens his eyes, pulls out his fingers, and grins.
What? A wolf thing. I told you we have an oral fixation. Fuck, I cannot wait until tomorrow morning. I am going to devour you.
He told me he was going to give me all of him, and let his wolf off its leash after I shift. Now that my orgasm is ebbing away, the tension coils inside me once more. The sky darkens through the treetops. How long until it happens?
Soon. Can you feel it?
Yes. My skin prickles, hums. Something stirs in my chest. Yes, I do. I feel... I gasp and my brow furrows. I feel like something is tugging at my heart and my soul. Pain surges through my body. Panic floods me. Dots dance before my eyes, and darkness seeps into the corners of my vision. Beads of sweat break out onto my brow. Oh, goddess!
Princess.
I'm vaguely aware of his jaw tightening. He's far away. I can't hear him over the roar in my ears.
Fuck, I'm sorry. The fever. Not again. Not now.
It wasn't you, I want to tell him. I can't speak. Something rises inside me, and I furiously try to push it down. I can't let it surface. I can't let it consume me. Another heartbeat competes with my own. My soul is frayed and unraveling. He mumbles something about not wanting to do something. He scoops me into his arms and strides across the clearing.
Hold on, Princess.
He pulls me into his chest as he mutters to himself.
Where the fuck is Blake?
Chapter 25. The trees sway. Twigs crunch underfoot. Shadows flicker across Callum's jaw. A fire crackles by the loch, and there is laughter in the air. It blurs and fades. We reach the castle walls, and I'm soaked with sweat. I want to shed my clothes. I want to shed my skin. I writhe in Callum's arms.
Be still,
He commands, as he powers across the courtyard. I snarl, and he snarls back, as if he's struggling to control himself as much as I am. Then we're inside Lowfell Castle. The narrow corridors flicker around us. Doors to drawing rooms and places filled with books become prison cells and torture chambers. He kicks open a door, storms inside the room, and sets me down on something silky and soft. It's cool against my burning skin. The scent of dark pine wraps around me. My vision blurs.
I need your help.
Callum's voice is frantic.
Don't be so hard on yourself. You can't be that bad in bed.
Blake drawls, his voice a little slurred.
Not funny.
Callum snarls.
Help her.
Blake is already on his feet, setting down his glass on the ornate black fireplace. He half strides, half stumbles toward us.
Are you drunk?
Growls Callum. The air is sucked from my lungs as Blake gets closer. Blake, the male I loathe even more than James, the male who linked my life to his and uses me as a pawn in his games. Callum is saying something, reprimanding Blake, I think, but all I hear is my heartbeat thundering in my ears. Blake's pupils dilate. The shadows flicker around him. Monster. A low warning snarl rumbles out of me. My canines ache, and his gaze drops to my mouth. Our connection is no longer just a shadow pulsing in my chest. The bond is a thread, and it vibrates between us like a living, breathing thing. The veins in his neck pulse. His face changes, hardens.
Take your pet out of here. I don't want her in my bed.
His voice becomes as cold as ice.
What do you...
Now, Callum.
This isn't normal.
It is for a half-wolf. Get her out of...
I launch off the bed and charge at him. We careen back, and the wooden chair by his desk breaks and splinters as we crash to the ground. His body is warm, hard. My thighs clench around his hips, and my face slams into the crook of his neck. The taste of salt and dark pine floods my mouth. I'm going to tear his fucking throat out. He fists my hair, grabbing my head and yanking it back. My scalp is on fire. I growl, and he arches back his head, closes his eyes, and exposes his throat.
Callum, get her off me!
There's a trace of panic in his tone. I feel it. I taste it. It's delicious. I lurch toward him, but an arm hooks around my waist and drags me off him. My feet are raised from the floor for a moment as Callum pulls me into him. He wraps his arms around my body, trapping me, imprisoning me. I thrash against him.
Stop it!
He snarls in my ear. It's a tone he hasn't used on me before. Commanding and dominant. His alpha voice.
What's wrong with her?
The thing that rages in my chest stills, but doesn't settle. A growl vibrates in my throat. Callum is breathing fast, deep. Every muscle in his body is tight.
What's wrong with you?
Blake is on the floor. He's pushed himself against the wall beneath the window. One of his knees is raised, and his palms are flat on the ground, making the muscles in his forearms more pronounced. His dark hair is messy, and his broad chest moves up and down quickly. The wolf shines in his eyes. And what a sight he is, on the floor, cowering at my feet, his skin slick with sweat, glowing bronze with the light from the fire. A couple of strands of dark hair cling to his forehead. Blake angles his head to one side. He returns my smile. It's a dangerous, wicked thing that makes my heart pound even faster than the other two pulses that thunder in my ears.
Blake.
Callum's tone is stern, a warning, though his voice sounds strained. His arms are tense around my stomach, and he's breathing fast too.
Do you think I'm afraid of you, little rabbit?
Blake's voice is a cool whisper of silk.
Is that what you think? The full moon is coming. I'm afraid of myself, of what I might do. We can both scent what you want in the air. Tell me, is it me you want to fuck? Or Callum? Or do you want us both at the same time?
Blake, that's enough,
growls Callum. I launch myself toward him, and Callum pulls me back. Blake's head snaps toward the Alpha of Highfell.
Get her the fuck out of here, then.
I can't.
What do you mean you can't?
It's the full moon, Blake.
A frustrated growl rips from his throat.
If I move, I'm gonna rip your fucking head off.
Power rumbles between the two of them, pushing and pulling me in two directions. Pine and shadow collides with the mountains at dawn. Peace and war, love and hate. A whimper escapes me as the feeling heightens. My senses erupt. I taste seawater and rum at the back of my throat. Rose thorns pierce my skin. The steel of battle roars in my ears, and wild bracken cracks beneath my feet. I can't breathe. Voices, whispers fill my ears. Fingers claw my body. They pull at me, taunt me, try to take from me like everyone always has. A low sound scrapes against Blake's throat, and his head arches back. Every muscle in his body locks.
Fuck. I can feel her.
Callum's arms tighten around me as Blake rises to his feet.
Stay where you are,
Callum warns. Blake cracks his neck. His features become cold and hard, chiseled from ice. The wolf is feral in his eyes.
Don't.
Callum jerks me back toward the door.
Don't you fucking dare.
He sounds far away. Every nerve in my body is alight. My soul is shattering, a million jagged pieces that pierce my insides like glass. I barely notice Blake moving toward us, Callum throwing me behind him and shielding me with his body, the two males making impact. I erupt. A blood-curdling scream pierces my ears, and I think it's coming from me. Someone grabs me. A loud crash. My knees buckle. Bright, blinding light. Black. Chapter 26. Moonlight floods the room. A low growl. Primal. Animal. Bared teeth. Eyes glowing. A whisper of fur. Two beasts, one black, one tawny, both huge. A crash. Books cascade to the floor. A desk breaks. They're fighting, I think. Howls permeate the castle walls. Amid it all, a thought. I have not shifted. I'm being torn apart. My cheek is pressed against the floorboards. I whimper and push myself to my knees. A snarl makes my head rear up. Callum and Blake have shifted. They're both huge, the size of bears, though Callum is slightly bigger. The moonlight shines off their glossy coats. The desk is shattered around them, and glass glints on the floor in front of the fireplace, where one of Blake's bottles has smashed. Callum has the scruff of Blake's neck in his maw, and as he bites harder, pain flares in the same spot on my neck. "Stop!" I croak. Callum's head snaps toward me, and his growl dies when his green eyes lock onto mine. I feel him, sense him. His scent floods my lungs, and with it, a calmness settles over me. He's still in there. He's still Callum. My eyes widen. Blake hurtles into Callum's side. The tawny wolf flies across the room and slams into the wall by the door. He releases a whimper as he crashes onto the floor. Books, piled by the wall, cascade on top of him. Callum! I turn toward him, but there's a thud, and Blake looms over me. His paws are huge, and his claws dig into the floorboards. I try to crawl away, but he sinks his teeth into the back of my dress and drags me across the floor. I land on my back by the foot of the bed. Blake, stop it! I try to get up. A great weight presses down on my stomach, squeezing the breath out of me. Blake's body is stiff, his ears pulled back. Callum is on his feet, and the two lock eyes. Both growl. I can tell Callum is still himself, but Blake feels different, feral, dangerous. His shadows, which exist inside me, move and spread in all directions, and I can make no sense of them. I shove him, and my fingers sink into silky fur. Blake, get off me! My vision blurs as Callum paces back and forth. Every time Callum gets closer, Blake's growl vibrates through me, and Callum inches back. Another surge of pain crashes over me. My soul feels frayed, like threads of it are being pulled apart. I stiffen, then whimper. Blake's great weight pushes down on my stomach, squeezing the breath out of me. Sweet darkness pulls me under. My face is pressed against something hot and hard, and the scent of mail and forests fills my lungs. My skin buzzes, but I no longer feel as if my soul is being shredded apart. A soft sigh escapes me. I peel open my eyelids. My heart stills. My face is crushed against Blake's bare chest. Our bodies are flush, and one of my hands is slung over his waist, as if I clung to him in my sleep. Blake's fingers brush the back of my neck. Adrenaline surges through my body. I suppress the snarl that builds inside me as my teeth tingle. Something whispers, "Bite, bite, bite." There's something wrong with me. Panic swells in my chest, and my breathing is fast. I can't stop myself from... I open my mouth. Blake stirs. He dips his chin, and panic flares in his eyes. He is wrenched away from me. There's the thud of bare feet, the dragging sound of Blake trying to find his footing, then a slam and a rattle. I push myself to my knees. Callum presses Blake against the wall by the cold hearth. My eyes widen. Both are naked. Their clothes are torn in shreds on the floorboards, among splintered wood and books and parchment. Weak sunlight strains through the window and highlights the shuddering muscles in Callum's back.
What the fuck?
He growls. Blake's hair is a mess, and though he manages his usual bored expression, his cheeks are flushed. His eyes lock onto mine.
Don't look at her.
Callum grips his chin.
Look at me.
Your cock is touching my leg.
Callum makes a frustrated noise in his throat. He releases Blake, but doesn't step back.
What the fuck were you doing last night? You were guarding her. Why?
Why do you think?
You don't want to know what I think.
Blake exhales.
She has a part of my life force inside her. Of course I was going to guard her.
Oh, that was why, was it?
I tune out their bickering. I sit back against the side of the bed. The fur that hangs from the mattress is soft against my back. I tilt back my head and feel the Northland sun on my skin. Outside, the wind rustles the trees and stirs the loch. The tips of the mountains are shrouded with mist. Some of the anxiety that has been knotting inside me for weeks unravels. I still have too many questions about last night, about what's happening to me. But a slow smile spreads across my face. I didn't shift,
Please, I have no interest in your pet.
says Blake.
You shouldn't have brought her here on the night of the full moon. What did you expect?
For you to exercise a little self-restraint.
Next time, I will strive to be the picture of composure that you were last night, Callum.
As they continue to argue, I cast my gaze around Blake's chambers. I'd not taken it in properly last night. It's smaller than ours and simply furnished, despite him being the alpha of this castle and having the pick of any room he wants. The bed I lean against is barely big enough to fit 2 people and is pushed against the wall. The mess is the outcome of the fight between Blake and Callum last night. The clutter, though, that must have been here already. There are books scattered across the floor, among the remnants of the broken desk, but they're also piled against the stone walls and stacked in the corners. While he's distracted by Callum, I pick one up, curious about Blake's reading choices. It's full of sketches of monsters. Winged beasts, half-dead humanoid figures, a water creature with entrails curling out of its body like tentacles. My eyes lock with those of a serpentine creature that, from the smudges around its scaled body, seems to wear shadows like a second skin. There's a mark on its tail. It's the same symbol that is inked on Elsie's wrist. When I turn the page, the mark has been drawn in greater detail on the end of a hot iron. These are Knight's prisoners, now bound to his prison in the sky. I wonder if Blake is taking the rumours about Knight's acolytes and the Night Prince seriously. I put the book down. Numerous bottles of liquor stand on his mantelpiece, and one rolls across the floor, near Callum's feet as he continues to berate Blake. The scent of lavender hits me, as well as another floral smell I don't recognise. Dried purple and white flowers scatter the floor, among bits of parchment. The lavender provokes an ache deep within me, and I pick up one of the sprigs and twist it between my fingers. My mother used to stitch it into pouches and place them beneath my pillow before bed. She said they would help me sleep and keep the nightmares away. I wonder if Blake uses it for a similar purpose. I drop it, and it lands on a sketch of a labyrinth with a hexagonal centre. "Can you 2 put some clothes on, please?" I say. Blake and Callum both shut their mouths. Callum looks over his shoulder sharply. His expression softens. He releases Blake, crosses the room, and crouches down before me. Still unclothed. I should be used to it by now, but heat stains my cheeks.
Are you all right?
He cups my face in his big hand. I keep my eyes resolutely on his as Blake walks to his armoire. When he opens it and pulls out breeches and a shirt, my resolve wavers, and I look. Raised white ridges crisscross the muscles in his back. I overheard him tell Callum he was whipped for being a half-wolf. "I didn't shift," I say. A slow grin spreads across Callum's face.
No, you didn't. You're not a wolf after all.
I feel Blake's emotion. That thread between us shudders, as if he is holding something back. "You sound almost as relieved as I am," I say. "Did you not want me to be a wolf?" He brushes his thumb against my cheek.
I know it's not what you wanted, that's all.
I frown, because I'm not sure he's being entirely truthful.
Come here.
He scoops me into his arms, and I reflexively hook my hands around his neck. Without a backward glance at Blake, he carries me out of the room. "I hope you're going to put some clothes on," I say, as Callum carries me down the corridor.
Don't need them.
He kicks open the door to our chambers and grins.
Not for what I have planned.
He drops me onto the bed and I squeal, "Callum!"
What?
He asks as he crawls over me, then drags his teeth along my throat.
You know, it would be nice if, for once, I could spend the morning after the full moon with you not smelling like my worst enemy.
He shifts down and plants kisses on my collarbone, then my torso, and then between my legs through the fabric of my dress. I breathe in sharply.
Last time, there was not much I could do about it. This time, I plan to rectify the situation.
Is that so? He kneels on the mattress. His eyes glint when they meet mine, full of mischief.
I promise it will be very pleasurable for you.
Who am I to deny him? Callum makes good on his promise. We spend the morning in bed, with him drawing moans from my lips until I'm liquid in his arms. And then he starts all over again. He remains careful with me, though, gentle. His promise to unleash himself upon me after the full moon is nullified. I didn't shift. At noon, after getting some food brought up from the kitchens, he goes to meet with Lachlan and Jack to plan tomorrow's ambush. I spend the rest of the afternoon reading in the armchair by the fire, my legs curled beneath me. As the sky darkens, so do my emotions. I was scared to shift, but being a wolf gave me an explanation for my mother's death and a connection to her. It connected me to Callum as well. I'm sure his high spirits this morning were linked to my inability to shift. I think he's glad I'm still human. Still weak, that wild part of me whispers. I drop the book I'm reading onto the chair. I walk to the window. The bloated sky is dark grey, and shadows shroud the peaks of the mountains. The water ripples in the wind. It doesn't make sense. There's something inside me, pressing against my skin. I've felt it since James bit me. I keep falling into fever. Lachlan believes my mother was a wolf, and my father must have thought I was like her, because he had me whipped so I would suppress it. I wanted to bite Blake last night. I wanted to bite him this morning. I almost did. I can't accept that the human part of me would ever do such a thing. Movement draws my gaze. A dark figure walks to the water's edge, hands in the pockets of his long coat. He looks out onto the loch, and the wind stirs his black hair. I felt something from Blake this morning. He knows something about me. Something he is concealing. Stay where you are, I whisper, even though I know he can't hear me. I stride to the armoire and pull on a warm coat and boots. I'm going to find out what Blake knows. Chapter 27. There's a light drizzle in the air. It washes over me as soon as I walk through the tunnel leading to the courtyard and out onto the grounds surrounding Lowfell. It's dark, and the windows of the castle behind me flicker with soft orange light. Despite the rain, the air is crisp and smells like mud and wood smoke. I pull my coat tighter, and boots sinking into the earth, approach the figure who looks out onto the loch. If he's embarrassed about what happened last night, or how we woke up this morning, he gives no indication of it. You feel different today? My voice is almost swallowed by the sound of the branches swaying overhead, and the rain hitting the loch. Blake's shirt clings to his chest and torso beneath his open coat. A few errant strands of his hair stick to his forehead.
I always feel better after it's happened. Lighter.
Is it the act of shifting you don't like? Or being a wolf?
Both. I cannot control it. I like to be in control.
I noticed, I say. I catch a hint of one of his dimples. Callum doesn't think I'm a wolf.
What do you think?
He's the last person I want to come to for help. Yet, am I a wolf? He drags his teeth over his bottom lip as he looks out on the mountains.
Yes.
Why didn't you say anything? You let Callum and me believe otherwise. He shrugs.
Callum wasn't too pleased with me this morning. As for you, I'm letting you know now, aren't I?
I sigh, and my breath mists in front of my face. How do you know for sure I'm a wolf?
I wouldn't have been able to share my life force with you if you were human.
He turns to face me. Rain runs down his cheeks and moistens his lips.
I saw you, the night when I shared my life force with you. I caught glimpses of your dreams, your memories, your thoughts. Was it not the same for you?
I think of the fevered images and sounds that filled my being. Screams and scalpels and darkness. Yes. A pensive look crosses his face.
I found you. I saw your wolf form. She's the color of moonlight.
Something tightens inside me. I feel stripped bare, as if Blake has seen things of me that no one else has. It's not right. A part of me wants to get away from him, to run back to the castle and find Callum. My legs won't move, even when he slips his hands into his coat pockets and turns back to the loch. I think of all the experiments Blake has done on other wolves. Have you ever known a wolf to not shift on the night of the full moon?
No, never.
Why didn't I shift? His curiosity pulses inside me.
That's the question, isn't it, little rabbit?
We both look out onto the mountains. The shadows hide their peaks.
We have another problem.
He says. What?
My source from Matak Ali has delivered some bad news.
My pulse quickens. Is Fiona all right?
As far as I know, it's Claire. Apparently she got herself captured by Alexander's men on her way to Matak Ali.
His jaw tightens.
Claire is important to James. He'll want to get you quickly, so he can trade you for her.
I nod. We should be ready by tomorrow, shouldn't we? After the ambush.
We'll have an army, if all goes well. Still, the thought that James might be panicking makes me uneasy. I think he'd do anything to get Claire back. He might make his own move against us.
He runs a hand along his jaw.
It really is strange you didn't shift. Perhaps if you let me run some tests.
I step back and almost slip in the mud. I'm not as adverse to the idea as the last time he suggested it, but I can't forget that he's plotting against us. A dimple punctures his cheek.
Do you think I'm going to hurt you, little rabbit?
I don't know. Are you? He shrugs and turns his gaze back to the mountains to indicate the end of our conversation.
Let me know if you change your mind.
Morning mist shrouds the loch when Callum rides south with a small party of men the next morning to ambush Alexander and his men. I wanted to come along, but Callum was as alarmed about Claire being kidnapped as Blake. The two alphas think James might be waiting for me to leave Lowfell. I watch them from the arched window in the stairwell outside the library, a cloak wrapped tightly around me to ward off the chill. The horses' hooves thunder against the wild terrain, and I can just about make out the yellow of Lachlan's kilt and Jack's dark clothing before they disappear into the mountains. I rub my hands together to bring some heat into them, then retreat into the library. As the morning passes, the weather changes. The sky becomes heavy with grey clouds, and the air feels thick and muggy. Static energy prickles against my skin, and a ball of restlessness coils inside me, mingling with a twinge of anxiety. I think a storm is coming. Sitting in the window seat, I pore through various texts, my vision blurring, my concentration waning. I know Callum can look after himself, but I'm worried. Alexander is a fearsome foe, and I know now what my people do to wolves. I recall the fur coat that hung in my wardrobe in the borderlands, made from a wolf on the night of a full moon.
Read anything interesting lately, little rabbit?
Blake leans against the doorframe. I flick the page and go back to the account I'm reading of an alpha in the Snowlands named the Shadow Wolf. It seems he was devoted to night, and he was looking for the heart of the moon to free him from his prison. Do you know, I think there may be a storm coming, Blake. He wanders over, and his boots thud against the floorboards. His shadow looms over me as he leans against the stone wall near the window seat by my feet. His scent of ink and night-soaked forests washes over me.
I think you may be right,
he says. Do the wolves in your clan know you're a big baby who is afraid of thunder?
Obviously not.
I flick another page. Let us hope they do not find out. A dimple punctures his cheek.
Indeed.
There's a rustle as Blake picks up the book atop the pile by my feet.
This one is no good.
He places it on the shelf beside him and rifles through the rest.
Nor this one. This one is dull. And this one, If you wish for a more comprehensive guide to the Battle of Shadow and Snow, Erikson's is better.
I grit my teeth as his pile of discarded books grows.
Ah, but this one is interesting.
I make the mistake of glancing up. He's opening the book that Elsie gave me, The Alpha's Secret. An embarrassing sound scrapes against my throat as I lurch forward and snatch it from his hands. Give me that! I adjust myself on the window seat's cushion.
I can have a word with Callum if you like, little rabbit. Give him some tips if he is not performing to your satisfaction.
I fight the flush in my cheeks. Have you nothing better to do than attempt to vex me?
Attempt? I don't attempt anything. I always achieve my goals.
Fine. Well done. You have succeeded at being the singularly most irritating male I've ever encountered. Go and congratulate yourself elsewhere.
It's my castle. You're welcome to leave if my presence bothers you so much.
I roll my eyes and go back to my book about the Snowlands. I have a theory about the bond, by the way.
You do. I'm all ears, little rabbit.
I smile, because I sense him putting his guard up. He's caging his emotions so I won't feel them. I slide my feet from the cushion on the window seat and turn so I'm facing him. I study his features, his light brown eyes, framed by dark lashes, his chiseled jaw, his hand resting on the bookshelf. I want to be able to detect any change in his demeanor. He leans forward, placing his hands on either side of my thighs, his fingers sinking into the cushion. His face is close to mine, and his eyes gleam, like he knows what I'm trying to do, and he's showing me how unconcerned he is. Arrogant bastard. I inch closer, so our breath mingles. I think the heart of the moon can break it, I say. His lips part, and he gasps softly. Triumph swells inside me, until I realize he's making fun of me. A frustrated noise scrapes my throat, and I jerk up my knee so I can hit him in the crotch. He grabs my calf, his fingers curling around the muscle. My skirt is ridden up, and the heat of his hand sears my bare skin. He stiffens slightly. My breath hitches. You treacherous serpent! I pull away, and he releases me. He grins, one of his stupid real grins, and stands straighter. The bookshelf creaks as he leans against it.
Interesting theory, although the heart of the moon has been lost for centuries.
I have a theory about that too, actually. I bring my legs back up onto the window seat.
Ah, so that's why you're reading about the Snowlands. You've been speaking to Lachlan about your mother's journey from the Snowlands and the moonflower at Glas Clarach, I presume.
My head snaps toward him. How did you know about that? His brow creases as his amusement pulses through me.
I was the one who told the wolves to look for the heart of the moon in the borderlands, remember?
You knew Sebastian had been there.
Of course I did, little rabbit. I have eyes everywhere.
I pick my book up. Fine, you're so clever. Why don't you go and bother someone else?
I'd rather bother you.
I nod at the dark grey clouds that roll over the mountains outside the window, dulling the orange and the greens in the wild landscape. Shouldn't you start poisoning yourself in preparation for the storm, like you did last time? He sighs.
Perhaps. I think I finally got the ratio right for a sleeping tonic that works on wolves.
Good for you. I hope you don't accidentally slip and give yourself too much wolfsbane. A soft chuckle escapes his lips.
You'd better hope that's true. If I die, you die too, little rabbit.
He pushes off from the shelf and strolls to the doorway.
If the tonic fails, perhaps I'll distract myself by discovering what the Alpha's secret might be.
He raises the book Elsie gave me, which I didn't realize he'd picked back up. His eyes glint.
If the other book you were reading is anything to go by, I'm guessing it has something to do with his abnormally large cock.
A soft growl scrapes, unprovoked, against my throat. Oh, go away! He laughs softly to himself as he heads down the spiral staircase, and I'm finally left in peace. By nightfall, Callum has still not returned. The shadows in the library are long and ominous, and thunder rumbles through the castle. It's like a bad omen of things to come. Worry tightens my chest. I need to know that Callum is all right. I feel helpless, because there's nothing I can do. I'm not usually afraid of the dark, but I shiver when I put my books away, grab my candle, and hurry down the stairs. The torches in the corridors burn low as I make my way back to our chambers. I want to be in bed, safe under the covers. I quicken my steps. I hum the tune my mother used to sing to me as a child. One of the vials of wolfsbane I took from the infirmary is in the pocket of my dress, and I let its weight comfort me. I sigh when I reach the corridor leading to our bedchambers. There's a footstep behind me, and thunder echoes through the castle. I spin around. Ian, the blonde wolf from Lachlan's clan, stands in front of me. I gasp and reach for the wolfsbane. He slams me into the wall. There's a sickening crack when my head hits the stone, and Ian's freckles blur while the corridor swims around me. With all my strength, I knee him in the crotch. He doubles over and I scramble away. Blake! He hooks an arm around my waist and throws me back. I land on the ground, the wind knocked out of me. I try to get up, but he lands on top of me and straddles my chest. 2 more men appear from the shadows and look down at me with merciless eyes.
James was right, says Ian. You're the enemy, not him.
You're a fool, I gasp. This won't work out the way you expect. Callum and Blake will kill... He pulls a cloth from his pocket and clamps it over my face. The acrid scent of chemicals floods my nostrils. I writhe beneath Ian, but I can't free myself. Panic crashes through me. Ian grins.
It's time to meet the king.
His face fades, and darkness pulls me under. Chapter 28. The darkness is suffocating. It takes a moment for my eyes to adjust. I'm in a long corridor, lined with cells. My heart jolts when I see the symbol etched into one of the cell doors. It's Knight's mark. I'm in his prison. A figure walks away from me. His breeches and shirt are stained grey by the darkness. His footsteps are hurried, and I wonder if this is his dream or mine. Is he as disturbed to be here as I am? I can't quite remember what happened before I came here, but it feels urgent I reach him. Blake, I whisper. Something hisses from beyond the door of the cell behind me, and my heart jolts. I hurry away from it. Blake! He doesn't turn. I don't think he can hear me. I run after him. Even though my footsteps punctuate the darkness, he doesn't acknowledge me. I feel his warmth. I note the bunched-up muscles of his back. I reach for him. Blake, I need your help. The ground dissolves before I can touch him. I fall through endless darkness. I'm in the Church of Light and Sun, only the wilderness has taken it. Moss coats the stone altar, thick like green velvet. Vines burst through the ground and curl around my ankles. They snap from the walls and twist around my wrists to hold my arms outstretched. But I didn't sin. A version of my voice whispers through the foliage that lines the domed roof. All women sin, child. The shadows respond, and they sound like the high priest. Your mother was a sinner, and you are a sinner too. Do you want the sun goddess to be angered? Vines crack down on my back and jerk me forward. Hot tears swell in my eyes. I don't want to plead. I don't want to beg. I try to remind myself that this is a dream, that my back is being torn open, and blood pools on the floor tiles. A copper scent hangs in the air. I'm screaming when a figure emerges from the crypt. His footsteps echo as he walks toward me. His eyes glow, feral and amber.
Fight,
he says. I breathe in sharply, I'm sprawled across the floor and my head is thumping. The air tastes like stagnant water, and my dress is damp. There's a barred wall in front of me. I've been here before. I scramble to my knees. A cot is pushed against one wall, and there's a bucket in the corner. Shackles hang from the ceiling on rusty chains, and fear prickles down my spine. This is the cell in the manor house, a stopping point that Blake brought me to before I was given back to Sebastian. Blake taunted me here, then tried to get me to marry James. It's close to the borderlands. James must have organised a trade with Alexander, and he could be on his way now. I shiver. I slide my hand into my pocket and grasp the small vial of wolfsbane. It's not much. James's army could be waiting for me outside these dungeons, but I can't go back to the south. I can't be the property of another borderlands lord, especially not Alexander. I think he'll use me so my father will pardon him. I'm sure he'll hurt me, too. The ghost of his shouts in the throne room, after I told my father he was planning to commit treason, haunt the cell. My head fuzzy. I start to form a plan. I pray to any goddess that will listen for the strength to survive. I pray that Callum is okay, and Blake knows I'm gone. I'm sure that both of them will try to find me. I only hope they get here before it's too late. Where is he? The torchlight flickers. The hours bleed together. I shiver on the cot with my knees pulled up to my chest. Everything in the cell is damp. The walls, the sheets, my dress. I ache with the cold. I have felt like a prisoner for most of my life, but my gilded cage was very different to this one. I want to feel the sun and the tickle of pine-scented wind on my face, the hike to Dawn's Crag, where the earth muddied my hands, and the air was so crisp I could taste it. Feels like a lifetime ago. I'm not sure how much time passes by. Only every drip seems to count down to the inevitable. I'm going to be sent to the borderlands, a fate that may be worse than death. Or perhaps James merely means to execute me to antagonize Callum. At one point, a man in a blue kilt, his fair hair tied into a knot atop his head, passes me a hard-bread roll through the bars. I recognize him from Madoc Alley. Duncan, I think his name is. I ask him what's happening, where James is, what James plans to do with me. He answers each question with a grim smile, before turning his back and heading up the stairs. I wait, my jaw clenched, for James to appear and seal my fate. I wait for Callum. I wait for Blake. Insecurities gnaw at my insides, like the rats that scurry through the dungeons, their little feet tapping against the stone floor. Hunger hollows my stomach. My head thumps, and I don't know whether it's dehydration or the onset of the short bursts of fever that keep washing over me. Why hasn't Callum come? I see faces in the shadows, midnight hair and feral eyes and taunting smiles. Blake haunts me. The darkness shifts, and I think it's him. Screams echo through the dungeons, even though I'm alone, and I hear the scrape of metal scalpels and Blake's laughter. I wake, tangled in the sheets, whimpering. Darkness rages inside me, cold and endless, and it tastes like pine and poison. I vow to myself, to the goddesses of the sun and the moon, that I'll survive this. Callum will end James and take his throne. I'll break the bond with Blake and never return home to the south. We will both be free. Yet Callum is not here. I'm alone. I don't know whether it's day or night when footsteps approach. For a moment, I let myself imagine it's Callum, and he has come for me.
There you are, Princess. You didn't think I'd leave you alone, did you?
I imagine his thick Northlands voice, warm and comforting. I imagine his arms around me, and the solid safety of his body. Duncan shatters the illusion. He is flanked by two men in green kilts, who enter my cell, grab me under my arms, and drag me into the corridor. My legs barely support me as they escort me up a narrow stairway. I'm cold and sweating as something wild inside me tries to surface. "Where are you taking me?" I gasp.
"Quiet."
Noise hits me as soon as we reach the ground floor. Shouts infiltrate it from outside. I'm pulled past a window and catch a glimpse of men guarding the building, their swords glinting in the moonlight. My heart beats faster. I'm dragged around a corner, through some double doors, into what could have been a ballroom once. My heart almost stops. The room is vast and moonlit, and the wall is half torn down on one side. Cold wind blows through it and rocks the dusty chandelier. 6 men sit around a long table. James sits at one end. He leans back in his chair with his legs slightly parted, in a display of dominance. His shirt sleeves are rolled to his elbows to display the floral tattoo on one of his arms. Robert sits beside him, the alpha of the clan who wear green tartan. He's a huge male, with a shaved head, who took on the role of the Wolf King when James was absent. He leans toward James and whispers something as I'm pulled closer to them. James grins. The other men who are facing me, no, the other alphas, are familiar too, though I can't put names to their faces. Dread roils in my stomach. These are the alphas from Madach Ali, who support James's claim to the throne. I fight every instinct I have to struggle and keep myself limp, pliant, unassuming. I'm thrown to the floor at James's feet, and I let myself crumple onto the chipped tiles, my dress pooling around me.
"I thought you wouldn't kneel before a false king, princess."
James's gruff voice echoes around the space. The alphas cheer. One of them growls.
"How things have changed."
Adrenaline crashes through me. This is the male who bit me, who attacked me, who tried to force me to marry him. He's going to send me to a man who will hurt me. Loathing mixes with my fear. I don't think I can get away from all of these men, but I want him to know what it is to be afraid. I take a couple of deep breaths to steel myself. I launch myself at him like a rabid animal. I expect to knock him off his chair, but his feet are planted firmly on the ground. The chair merely rocks before he grabs my waist. A surprised sound escapes his lips.
"I didn't know you felt that way about me, princess,"
says James, and Robert laughs.
"But—"
I grab his face. The amusement drains from his eyes. A hissing sound fills the ballroom as his skin burns beneath my fingers, which I doused with my vial of wolfsbane. He grabs my wrists and hurls me across the room. His roar reverberates off the high ceiling. I land hard on the cold tiles, the wind knocked out of me. My elbow bangs hard against the floor, and I suppress my whimper. There's a loud bang, like the door slamming open. Then uproar. Men shout. Chairs are scraped back as the alphas jump to their feet.
"Tie her up,"
snarls James. Through the chair legs, I see one man get thrown to the ground. Boots thud. A growl fills the space. I don't know what's happening. Instincts take over. I need to escape. I scramble to my knees. James's eyes shift as they lock onto mine.
"Get back down."
He puts the force of his wolf behind his words. It's like being knocked back by an avalanche. He is using the Anya, the alpha's command, on me. I grit my teeth and withstand it, before shoving it off. I get up and run. Duncan grabs me under my arms and drags me to a column that supports the ceiling. He wrenches my arms around it and binds my wrists with rope. A male roar fills the air, but that wildness inside me wants release, and I can't focus on it. A scream builds inside me, hollow and endless. A smooth laugh cuts through the chaos like a blade. I breathe in sharply. Blake strolls toward the end of the table. His black shirt is stiff and buttoned up to the collar, though his dark hair is as unruly as usual. He drops into one of the seats and throws his arm over the back. He winks at me. My heart squeezes. Callum is behind him, and I realize what caused the uproar. They must have just arrived. He is carved out of rage and thunder. He has a foot on the neck of one of the alphas, who must have risen to greet him, while a blonde man in a light green tartan kilt holds a dagger to his throat. Callum barely seems to notice. It strikes me how unpoised he looks in comparison to Blake. His cheeks are flushed, and his dark blonde hair windswept, like he rode fast to get here. There's a tear on his shirt, and a streak of blood that I hope is not his. The wolf flares in his eyes as he stares at his brother.
Touch her again, I dare you.
He growls. I can practically sense his wolf pushing against his skin, wanting to claim, to protect, to kill. Callum, I whisper.
It's going to be okay, Rory.
His voice is rough.
No one is going to hurt you.
We'll see about that,
Growls James. A dimple punctures Blake's face.